Phil and PYSU as an expert externals. I had contributed.
Wake up.
And now you've got a company that's going to do the 14 custodians across Victoria, all schools, government, private.
That's the framing.
Something Catholic,
Yeah.
secondary, primary, you know. So, back to you.
So it's a weird space because they, you know, made a pretty revolutionary change. That's it. But we're also doing pretty good. This is just going to make us better. So yeah.
So who else is presenting today?
So Ryan's going to MC all day, so he'll introduce you. Kendra's going to do 10 minutes at the beginning because before we go live on the YouTube stream, I'll do the welcome to country and just do housekeeping and all that kind of stuff. Then after you, we go to morning tea. Ryan will kind of just synthesize and go to take us to morning tea.
Yeah.
Then we come back and there's a school-based panel. So Sarah's here, Sarah Asen.
Oh, cool. I've never actually met Sarah.
And Cameron's going to be on that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. DE comes straight after. DE comes straight after morning tea. And then he's going to run that school-based panel.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go do the school. Then they go to lunch. Then they go to the school-based presentation. So each site has a school-based presentation. Bentley West are going to do theirs here. So they're going to be presenting to North Melbourne. But we've got like Docklands and another school up in East Melbourne and different schools in regional sites and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know Sasha Giulietta? Yeah, she's doing the one out in Ballarat. Stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
And then we come back from that, and Ryan's going to do a session on what are some areas that you might want to focus on.
So we're getting really good results in their comprehension as well. It's more difficult to measure with our kids.
Who's watching?
But they're doing well. So we do.
Who's everyone?
So we use the Australian Criterion Writing Scale.
Oh, that's fine.
Because there's nothing.
I thought you were saying DE.
Big brother social.
We use that.
Ryan will come and do something around guided practice and give people two kind of things to focus on, problem pairs or faded practice and all that kind of thing. And then he kind of sets up what will be a locally run implementation workshop where all the participants will be taken into a room to do some activities and stuff like that. And that's the end of the day.
That's the whole range. So we think that half of my kids are SDS kids.
All right.
That's it.
Cool.
We're pushing kids with IQ of under 50 actually up into F and beyond.
That's amazing.
All right.
Well, definitely, we're just kicking off that work for term 2. So I think we should check it out.
Yeah.
That sounds great. I better check it out. Have I got a spot to sit, Phil?
You sit next to us if you want. I've just put myself there and Ryan next to me so I can communicate with him about the questions for DE and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to figure out the tracking camera so that Brendan doesn't have to stand stationary up here.
And am I introducing Brendan or someone? Who am I handing
Ryan's
to?
going to introduce
I
Brendan.
hand back to Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, because it says on my thing.
Yeah. It changed again after, sorry.
Nice to see you in person. Hey Brendan, how you going? Nice to meet you.
Hey Ryan.
How you going?
How are you?
Good to see you, Phil.
Good to see you.
Hello, Kendra.
Ryan, how are you?
I'm good.
How'd you get here today?
Yeah, I had to get an Uber. You know, my bike got stolen from here yesterday.
No, seriously.
Yeah, I was only here for about a bit over an hour. Yeah,
Unbelievable.
I think they've got footage of it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I rang my wife and told her, and she said you should go to St Joe's and have a look there. She used to be the AP at St Joe's. It's a flexi school. She said I've heard it's not their shape there today, so there might have been some kids that are going up there. But anyway, that's all right. Yeah, how you going? It was good. I got some steps in. You know, walked a little bit more yesterday than I thought I would.
So no word then,
No. Although, is it Steve? Steve from
Yes,
here?
Steve.
Yeah, he said he's got footage. I think that he's going to send me.
Okay.
Or he asked me to put in a request, so I don't know whether he's got it or whether that was still initiated. But
The irony I told you was that the day before Tyron left his bike, he unlocked.
yeah, that did make me feel
And
better.
a really good bike. He got to it.
Yeah,
It was just unluck. It was just bad luck. I mean, unlucky
yeah.
on that day. Yeah.
I was just going to say, Brenda, perhaps is that why you're testing it? You're thinking that to go with Madonna Mike?
Madonna Mike, yeah.
That's what I always like to call it.
Yeah, but only
got a technician here.
We are.
Simon's here.
Introduce, he's in the back end.
They were
We're
getting
just
in
doing
for me.
the chest, so I'll just disappear. So we want to make sure that
Forget about that.
can hear us and see us live.
Sure.
So a few of the slides are already logged in. So we're just doing that for
No, you haven't.
the rest of it.
Zara emailed to say good luck. She's ready to go.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
going to duck from here over there.
I didn't tell her that. I thought, yeah.
Oh, I think she knows because I was talking to Adam.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she's doing great stuff.
Right after.
Yeah.
You gotta
she's
claim
really
her.
good. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
No, she's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is awesome, and she's doing some work for not the Knowledge Society, but another group.
Yeah, okay, right.
She's doing some coaching in schools.
Okay. I'll have to catch up with her. Well, we did through this process, but I didn't sort of get a chance to talk to her outside of her presentation. So, yeah.
Is it 8:30? Is it 8:30 start?
No.
It says 8:30 on the website.
Registration. Yeah. And coffee.
Okay, good.
Do you want to just do a sound check for those out in the regions talking
And I
to
just
the
jump
two
on
different
make sure
types of
they can hear?
microphones?
This is a sound check for everybody out in the regions. Good morning. I hope you're well. I can't see you, but I hope it's working.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to tell us if it's working or not. Let us know in the back channel if it's working, and that would be great. Thank you.
And do you want to do one with the handheld mic too? Like we could hear you saying you have to just make sure it's clear.
Yeah, and I'll be.
This is a secondary mic check, just making sure this one works. Please let us know in the back channel. Twice.
Yeah, okay, right. What is on there?
I've actually got some of the
Phil's going to fall in a heap tonight.
brand
3 big
manager.
days.
out
Through the
there.
days, he said, when I checked everything yesterday afternoon, he said it was fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Some stuff.
What about Brendan's going to Sunshine Coast to present the Science of Reading and Science of Learning conference and then going to research out on Saturday.
Oh, right. Wow.
Is that the one Bron's presenting at?
Yes.
The science learning one? Yeah.
Yeah, she was showing me the slide template that Jamie Clark had designed. Yeah. Makes me over telling you how to, this is what you've got to do. It's like,
Sound check seems to be working well, FYI.
I'm off the camera.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll go straight there.
Simon, can I get you down here? Is that okay?
Yep.
ULE conference. It's a bit of skiing. So the 18-year-old's coming with me, which is why I don't have to bring my suitcase with me. But so yeah, the ULE conference, which is the Alberta Teachers Association. So I've done fair bit of work for them over the years. So they invite me across. So it's in Banff, which is beautiful. So we'll go for a ski at Maple
We
Leaves.
need the camera
Sunshine Village.
so that Brendan doesn't have to stay
I didn't
next
ski
to
season
him.
there.
And even Ryan, we need the tracking camera on. Do you know how to get that going?
I've been
I studied. I
Okay.
studied.
I wasn't planning on using it, so I didn't.
I mentioned
Previously.
Okay.
We've got this thing, that's to activate it, right?
Ah, okay.
Someone needs to wear it, I believe.
Yeah,
Do you want me to test it?
I'll turn it on
from
first.
the US, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was working over there, sort of consulting for the New York City Department of Education.
Yeah.
And then led some stuff
Switch
in Sacramento as well, which I focused on.
What do we have? What's the lunch
Yeah,
set up for today?
different over there now. There's not much fun in the US.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they getting vouchers?
Well, yeah, it's
They're getting boxes. So downstairs.
Like it's globally, it's just like what you tend to be able to do. Like I feel like I was on the back end of it. I still was lucky enough to get opportunities to go and do the international stuff. There's not that work anymore. Yeah. Well, that's how I got over there.
Yeah, right.
So they come back and did a lot of work with Western Metro region.
Yeah.
And I was the curriculum coordinator and sort of moved into an AP role.
Yeah.
And they liked how I'd sort of structured the learning within the school. And I said, you should go over and work in the US and do some of that stuff. And then it's like, oh, it takes sort of 2 years to get placed. And I said, oh, my son's about to start primary school next year, so unless it happens now, it's not going to happen. And within 3 months, I was living in New York with 2 kids and a wife. It was great. We had a great time.
Just they were in the apartment when you got there?
No. But it was like, so it was just, awesome experience.
I was gonna say the same thing.
We started school there. We had like a ready-made friendship group. So
Yeah.
like we still catch up with them and, WhatsApp chats and stuff like that. They're all at the college now. It's crazy.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
No, he's got the thing that actually does the tracking.
Yeah. I haven't read it yet.
No.
I see him every now and again. I still catch up with him.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Do you need anything?
Yeah. What a wonderful
You're right.
educator.
I've got one water bottle, but maybe like a glass of water, one with better than
No worries. I'm organised.
Do you want a coffee or something?
No,
You sure?
Yeah, it really was. So were you Northern Metro? Is it, or were you?
I was Southern then,
And then you went into Curiosity Capital and
from Southern region, yeah, and then I took it to Westerfield.
yeah, which even like when you look at the VTLM 2.0 guidebooks that were released, like we used to talk about sort of, the way that action practice, like it's still the same ideas.
Yeah.
The theories of action are still pretty similar.
Yeah.
It was good stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Are you right then, Phil?
We're just trying to figure out the camera tracking, and then we're good to go. Do you need anything?
Nah, I think I'm good.
You all right? Do you want the Madonna mic?
I think we spoke yesterday that, are you going to roam? Yeah, so we'll probably change it up with, I might do here, Brendan will roam. We've got the panel where we'll be out there. I don't know what Tim and Melody are doing, so we'll need them for the panel, but I'll just start from here.
All right, no worries.
Visually, I think if they're watching, if you've got different things that they're looking at, if we're all from here, I think it'd be problematic.
I've got to have a chat to you about the Q&A when it comes to DE.
Yep.
Is that all right?
Yep.
I might as well do that now.
Yeah. Well, Cameron's a part of it, so.
All right, so while they're speaking, if you want to sit next to me up here, we'll have the questions going and they'll be upvoting and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anything around efficiency speed?
Yep.
With what they're talking about. Is it good with addressing any questions around launch explore? They actually want the opportunity to do that, so if we can manufacture an opportunity, that'd be awesome. They're like screening and assessment of tier 1.
Yep.
Good. So these are the 4 that they're
Yeah.
they're like stay the hell away from what we're doing.
In terms of what?
Like, questions like, yeah, great, what does this look like in secondary? They just don't have the advices yet.
Right.
It's still in development.
Yep.
And anything around kind of the intervention space, because that's a moving space at the moment.
That's Cameron's
So,
there to go.
yeah, no, I'm saying for DE, if we're going to ask a question around that,
Yep.
let's just not ask a question
Okay.
around that for them.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can address those things in the panel, or like.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at planning and look at MTSS.
Yeah. You're going to have a laptop,
Okay.
so that
Just for
way-
when, like, I just need the questions, so.
So what we'll do, so we'll have Slido open,
Yeah.
and we'll have it open as well.
For coffee or anything like that?
I'm good. I'll come grab a tea in a second.
Yeah, just but the people will start, it's
Yeah,
always a bit of a line, so that's why I like to give that a shout out.
So we'll have Slido open here. So Belinda and I will be approving all the questions and things like that, so they can go through and be upvoted on.
Yep.
So we'll get you the same page, so you'll see the questions that are coming up.
Yep. And if I see them, they've been
If
approved.
they've been approved,
Yeah.
and that way.
Because I think that's all about getting an iPad yesterday.
They're going to get you something. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
okay.
exactly what they're going to get you, but they're going to get you something. And then you can just make decisions from up there.
Yep.
About what you might want to kind of ask.
Yep.
If you want to do it that way.
Yeah, I think that's probably the easiest. And then it will just be, looking at if there's new stuff that we haven't covered in the panel. We need to keep in mind that the streams people are 30 seconds behind us. So their questions will come through a little bit later than everyone else's.
Yeah.
Because you don't want it to be that it's just always the questions from here.
Yeah. So we're not taking any questions directly.
No, but I
Yeah,
mean,
just-
they will get it first.
They'll be able to
They're-
pitch it straight
Yeah,
in.
because I'm saying that they'll start punching it in. It doesn't relay out to YouTube until 30 seconds later,
Yeah, no worries.
is my understanding. All right.
Yeah,
cool.
no, it is. It's a 30-second delay. It was pretty awkward when I test the other day.
Yeah. Which I don't think it won't matter. It's because we won't know.
No, it'll be fine.
It's not like you're cutting till and going, here's the wave, and then like you're sitting there for 30 seconds waiting for them to hear that.
Yeah,
So,
you know, like they're not even there.
yeah.
Do you won't need your notes. You haven't really kind of got notes in your slide decks, have you?
Nah, I've got some handwritten stuff that I'll just
Just a quick
bring up.
test. I don't think this is going to work
Okay.
because it wasn't charged.
Okay.
Because I wasn't aware that we were going to go with the tracking camera.
Okay.
We will do probably what I had planned to do, which is use the fixed lectern camera, but I'm up in the booth moving it.
Controlling it. Oh, that's
Yes.
fine. All right, that's fine. So, so you know,
I'll grab a tea, Phil. I'll come back.
all good. So all the morning sessions will be up here. So when so it's not a problem for me, but like, because I'll just introduce, welcome everybody here.
Yep.
But when Ryan comes up, he'll do his work from here in the morning. He'll introduce Kendra. Kendra will do her work from here. Ryan will come back up, introduce Brendan. Brendan will use this.
Okay.
So you'll need to track him and follow him.
Yes.
Um,
We've done a mic test with those, yes? Was that one of
yeah,
the
we've
ones?
tested both. They're
Excellent.
good. They're working.
Yep.
Haven't
you're happy with
tested these?
Yes, those were working when I tested them.
Beautiful. When after morning tea, we'll have DE. We're not sure where DE want to be yet, so we'll keep you posted.
Yep.
After DE, we'll have the school-based panels. That's going to be all there.
Yes.
So right in the middle here.
Okay.
And we are recording. We are beaming in. You know that we're beaming in Bentley West out to
No, I did not. know
Shepparton
that.
and.
Oh, yeah, we're beaming out.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
yeah.
fine.
Just when they do their school-based
Yeah,
presentation.
that's no difference to me. That's on their end, so that's fine.
And then, all right, we're all good. The only other thing is, can we get this switched over so
To
that
the
we can
notes
see the
again?
notes over here?
Yeah, it was
We
switched.
got them there.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's supposed to be the other way around. Fix that up for you.
It's not bad. Actually, it's probably preferable for them to be there, to tell you the truth, because
You
that way
reckon so?
they can see their next slide. Yeah, that's fine. Leave
If
that
that
there.
works. Okay.
Leave that there. That's all good.
Yep.
All right.
Brilliant.
Simon's just going to control the camera.
You can just manually do it.
Yes,
and
we've got
follow.
a joystick
Okay,
up
great.
there. That's probably the best option because this thing that enables the camera tracking isn't charged.
Can we just test the camera moving around? Is that all right?
Yeah, if we wander, can you
If you
follow us so that we can have a little
pretend I'm Brendan.
Yes, I'll go upstairs and do that from there.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Simon. Appreciate it. And then I'm going to go have a cigarette.
God, this spills on. This joke's telling. I'm like, but were you updating? Like, she's like, yeah, the master. I'm like, yeah, but the year to the master. And she's like,
No, she
what do
wasn't.
you
She wasn't
mean?
in
I
that.
said, no, Phil was taking what you did.
All they need to do is focus on Kerry's still there, Kerry's still the teacher. There's just going to be some different help in the room. Alright, well, have a lovely day.
Okay. We don't care. That's fine.
Are they for real?
It's fine by us, people. Fine by us. All right, is it ready to follow?
Are you up there, Simon?
Yep, ready to go.
Where have we got? Slow.
Okay. All right, you got this? You're all good?
I think just walk back and forth a couple of times as if you're presenting.
And so then I said.
Oh, you've got the water. Yeah, I got a jug. I've got a glass. I've got some glass.
All right, beautiful. Thanks, Simon.
No. Well, I can put it on a little that little table.
What do you think? Just wondering if other people might put their stuff there, and although would it be smaller and they'll bump it off?
Well, that's why I thought that it might get taken out.
That's all right. We'll move it. But
Do we have backup batteries for the clicker?
We're, by the way, we've got control of the clicker, so if anything fails here.
No, I know that. Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it's got to start.
No worries.
Have you got that plugged in as well? Yeah.
There's no plugs there.
Okay, that's what I was worried about.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to charge in between. Actually, I might put it on the charger now.
Yeah.
And I will just use the back channel to chat to those if need be with regards to everything. Where do you want me? To be honest, I think it would be best to be sort of placed right at the back. Yeah, I think so. So that I can run out. Run out and down yours. Because if you're here. And oh no, I wasn't planning on being here. Yeah. I think it'll be. This is not where I'm needed. And it might. It's mostly just in terms of when people arrive and stuff. I've said that they need to notify us. That's what
less, I'll do this.
Yeah.
Do you want to get set up?
Sure. Start.
Do you want to run it through the back or something? Or?
Will I just be standing until I'm presenting?
No, we'll get you.
No, like I can. It's just because if I put it on my back, then I'll stand.
Yeah.
If I'm sitting, then I'll put it on my
What's
side.
it?
Yeah.
Completely up to you. Whatever you
I'll
prefer.
stand.
Prefer to stand?
And I was just adding up the time before you start. What do you start at 9:30?
Yeah, 9:30.
9:30, right? So you
Yeah.
got half an hour. So you choose, or you can. Okay.
Keep the energy up. Don't want to relax too much.
You can run up and down the stairs if you like.
Yeah. That won't distract
All the
anyone.
way to the top.
Who is this madman? This madman from New South Wales.
Hey, and then you'll come down and be like, started off as a PE teacher.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, right, that's the guy.
That's why he's a bit
So what's
hyper.
going on?
Good. You want me to straighten it out for you? There we go. Should be right. We'll test it in a sec anyway.
Is it on now or not?
No, I'll turn it on for you.
Who's the
You want to test it?
Yeah. Testing.
It's pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty
Alright.
good. So if you do one the back here, you can see your next slide. You got it here as well. You can do whatever you need
Cool.
to do. Yeah. This camera here will track you the whole time, so don't get distracted. This screen here and these two screens will show you pres.
Yeah.
All right. And there's your clicker.
Nice.
Turn it off for now. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
No,
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I caught up with one of the eels out there.
Oh yeah.
And it was good because I was just kind of asking, like, what are you hoping to get out today? And I think, like a lot of the things I'm touching on is exactly what she wants to hear. Yeah.
There's so much. So it actually, the flow in terms of concepts, there's multiple exposures on everything. So it's going to be really good.
Yeah.
And people are excited to hear from you, Brendan.
Yeah.
People are excited that we've got more than we've ever got from this. This is the biggest we've ever they haven't done this since 2023. There were like 400 participants then.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who are basically chatting, going, "Oh yeah, we'll rock up because we want to hear Brendan."
Yeah.
It's an opportunity to hear Brendan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and it's good what you've got. So the schools that are presenting, they're all people that are presented at conferences. And so they're going to be sending us a message. It's good. Yeah, Sasha, who's presenting at the other side?
I don't know who's presenting. Sarah's going to be on the panel. I don't know. Two of her learning specialists.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay.
It'll be good.
Oh, okay, right.
No, it's good. There's through line going right.
Or just so you met Brad and Sasha.
You know, Tim.
But yeah, they're teachers that have been working on that project. So we've got a couple of spoke to the other week. He's like, just not you take a phone call for?
And I'll welcome everyone.
So you guys need to think.
So I didn't know you were working on different
Set up.
slides, and I did all that.
You're after me too, so we can talk about it or whether you want to.
So,
I was basically.
Friday night, so I think there's a couple.
I'm just going to dump it in the corner because I need to keep touching.
you don't want to leave it in? I was just untangling it, so it's that flat.
I'll take it out anyway because I'll take it with me once I leave the stage.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Melody?
Melody, yes.
Phil.
Ah,
Lovely
nice
to meet you.
Same.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. just sussing out how it all works. We've got a clicker if we need, or can we just manually do it?
clicked over to, I think, 9:08. So in a couple of minutes or about 60 seconds, we'll kick off with the day. So good to have you with us. Looking forward to engaging. The other thing that I'd say is it will be a little bit odd maybe to be in North Melbourne. So when we do participant engagement, it's not going to be put your hand up and we'll share here, even though you're in the room with us. We want to make sure that there's equitable access to the presenters. And so the main way to engage with us is through Slido. So I'll introduce that as a part of the next bit of the session, but just remember that that's going to be the main way to contact us to ask questions, and we'll look through that. The other thing that might be a little bit, maybe you won't realise as much, but the other thing to sort of keep in mind is there's a 30-second delay on the YouTube live stream. So you guys will, when you're engaging in the Q&A, it'll be all your responses that come through first, and it'll be the YouTube people that come through next. So I think we're right to go. Okay, now people are just listening to me ramble as I go live to other places within the state. So good morning and welcome. It's great to have you with us. We're really looking forward to working with you through this day of learning, looking at numeracy and mathematics teaching and learning. I'd like to thank the local facilitators for opening up the day at the different sites, and welcome you to this wonderful day of learning. My name's Ryan Dunn. I'm a senior lecturer at Melbourne University. My background's in maths education, and I've sort of shifted into middle leadership and senior leadership work, but really looking forward to going back to my roots and talking about mathematics today with everyone. So we've got a big day of learning, and really when we started to put this day together, and I thank the Academy team for the great work that they've done on this, when we thought about the instructional shifts that have been associated with the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0, when we started to really look closely at the sorts of things that are within that model, the main idea of what we thought about today was to say, let's celebrate the great things that are already happening within the state. So we're not necessarily going off and saying we need to introduce new practices to different schools and classrooms within the state, but it's about celebrating the great things that are already happening here and seeing if we can scale some of those great practices. And so when you engage with the day, that's what we'll be looking at, is some of the great things that we already see existing and how we can start to scale some of that work. So when we think about the day, there's been an enormous appetite for this work. And so when we think about where you're coming in from, we've got 10 locations across Victoria that are being live streamed at the moment. We've got 9 school-based presentations that are going to take place. So we're celebrating the success that's already occurring within this wonderful sector. And then we've also got a keynote speaker, Brendan Lee, who's going to come on and talk about mathematics. And we've got Tim Wilson and his team coming to talk about some of the supports and resources that are starting to filter through within mathematics. And so the other thing that I'd say is there's also over 600 registrations for the day, which is enormous. So end of term, sort of everyone's busy. We weren't sure how much appetite there would be for this, but over 600 registrations, and got to the point where it's actually booked out. We couldn't take any more registrations. And so for me, when I was thinking about this, it's probably, been since Taylor Swift coming to town that there hasn't been an appetite for tickets for something. And true story, I've actually been getting emails through the week saying, hey, Ryan, we couldn't get a ticket. Can you send us the live stream? We want the link. So I don't know if the Academy are aware of this, but there's actually a black market now for Academy programs. So it's a great thing to see that there's an appetite for numeracy and mathematics professional learning. We feel the pressure. We're hoping that this day really hits the mark. We want to make sure that we're really talking about the ideas that you're grappling with, and we look forward to working with you. So just for me to frame up the day quickly before I hand over to Kendra, is that just to acknowledge that it's the last week of term 1. I know from being a school teacher and a school leader that you've probably got these whirlpool of demands where there's lots of things going on to close out term 1, but also you're probably shifting your horizon to term 2 and thinking, I've got to get set up for term 2. And so we know to take a day out of that to engage in your own learning is a really difficult thing to do. But what we want to acknowledge is that you've taken the time to do this, and also to say that to engage deeply with this work, we'd say, just hopefully rise above some of that urgent stuff that might be occurring in schools and saying maybe we can put a little bit of it off, not dip into the emails as much and start to think about some of the work that we're looking at today. And so when we start to rise above it and engage in the work that we're focused on today, we will definitely be focusing on the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0. And when we engage in the learning, I want you to think about, and we'll come back to this frame later in the day, but I want you to think about the 4 R's. And so when we're going through today, hopefully there's some things that come up where you say, they're actually practices that we already do. And so that's a really nice thing to acknowledge and say that these are practices that we actually want to retain.
that they're a part of the model, we're doing them well, and we should celebrate that success. But we also hope that when you go through the day that you look at things and go, we kind of do that, but maybe there's a little bit of nuance in how we could undertake it. And so I'll talk about worked examples in my session, and we'll talk about using worked examples through guided practice. And you might go, well, we actually use worked examples, but it might be more in the I do phase. So that might be that you're just thinking about, we need to refine that practice. So taking some of the ideas and going, it's just a small tweak. And with those things, you might say, hey, we can actually start that early in term 2. Like, this is not something that we need to do a lot of strategy work around, but we could refine that practice and launch into it fairly quickly. But having said that, while we might have some things that we retain and we refine, we might also have some things that we need to revamp. And that could be, if I'm a teacher, that I go back and I advocate with the school improvement team to say, you know what, I've done some learning and some thinking around this, and we might actually need to talk about how we approach some of these things. That maybe we need to re-energise some aspects of our teaching and learning model to be aligned to the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0. And finally, and we hope there's not loads of these things, but there might be some things we need to de-implement. And so there might also be an acknowledgement of, when we look at some of the things that come out of today, that there could be some things that we take away. And say, to create some space for this new way of working and these instructional shifts associated with the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0, that we may need to de-implement some teaching techniques and some practices. And so as we move through the day, that's the frame that I want you to be thinking about. Celebrate the success of the things that you're doing wonderfully well, and you all are doing things wonderfully well, but also look for opportunities where it might be, hey, that's just a small tweak we could do here that could lead to significant improvement with the kids that we're working with. Or it might also be a conversation about, you know what, we need to be open and honest and say, there may be some practices that we could let go of to open up the space to look at some new things. And so the main way that we want you to engage today, and while I've got a live audience in front of me, and I've just told them this before we come on live, the main way to engage in the day is actually through Slido. And so we'll be using this as presenters to look at questions that people have got and responding to it. And so I'd really encourage you to get out your phones, to QR code that link and to open it up so you've got it open for the day. So just pause for 5 seconds to 10 seconds now so you can do that. I think we're pretty good at QR codes in Victoria, although we don't want to have that conversation. So yeah, everyone sort of in here is going, we've got it done now, Ryan. So that's the main way that we'll engage. So if you've got questions, if you've got comments, if you've got wonderings, put them in there. We've got a team of people looking at them and curating them. You can upvote things. So if you like a comment that's in there and you think that's a really good question I want to know more about, upvote it so we can go, oh, lots of people want to know that. We need to address that on the day. And so when we get into explicit teaching, we'll talk about the interactive and dynamic nature of it. We'd really like to model that by making sure that we're open to your questions and responding to your needs. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Kendra Parker, the Director of the Leadership Excellence Division, to open up the day as well. So thank you, everyone. Look forward to working with you today.
Thanks, Ryan, and just reiterating a huge welcome and congratulations on prioritising your time for professional learning today, and the impact it's going to have on your students at the end of the day today is going to be worth your time in this last busy week of school. Before I go on, I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today across Victoria, and pay my respect to elders past and present, and to the ongoing living cultures of First Peoples. Through education, we walk towards a more equitable and inclusive community for all. And I always like to acknowledge our First Nations peoples as the first educators and first students on these lands, and that we can carry that through into the work that we do in education, in the way that we work, but also in the work that we do in ensuring equitable and equal access to excellent education across Victoria for all First Nations students and families. So it is my pleasure to make some introductory remarks today and to set this exciting day up. I think it's been said a few times, but over 600 people in person across Victoria for this event today is really quite amazing. And when I was thinking about this last night, I thought, you know, not many things could do that. And I love Ryan's analogy to Taylor Swift. So from now on, I'm going to call this a Swifty Day and take that with me. Before I go on, I would like to introduce or welcome a few people and thank a few people as well. First of all, to Tim Wilson, Executive Director of the Curriculum and Teaching Practice Division, who's here today and has worked really closely with the Academy to make sure that we have the best day for you today, aligned to the work that you're doing in our government schools. And also joining Tim is Melody McCormick, who's a Strategic Advisor for Mathematics Improvement, who are going to present to you today as well. So welcome to Tim and Melody. I'd also like to acknowledge Sarah Asom, the Principal of Bentley West Primary School, Maria Zervos, a Learning Specialist at Vermont Secondary College, and Cameron Peverett, Principal of Lake Colac Specialist School and President of the Principals Association of Specialist Schools, who you will hear from in the panel conversations today. And as has been mentioned, an event like this cannot happen without an incredible team of people. So I do just want to indulge me for a minute while I give a shout out to the people that have brought this day together. So to our manager of our professional learning programs, professional learning partnerships programs, Mel Boyd. I'm not sure where Mel is, but she's done an incredible amount of work to get today up and running. Phil, who you've already met, and in the background we have all sorts of people: Melinda, Belinda, Manami, Kira, Amanda, Lena, Alex, Erin and Karen and Travis as well, who've all worked to put this day together along with the tech team. And I think Simon's up in the booth right now. So maybe we could just give a round of applause for all of those people, please. Some of you may not have been here before. I heard a few people say that they hadn't. You may have been to our East Melbourne building, which is our newest Academy site, or if you've been around for a while, you may have been here when it was known as Bastow. But the Academy, the Victorian Academy of Teaching and Leadership, has changed since the days of Bastow, and we are an Australian first, if not world first, entity that serves the whole education sector across Victoria, including government, Catholic and independent schools. We offer evidence-informed professional learning to all sectors. We create pathways for exceptional educators to be able to contribute to school and system performance, and we work to raise the public awareness of the amazing status of the profession of teaching and the professionalism that you carry in the work that you do. But today is about you, government schools, and teachers and leaders who want to give kids the best education possible and a start in their mathematics and numeracy journey as possible. I think Ryan pointed out we have 10 sites going. I'm just going to say it again because I do think it's incredible. 615 people located in North and East Melbourne, Geelong, Bendigo, Ballarat, Moe, Shepparton, Mildura, Bairnsdale and Wangaratta. So a huge commitment across our state to improving mathematics outcomes for students through evidence-informed teaching and learning. Also want to shout out the schools today that are going to be presenting in all of the local areas, and I'm particularly going to steal the floor here and shout out to Zara Harvey, who's at East Melbourne from Listerfield Primary School, which is my old school. I am a former principal, and so I'm very excited to have her work and the work of Listerfield Primary School being highlighted today, as I'm sure all the principals across the state whose schools are presenting are proud as well. It's okay. There's only 615 people listening. Today will involve opportunities for you to hear from experts in the field and leaders in our system and see firsthand the wonderful work that's already taking place. As Ryan set up before, there's some great stuff happening. It's not throwing everything out and starting again. It's recognising the good work that's already been done. It's retaining, it's refining, it's refreshing, and it might be removing as well. So learning outcomes for today. You'll hear from Brendan Lee, school leader, consultant and the host of Knowledge for Teachers podcast, which I listened to on the car on the way here this morning to get my head in this space and to learn to understand how learning happens in maths and how to teach for productive learning. Our DE colleagues, Tim and Melody, will provide updates on mathematics and the VTLM 2.0. And then you'll hear from the different school settings in their implementation journey, and then start to have time this afternoon to consider your implementation plan. How are you going to make this work in your school when you go back after today? Nothing at the Academy for me starts without the Academy's Leadership Excellence Framework, or the ALEF, a key piece of work that I worked on when I was principal in residence before taking up this role. Hopefully you're all familiar with it. In the room, if there's a show of hands who may or may not have seen it, or who has seen it, I should say. All right, a few people, but not many. So there's some great programs we can get you into to help you with that. But this is the Academy's Leadership Excellence Framework. It sets out what excellent school leaders at all levels, from classroom leaders to whole school leaders and system leaders, what they should know, what they should do and how they should be to be successful in their role. It's an evidence-informed framework that was designed with Professor Viviane Robinson over many, many years, and it provides the basis for all of our professional learning here at the Academy. But more importantly, it provides you with a framework for how you can operate as an excellent leader. So embracing the Leadership Excellence Framework means building your knowledge. You cannot be an excellent leader unless you work in those domains and build your knowledge in those areas. And today you'll really be working on building your knowledge in the areas of leading, teaching, learning and wellbeing, developing self, others and teams, and leading improvement, innovation and change. What's important, though, is what you do with that knowledge after today, and that's the capabilities running through the middle of our framework. It's about using the knowledge that you find today, that you learn today, that you're building on from today, and how you use it in your school to solve your complex problems of mathematics teaching and learning. And how are you going to do that while you build trust with your teams across your schools to follow you in this important work? And then beyond knowledge, leaders in this space who are doing this change and this implementation must embody dispositions. And our dispositions specific to the educational profession are around open-mindedness, interpersonal courage, perseverance and empathy. The VTLM 2.0 and the Academy's Leadership Excellence Framework are all about equity and excellence in student learning and wellbeing. And the VTLM really represents an opportunity to elevate your understanding of how students learn in mathematics specifically today and how teachers can plan, teach and assess in mathematics. By displaying the dispositions of open-mindedness and perseverance, you can create a high-performing culture of high expectations. And by using empathy and interpersonal courage, you can create a culture of support and collective accountability. As leaders and teachers in mathematics and numeracy space, you have a key role in ensuring excellent learning and teaching is available to all students in your care. So, also a bit of a plug for some further learning for you after today. You need to have relevant knowledge, and you do that through professional learning, and it's such an important part of your work. Sometimes it's hard to find the time to do it, and we appreciate that. But to continue on your journeys, all these people that we're hearing from today is because of the professional learning and the time that they put into keeping up to date. Nothing new can be successful if we don't put the time into professional learning to make sure that we can implement it properly. So just drawing your attention, if from today you want to continue this journey, our two programs that we particularly want to call out is the Leading Mathematics program, which offers a unique opportunity to deepen your leadership and sharpen your focus on impactful teaching practices. So it's a chance to form a team in your school and to come along and undertake professional learning next to your peers, to share your insights, refine strategies, and lead mathematics improvement in your school. It's a leadership program to lead mathematics. We're really excited to be partnering with the Mathematical Association of Victoria, or MAV, for this year for the delivery of the program, and it's currently open for expressions of interest. Very excited that MAV have already shown their commitment to the success of this program by attending today's event at a number of our sites across Victoria. There's some in Moe, Ballarat, Geelong, Shepparton and Bendigo, and here in North Melbourne. Welcome. Really great to have you on board for this exciting program. So I encourage you, if you're here, to say hello today. The Numeracy Pedagogy and Practice program, on the other hand, provides a hands-on, practice-oriented approach to building capability in numeracy instruction. So really designed to empower educators to tackle real-world challenges and implement effective student solutions, and it's led by local academy-trained facilitators in your area. So I encourage you to take advantage of those programs. Also wanted to draw your attention to the Addressing Mathematics Anxiety Resources Pack that the Academy has developed. It's a fantastic resource. We know that for students to be successful, we have to address their anxiety, we have to build their confidence. So this resource pack was developed in collaboration with the Australian Council for Educational Research, and I encourage you to have a look at that and explore that in your schools after today as well. Oh. I had a new slide in there, but it didn't upload. But thank you for your attendance and engagement today across all of Victoria. We're really honoured to have you here and to be able to host this symposium. The fact, again, that we have over 600 educators, you're going to hear that all day, by the way, working alongside the Academy, our external partners, our DE partners and school partners. It's really a testament to our collective commitment to improving outcomes for all students across Victoria. So thank you again.
Thanks, Kendra. Just taking your lead, Kendra, where you're shouting out to Zara, who was a teacher at your school. For the people in East Melbourne, you've also got Brad Newen presenting. He was a student of mine at Melbourne University. And despite having me as a lecturer, does wonderful things. So you're in safe hands in East Melbourne. So happening within our system. It is now my privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Brendan Lee. Brendan's done an enormous amount of work looking at the science of learning and evidence-based practices in mathematics. He is a primary and secondary educator, teacher, consultant on the board of OCA, a really well-respected organisation, and podcaster. So I'll welcome Brendan to the stage. Thank you.
Now, I love how Brian's already made that connection to Taylor Swift. And in case you didn't know, that was actually meant to happen as part of the effect. Happened a little bit early. The lights are meant to be out now, and I'm meant to run on stage, have the spotlight on me, and then do a bit of a song and dance. No, look, are we going through now? Or? Am I just talking to people here? Or? Yes. Yeah, right now you are. Just talking to people here. Cool. Look, I don't want to give away too much of the good stuff because otherwise everyone else will miss out. But look, essentially, okay. All the teachers in the crowd, you guys are all thinking, oh, I'm used to this. This is what happens every day, you know? It's like when you're trying to log into your computer and it's taken forever to load, or you're in a new classroom and you don't know how to use a whiteboard, and so you're fiddling around trying to get what you need to get up. Look, I get it. It's what happens, and even in this fancy space where I feel like I'm about to make some sort of announcement that's going to go across the world and it's going to completely change what's happening. I'm hoping that we can to a different extent. Are we good to go now, Bill? Turn off.
Maybe while we're just getting this sorted out, we've got to turn and talk to the person there.
And don't mention the alternate.
Completely lost all the roving lights.
Sure.
So we'll just need you at the left turn.
Yeah.
I'll give you a cue if it changes, all right?
Yeah, all good. It's probably. I'll just stay here. Yeah. Are we on?
start standing here, but something's happening with the power of the road and bike. So once you've started here, we'll try and reset.
I'll just-
We'll give you that hands up.
I'm happy to stay here. Yeah, it's probably smooth. Yeah. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Thank you. I'm hoping that everyone who is joining us from externally, you're able to join us right now and you're actually following along. I'm going to pretend that you are, even if you're not. And just kind of reconnecting with everyone. Like what I was saying to people on site here is that this is what it feels like day to day in the classroom, where you've got all this great technology and it fails on you just when you need it the most. Today I'll start with telling you a little bit about my story. And when I reflect back on being invited to speak at a day like today, it feels a little bit surreal, because if you had asked me at the start of my career whether I would be getting flown around the country to talk to people about maths, I would have told you you're absolutely kidding yourself. I actually started out as a high school PE teacher, so yeah, really different to the space that I'm into in today. And what I've learned along the way is that one of the most important things is just to keep coming back to your purpose around like why you do what you do, how you can kind of have the most impact in what you do. And for me, I went through that emotional roller coaster when I was a high school teacher. I taught for probably 6 or 7 years across both the public and private systems in New South Wales. And I definitely loved what I did, because I grew up wanting to become a professional athlete. So I used to play the other oval ball sport game in Australia, rugby league, and I had aspirations to make it as a professional athlete. And when that didn't kind of work out, you basically have two career options. It's either physio or personal trainer, that sort of thing, or PE teacher. So I went down that avenue of being a PE teacher, and I definitely loved my time doing that. But I got to this point where I just started to really feel disconnected to what I was doing, and I'm sure there's a lot of you who are probably feeling parts of that even today, where you're starting to question what you're doing, why you're doing it, like what should you be doing next? And so I went through that, and I actually left teaching for a couple of years. So I opened up a cafe, and that's definitely a story for another day. And I do love coming to Melbourne and getting to experience your great coffee here. But essentially, like I always kind of had this sense that I had unfinished business in education, and there were things that I still wanted to accomplish. And one of the things that really got me when I was a high school teacher was the amount of students who were coming into Year 7 who were already disengaged from their learning. So they were already switched off. So I know you're probably thinking like, why does this PE teacher care about, what students can do and how smart they are? Because even as a PE teacher, like half of our teaching load is still in the classroom, okay? And for those of you that aren't high school teachers, basically every single lesson, students are being asked to do things like summarize. They've got to read, they've got to write responses, and that's basically assumed knowledge. The other thing that really kind of makes it difficult in high schools is that often they're streamed, okay? Our students are streamed, and so they're put into the bottom tier classes, and they basically stay there for the rest of their school career. And it definitely got to me. And so when I was kind of contemplating what to do next, I thought about let's see what's happening at the other end. Let's see what's happening, in primary schools. Is there anything that can actually be done? And when I did return, I kind of likened myself to being a born again teacher, And so I returned, but this time with a renewed sense of purpose in what I was doing. I knew that I wanted to have a broader impact beyond just those students in front of me. And the way that I kind of saw that playing out was, through things like social media. I started up a blog. I didn't really know what I was going to blog about when I started it. But essentially it was just kind of sharing what I was learning. And as I've developed that knowledge, it's I guess, a holding spot for other people to go to and I guess learn from a fellow teacher. And that's what I am. I'm still a teacher. Just yesterday I was
having to cover all these different classes because we had one AP dealing with a suspension. So I'm covering her. So I get that. I had to spend half a day trying to turn computers on for NAPLAN the other week. So I get the realities of what all of you are going through day to day. But I also really want to know the best ways of teaching things, because again, coming back to my sporting background where I grew up understanding how, you've got to just focus on the things that you can control. You've got to focus on the things that drive you as a person. And so as an athlete, that was about physically, how could I become the fittest, the strongest, the fastest, the most skillful? When it comes to teaching, how can I build up my knowledge base? Yeah, and so that's what we have control over, our knowledge and what we do in the classroom. And so I moved away from making excuses, so making excuses around, it's the student's fault, it's the family's fault, it's the school's fault, rather than making excuses and trying to blame other people for things not going right in my classroom. I kind of reflected back on, what are the things that I can be doing? And it turns out that there were a lot of things that I could be doing. Initially it started with learning, about how do we teach reading? And for anyone that's ever made that transition from high school to primary, let me tell you, I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. Absolutely no idea. And so I've rocked up into this year 4 classroom thinking, how hard can a bunch of 9 and 10-year-olds be? I'm used to teaching 17 and 18-year-olds. They can't be harder than teenagers. Those people that are laughing, you guys already know the answer. It's extremely difficult, okay? It's extremely difficult because as teachers, as primary teachers, you need to be experts in every single content area and also know how to teach that age group who is in front of you. So it's really difficult. And, I felt like the first few weeks, I was speaking another language to them because I essentially was. I was used to using academic language, and I'm throwing out these big terms to these 9 and 10-year-olds, and they're just staring at me and they're like, "What are you going on about, Mr. Lee?" And so I found it really difficult, and I had to learn the hard way. Okay, it was quite a humbling process because I knew what good teaching felt like, and I wasn't experiencing that, and so that's where it had me asking questions. So I initially started with asking colleagues, what does it look like? What should I be doing to teach maths, to teach English? What are the things I need to be doing? And I tried all these things out, but nothing really felt effective. Okay, and so that's where I soon was exposed to the research. Okay, and initially it was a few books. There was Lynn Stone's Reading for Life, The Writing Revolution, Dylan Williams' Formative Assessment, and so I've just dug into these books, right? And basically, I've been stuck down this rabbit hole ever since. Okay, and every now and then I pop my head out to talk to people like yourselves. But otherwise, I'm reading, I'm watching, I'm listening to everything that I can to build up my knowledge base as much as possible. And right now, I kind of see my role as being a bit of a translator. So translating that research into what it actually looks like in the classroom. What does it mean for you? When you rock up to period 1 or 9 o'clock in the morning, what does that actually look like? What should you be doing? What do you need to do to ensure that the students in front of you are able to learn effectively? All right, so if the light's going off this morning, the power going out, and Ryan's Taylor Swift analogy hasn't woken you up yet, hopefully this story does. And I like to refer to this story. I first came across it in Kyle Hendrick and Paul Kirshner's book, How Learning Happens. And it's about this surgeon, Robert Liston, who had this massive reputation as being like an outstanding practitioner. And so this is in the late 1800s, early 1900s, over in the UK. And people from all over the country would come to watch this guy. Incredibly, it was like a spectator sport. So people would be coming in, and he would just lap up the pressure. He would be talking to them, actually saying to them, like, "Time me, gentlemen, time me," and encouraging them to put pressure on him, because at the time, this is before anaesthetics, so it was you had a lot of pressure to be quick with what you did, and so he had the reputation of being the fastest knife in the West End, and so he would just come in and He'd have this blood-stained apron. He was like your Dustin Martins, your Buddy Franklins of the world, like just coming in and just encouraging them to put the pressure on him. What actually happened was that when they actually looked at the data, during his time in practice, death rates actually increased. So he had this incredible reputation, but in actual fact, he was terrible. And I tell you this story, not because I wanted to wake you up with a gruesome story, and I've got another part to add in a moment, but I tell you this story because it's like a warning, right? Often in education, we get fooled by the Robert Listons of the world, okay? The people who have an incredible reputation, and it might not even be a person. Robert Liston, he could represent the latest and greatest program, the latest, pedagogical approach, whatever it is, okay? But what we actually really need to be able to do is to have a really strong, in education, we need to have a really strong understanding of how learning happens so that when these Robert Listons come in, we're able to distinguish between the information that we should be letting in and the information that we should be kind of stopping from coming in. Side note, there's this story of Robert Liston who in one surgery actually had a 300% death rate. So there were 3 people who died. The person he was operating on, he also happened to slice his assistant, and then someone actually had a heart attack because of all the blood. And so this is a big warning, okay? It's a big warning to not be fooled by the Robert Listons, okay? To not be fooled, whether the Robert Liston's a teacher, a colleague, whether it is an external person coming in, really build up your knowledge of how learning happens so that you can make better decisions, both minute to minute in the classroom and then broadly when you are starting to make decisions around where to next as a school. These are my professional learning norms, and today I just wanted to start with these more so that I'm firstly able to set my expectations for the day of what I hope from you, but secondly, as a way to kind of frame your mindset as we go through today's learning. So the first one is be curious, okay? One of the things that we know about learning is that if you're not at the very least open-minded to new bits of information coming in, then nothing's going to happen, okay? So you've got to at least be open to changes. It doesn't mean that you've got to take everything that I say as like this is what we've got to do. Like I said at the start, like be wary of people like myself coming in. Know what to take in, what to kind of contextualize, and then what to kind of say, nah, that's not for me. So be curious, be aware of your cognitive biases. So we've got these things where essentially as human beings, we are lazy thinkers. We would do our very best to not have to think hard at all. Right? And that's what we see in the classroom, right? Is that anytime there's some small distraction, students would rather go for that distraction than have to think hard about what the teacher's trying to teach. So be aware of those cognitive biases coming in. So they are the things that will kind of tell you, that it's your inner voice telling you, no, don't take this new information on because that's going to make you think hard. Just be comfortable with what you currently know and keep doing what you're doing. All right, so be aware of that coming in today. Be courageous. Okay, be courageous in showing a little bit of vulnerability in where you're at. Okay, the things that you've struggled with at school in the classroom. Be courageous in when we do ask for you to respond, whether that's through turn and talk or having to submit some sort of answer. Like be courageous in getting involved in today's discussion. Be understanding. Be understanding of the fact that we are all at different points in our learning journey, okay? So when you are talking to other people, be understanding of the fact that they might be at a different spot to you. They might not be ready for the messages that I'm pushing today, right? But hopefully we can help them, move along this journey with us together. So rather than, talking down to people, or judging them or criticizing them, be understanding of where they're at. Be understanding of the fact that this is the last week of the term. In New South Wales, we've still got one more week, so feel sorry for us. Be understanding that, you might be feeling fatigued today. The person that you're talking to might be feeling that. And also, try to still be your best self. So when you do find your mind wandering today, and thinking about your endless list of to-do things that you haven't got done yet, try to just keep bringing yourself back into the moment. We've got like these distractions, called phones. Try to keep them away as much as possible, because as soon as you kind of get it out and you start scrolling, before you know it, you're 10 minutes in and you've just missed a key chunk of information that is being delivered today. So yeah, I would appreciate it if you were able to kind of follow these norms, and I think it'll make today a lot more useful for you if you do. Also understand this, okay? So this comes from Thomas Guskey and his model of teacher change. And what he talks about is how, as a professional development provider, I would hope that when I deliver a message, that straight away, the people in front of me, they're like, yeah, this sounds great, Brendan. I'm on board. I'm implementing these things tomorrow. And it's all done just like that, okay? However, what we actually know about teacher change is that often they need to see the proof in the pudding first. So whether that is going to see another classroom putting this into action, another teacher, actually modelling whatever it is that you're talking about, or they've actually got to put it into practice themselves. So they've got to do it, and 6 months down the track, when they've seen the data, then they're on board. Okay, so be understanding of this as well. Is that coming back to those cognitive biases and those things that might get in the way, that might prevent you from thinking about new things today, sometimes you might just have to give it a go. Okay, so maybe just pick one thing out of today, and we've already had a couple of messages around how, there's so many things on our plate, it can feel overwhelming. If I could just give you one message from today is even if you just take one thing, whether it's from my presentation, someone else's presentation today, even if you just take that one thing that you're going to work on in the classroom at your school, that's making you that tiny bit more effective in what you do in the future, okay? And this is the whole thing about teacher improvement, right? If we just keep making these small incremental improvements in our practice, then collectively, this is really how we start to see school improvement happen. Now, a lot of you are probably thinking, we've got this new model coming out, and you're like, oh yes, another model. I can't wait. And naturally, this is what happens, because especially for teachers who have been, around the traps for a while, you've seen these different models being pushed out, okay? And you're thinking, why do we need another model? All right, but the reason why these can be really helpful is because it's actually like a forced pause point, okay? It's like, telling us right now, it's okay to slow down, to just pause for a moment, and let's just reflect back on where are we at right now. What's actually happening in our classrooms. If you're a school leader, and I know a lot of you are in middle leadership or senior leadership positions, use this as an opportunity to actually have a think about, and not just have a think about, but actually go into classrooms and find out what is actually happening in your classrooms right now. Okay, because only then, will you know where you need to go next. Okay, what are the problem areas, if there are any? What is working well? What do we need to keep doing? What do we need to stop doing? And one of the things that I hope you come to realise is that it's time to focus on maths. Yeah, we've had a huge push for literacy for a number of years, and rightly so. Even from a maths perspective, we need our students to be able to read and write if they're going to be able to do maths well. Right, so we do need both, but yeah, it is definitely time to give maths a bit of focus, a bit of focused time, both from a whole school perspective, but also from the teacher perspective as well. And it matters. Okay, maths does matter. All right, for those people who think, what about all those subjects that you do in maths, those topics that you do in maths? I've never used any of that stuff. What we know about maths is actually that it has a huge impact on our young people's future. Massive. To the point where when students show they are successful in maths, they're more likely to graduate from college or university and earn more income as an adult. And while that's not the be-all and end-all, yeah, of course it would be nice for all of us to be multimillionaires, but that's not the be-all and end-all. And that's not my point. My point is right now, we're just not giving enough opportunities for all of our young people. That's just the cold, hard truth, right? Is that, and it doesn't matter, like, even if it was 10% that weren't getting that opportunity, for me, that's still too many people, right? We've got to be making sure that we're giving as many young people as possible these opportunities. And they might not choose to go down that career path of going to college or university, and that's fine. But right now, we've just got to give more young people that opportunity. And for me, we know what we need to be doing, right? And I'm going to present some of those ideas today. The other thing that's really important is to understand how early risk determines future risk. And so coming back to the point that I made before around how when I made that transition from being a high school teacher to primary, one of the main reasons was I understood how it was almost too late by the time they're getting into year 7, right? Where most high schools aren't set up to be able to provide the intervention that they need. And so we need to get in front of them earlier. We've got to make sure that we are actually getting the information that we need to get about those students who aren't where they should be at. Okay, and so what a number of studies have shown, if students enter school and they're below grade level expectations, when they compare that to 3 years later, so at year 3 level, they don't catch up. Okay, so they still stay behind grade level expectations. When they look at grade 6 compared to grade 3, grade 9 compared to grade 6, there's no catching up. So that's a myth that, when people talk about things like, oh, they just haven't got it yet, they'll catch up later, it's a myth, all right? We've got to make sure that we're catching them early and we're giving them the knowledge and the skills that they need right from the start. Because the only thing that can actually change these trajectories is high-quality instruction. So if you're talking about what's happening in the classroom, the teacher does matter. We can make an impact. So the only thing that was able to kind of make that shift and break those trajectories from, if students are underperforming, the only thing that could change that was when teachers actually started to use really high quality instruction. And I'll go through some of those things today. So the main focus for today will be looking at just touching on how learning happens in maths. So some of the key principles that you need to understand. And then secondly, teaching for productive learning in maths. So what are the actual things that we can be doing as teachers, coming back to, what are the things that you can control, right? We can control our actions as teachers. So I'm going to go through some of those things. But before I do, I want to hear from you. I want to find out, what does it mean to learn something? What does it mean to learn something? So on Slido, if you can, if you haven't already, use that QR code. But just type in, what does it mean to learn something? Now, don't type in what you think I want to hear. Type in what your interpretation is. What do you think it means to learn something? Thank you. So I've got to change in long-term memory, to master a skill and be able to apply it to new problems or situations, to understand it to a point that you can teach someone else. Understanding something new, be able to use it, know, recall and apply something, the feeling of an aha moment, to remember something. Memory is a residue of thought. Some of you might have looked at some of my slides coming up. To understand and be able to apply, transfer knowledge, to practice something until you master it, be able to do something automatically, to encode information, then be able to use it in different situations, to create a new connection, taking risks and being able to try new solutions, to improve and gather confidence, to understand a concept and be able to use it across various contexts, to make new information my own, to be able to retain something, to create new connections in our mind and to grow. Learning something means master and apply strategies, a light bulb moment, particularly when it comes to connecting several pieces of learning together. To know something, sorry, I missed that one. To understand and apply it to improving your life. It means I can learn something to be able to apply the learning and build on it. So there's some really common themes that are popping up in these comments here. And a couple of things I want to touch on. Right. Firstly, there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer here. Okay, probably what is more important is that you actually have a shared understanding over what it is that we're talking about here. Because while on the surface level, a lot of the things that all of you are writing can sound quite similar, when you actually look at the nuances and the differences in what you've written, they're actually very different. And the reason why it's really important to understand these differences is because when you're having conversations with colleagues, when you're looking at things like assessments, looking at data, looking at reporting, if you don't understand the differences in the language that you're using and your understanding of how learning happens, you're actually assessing very different things. So for example, some of you have spoken about, to learn something new, right? So to learn something new, that could be in the here and the now, So I have just taught something and my students have shown me that they're able to do that, right? Which is great, right? But that is actually very different to whether or not those students are able to do that again 3 weeks down the track. So whether or not they're able to recall it, whether or not they're able to retain that over time. Some of you have written about, a change in long-term memory. That is different to whether or not students are able to do it in the here and the now. Okay, and so when you're having those conversations, you need to know what you're talking about. And then the other one that a lot of people are talking about is, being able to recall it fluently, efficiently, automatically. Okay, so that is different again. That's different to whether or not someone is able to just do that once, do it now. How quickly is very different. And then lastly, a whole bunch of you have actually spoken about being able to apply it. Being able to use it in a different context, being able to explain it to someone else, that requires an even deeper understanding. To be able to transfer that knowledge and generalize it is a lot more complex to do than just being able to regurgitate or to be able to replicate what the teacher has just shown you how to do. So all of those things, as I said, I wouldn't say any of those are necessarily right or wrong, but what is important is that you understand those differences, because that does matter, because all of a sudden you are assessing students very differently. So some of the definitions that I've got down here: learning is defined as a change in long-term memory. So that's coming from that cognitive science base from Kirsten Speller and Clark. We also have how Soderstrom and Bjork, they talk about the difference between performance and learning. Okay, and so when we're talking about performance, that's being able to do things in the here and the now, which is extremely important for learning to occur if we're looking at that change in long-term memory, but it's different. Okay, and they've added in some nuances to this definition where they're starting to talk about how there's relatively permanent changes in comprehension, understanding, and skills of the types that will support long-term retention and transfer. So we have that end word there of transfer, being able to apply it, which is different. And then a behavioural perspective is that learning is best defined as a change in behaviour over time. So the actions, the observable things that people are able to do. All right, so it's slightly different again. Again, not necessarily a right or wrong here, but those key differences are what are important in having a shared understanding. So how learning happens. A couple of things I'm just going to touch on here. So the novice to expert continuum, some of you may have heard about this before. And so what it's kind of getting at is on the first one, the novice square, it might be on your left, where we've got that light grey circle. Okay, what the light grey circle is indicating is for that bit of knowledge where the teacher is trying to teach something, which is represented by that red circle there. So I'm trying to teach that red circle. That's my learning intention. Novices have a really shallow depth of understanding for that concept. They're not able to make connections. So that's why there's no other connections being made to their existing schemas, their background knowledge. Whereas with an expert, straight away, all right, I could say the same thing. It might be an activity, it might be a question, a problem. I could present the exact same problem to an expert and they are able to make connections straight away. Right? They understand how it fits into their internal world, their internal understanding of the world, and they're able to know what to do with that information. So there's a big difference. Okay, and as teachers, we need to know where on that novice to expert continuum our students sit. And generally, they're going to sit closer to that novice end of the continuum most of the time. Mainly because the way that our curriculum naturally works is that we are constantly teaching new bits of information. You know, we move from unit to unit, lesson to lesson, where we are looking at new things. That's how our syllabus, that's how our curriculum is set up. And so that's where you need to understand that we need to be teaching the majority of our time to novices, and then knowing where they sit as they move further along that continuum. Are they getting closer to being experts? If so, all right, now we can start to change up the sorts of activities that we do. So really important to have this understanding of the novice to expert continuum. And I'm going to build on this today, where I'm actually going to look at the instructional hierarchy, which basically breaks down the novice to expert continuum in a manner where it also tells teachers what they should do based on these observational things that they see from their teachers. All right, so how learning happens in maths. We've got a few things that I'm going to go through. So the first thing is mastering the foundational concepts, okay? And I know that we've got a number of people kind of joining us today from the secondary space, and you're probably thinking, well, you know, what does it have to do with me? Well, as I go into it today, you're going to find out a lot. You know, there's a lot that you kind of need to understand about how we need to master those foundational concepts. And I'm sure that you'll probably be nodding your heads for this second one, where it comes down to the importance of fact fluency. The third one that I'll look at is conceptual and procedural knowledge. Then we're going to look at mathematical language, and then finish with touching on motivation. So mastering the foundational concepts. The reason why this is so important is because of this. Mathematics is highly hierarchical, okay? Where what that means is, and a lot of concepts are like this when you actually dig into the kind of task analysis, but mathematics is particularly hierarchical, okay? And so what that means is that knowledge builds on knowledge. So there are things that you need to know which are essential in order for you to then build on that knowledge, okay? And if you haven't got that prerequisite knowledge, then all of a sudden, you're not going to be able to engage in the lesson that the teacher's trying to teach. So the foundational concepts are extremely important. And so this is why you don't start at the top to get to the top. All right, we definitely, like, and I think part of the romantic view of education is that this looks great, like probably a little bit scary if I'm completely honest. But yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, that's amazing how a baby's able to, climb the top of the mountain. It was actually generated by AI. And if you look really closely, I think that baby's got 6 fingers. But the point of this is, right, is that it sounds great. It sounds great to present our students with these, really engaging tasks, these whiz-bang activities where they're doing fancy things. And if I'm completely honest, like that's actually one of the reasons why I transitioned into primary teaching originally. I was like, oh, there's going to be so many fun things I can do with the kids, right? But it was only as I started to develop my knowledge and understanding of how learning actually happens, and I started to understand the importance of, no, we've actually got to make sure they've got the fundamentals, the foundational skills first. We can't just go straight into the fun stuff, because otherwise what you're going to get is you're going to get people who are going to fall behind, okay? That gap is only going to increase, okay, because we're actually only making it accessible for those who are closer to the expert level on that novice to expert continuum, right? So we've got to make it equitable for all of our students. If I haven't taught my students things, I shouldn't be assuming that they know them, right? That's on me. That's my job as a teacher. I've got to teach them the things that they need to know, and then give them the opportunities to use that knowledge and the skills. So what are the foundational things? Essentially, it starts here, okay, with number sense, where we're looking at not just understanding of whole numbers, but really getting into counting skills, number recognition, understanding the relationships between numbers. Like there've been studies which have shown where they've looked at underperforming high school students, and they've simply asked them to plot a few numbers on a number line. And what they found was that these students had a really, really poor understanding of the relationships between the numbers, because all they'd done was they were able to work out which one was the smallest number, and they plonked that on the furthest end of the number line, and then they worked out, oh, I've got these other numbers here, I'm just going to put one at the other end because that's the biggest number, and then they put the third number in the middle. Okay, not showing any understanding at all as to where they should have been placing those numbers based on what that number line was asking them to do. And so number relations, knowledge of whole numbers, number operations, these are the fundamentals that we're talking about. Okay, and if we can get this stuff right, in the early years, so we're talking from the first year of school through to year 1, year 2, if we can really nail this stuff, then we can start to move on to the fun stuff that we're talking about. Okay, and what you'll find is if you spend more time getting the fundamentals right, it'll actually give you more time to do all of the extra stuff later on in the primary schools. And you're going to hear from a couple of schools today that are actually in that space now. Where I was just talking to Sarah before from Bentley West around how they're going to look at what to do in that problem-solving space next because they've spent so much time mastering the fundamentals, getting that stuff right first. So the next principle that we really need to focus on is fact fluency. Okay, and this is an area where all the high school teachers that I've spoken to and presented to, when I ask them, what's the one thing that you wish your students came into high school with? It's this. Hands down, every single one of them said, if they just knew their timetables, would be happy. We've got to get it right. Okay, and I'll go into detail as to why it matters later, but this is some of the research behind it, right? Essentially, it helps with all of the higher levels of maths that come after primary maths. So they're better at making estimations, mental calculation, complex computation, solving word problems, and algebra. They have an increase in engagement and also exhibit less anxiety because think about it, right? And I've seen this happen in the classroom. If you're sitting in there, you're in year 5, year 6, year 7, year 8, and you've got to deal with algebra or simultaneous equations, and you're stuck on that first step of what's 4 times 5. How are you going to feel when there are multiple steps that come after that and you can't even do the first step? I have literally seen children cry in the classroom because they know how hard this is. And they're looking at this question and they're like, I have absolutely no idea what to do. And that's because we just haven't been able to set them up for success in giving them the fundamental skills that they need and then the opportunity to build fluency. When you are good at things, you're more likely to persist with it. You're more likely to engage in higher levels of maths. So fluency in basic maths backs actually opens doors for students. It means that they're going to feel like they can be competent in maths during high school. The next concept here is one of those ones where we're probably, over the years, we've probably gone too far in either direction, where we've gone too far where we've focused just on the procedural knowledge, and then we've gone too far in focusing on that conceptual knowledge. We actually need both, okay? And I'm going to give you an example here. So what does this sign mean? You can either say it in your head, you can call it out, you can tell the person next to you, but what does this sign mean? You guys here can tell me. What does it mean? It means the equal sign. Some of you I'm hearing the same as. Now, what do you think our students think that it means? Yeah. Our students think that it's telling them to do something or find the total or that the answer comes next. So they're not developing that conceptual understanding of how that equal sign, that humble equal sign, is actually telling us that what is on either side of it is the same as the other side. All right? And that's what they need to understand. So they need to understand the procedural aspect to it, but also conceptually what it means. Bit of trivia for you. Robert Record, he actually came up with the humble equal sign when he was writing this book because he got sick of having to write this phrase over and over again. No two things can be more equal. So he got sick of having to write that. So he just made a bit of a footnote in the book and he just said, when you see this sign, it means this. Okay, so that's how equal sign was invented. And so, it's even right from the start, it had the same meaning, okay? Hopefully we use some more effective spelling now. Same meaning. This is also what it can look like. So this is from an Aero document where, they're actually showing those links between what the proficiency strand is, and then what it can mean for our students and what they can do as well. So we need both. We need conceptual understanding and procedural understanding. It's not one or the other, but it's actually both. Also going to touch on the concrete pictorial abstract sequence here. So the reason why this is really valuable is because it strengthens both the conceptual and procedural understanding, and it also enables students to think more flexibly. When we use our concrete materials or pictorial materials, we want to use multiple representations, and this actually has two meanings to it. Okay, one meaning is that we want to, when we're introducing concepts to students, we want to show them that it can be represented in more than one way initially. Okay, so that might be showing them a couple of ways it can be represented pictorially. It might be showing them a concrete material as well, what that can look like. But also, we want to be showing them the connections between the three. So we want to be showing them that abstractly, this is what it can look like. This is what you're doing in front of me. This is how you can represent it. It can be represented pictorially, all right? And this is important because we want to be fading away, okay? We want to fade away that reliance on concrete materials because it's slower. It's slower, but some of our students need that to make the connection to the concept. So even if you're a high school teacher, you might still have some students that haven't actually developed a concrete understanding of the concepts that you're trying to teach. If that is the case, then you've got to give them what they need. You've got to build up their concrete understanding of the concept first. However, do be intentional with the choice of manipulatives, okay? For those teachers who are early years teachers, you've had to learn this the hard way. We've all had those lessons where we've brought out the wrong material at the wrong time, and it's just gone pear-shaped. You have kids kind of, and I think like naturally they're going to play with new toys, and so you've got to just factor that in, all right? Know that when you're introducing a new manipulative, it needs to have a purpose, but the students are going to be intrigued and curious. Allow that to happen, okay, because that's also part of the learning part of it as well. But be intentional with it so that you understand how some manipulatives are going to be more impactful than others, all right? However, being able to use manipulatives doesn't mean that they understand the concept, okay? And so what I mean by that is that students might be able to do the procedure exactly the way that you've shown them how to do it, but that doesn't mean that straight away they're going to be able to make that connection to this is what the concept actually means, right? That might come later. That might be a whole separate lesson. Okay, while I did say you need to teach both conceptual and procedural understanding, you don't have to teach them both at the same time. And there's not one that has to go before the other either, all right? So there might be moments where for this concept, it's quite tricky and you're just going to start with, building up their level of confidence in being able to do the procedure because they're actually going to build their conceptual understanding at the same time. And then after that, you might dig into really explaining that concept. But yeah, just coming back to the manipulatives and the concrete materials, understand how when you're using them, all right, just because they can do it, it doesn't mean that you can tick the box that we can now move on. They understand this concept as well. That might be a separate lesson. Now, the other big thing to understand, and this is right across every year level, is just how important it is to teach the mathematical language that our students need to understand. Because essentially, learning maths is like learning another language. And because our English language has pulled from so many different cultures, when you're looking at the morphology and the etymology of our language, right, and you start to pull apart those words, it can get quite tricky, okay? And if we're not explaining some of those aspects to our students, then, yeah, it can feel like they're learning another language and it can be really difficult to understand. So this is coming from Sarah Powell's work, where, yeah, she's done a lot of work on looking at word problems and breaking down the language and the complexity of the vocabulary that students have to engage with. Right from the early years, they're actually exposed to something like 800 different terms in the first couple of years of school. They need to understand things like how there are different meanings in maths. So words like times. Times we could be talking about telling the time. We could be talking about our times tables. Similar meanings, difference, even, measure. How there are often more than one meaning for the same word, like round, square, and second. There are also some words which are only used in maths, like trapezoid and numerator. So you might have to really break those down and look at examples and non-examples and giving bulletproof student friendly definitions. Some words are used in maths, but also in other subjects. Okay, so this can get tricky. Words like variable and divide. We have a lot of homographs: 8, sum, rows, and base. Some are related but have distinct meanings, like factor versus multiple, hundreds versus hundredths, numerators and denominators. Some are verbalized in more than one way. Some are verbalized in informal and formal terms. And when you think about it, right, our number system doesn't have a lot of patterns. Okay, if you're looking at the teens, it doesn't. If you're just thinking about it from a pattern sense, it doesn't make a lot of. It's not going to be easy for young people, for novices, to understand the link between 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Same if we're going up in tens, 10, 20, 30. It should really be 1T, 2T, 3T to fit in with 4T. Yeah? We don't have that. And so straight away, just to understand our number system, we're starting on the back foot. Our young people are starting on the back foot. Whereas if you look at, often we're compared to the high-performing East Asian countries, right? There is a literal translation. When you're looking at the teens, and it translates into 110 and 2 ones when you're looking at 12, right? So they're building up their place value understanding just through learning how to count. Motivation. There's been a lot of talk about motivation in maths, and often people can kind of look at it and think, it's a really hard subject to learn, and because of that, I wasn't good at maths, and so we start talking it down. But one of the things that we know about the reasons behind things like maths anxiety and motivation is because of this, and I'll let you read that. So the reason why a lot of our students get anxiety is actually because they're not able to visualize what it is the teacher is asking them to do. So they haven't got an understanding. The teacher might be presenting it in an abstract format, and these students, they get anxiety because they have absolutely no idea. Remember, it's like they're trying to learn another language when it's presented like that. So what do we need to do? In order to think like a mathematician, we actually just need to teach them maths. We need to teach them what they need to know. We also want to move away from this, okay? And again, this is where we've gone too far in that procedural focus, where students just see maths as answering questions, right? We need to actually also, provide a bit of a focus and emphasis on the fact that maths is more than that. It is also, we also want to highlight the need for them to be able to show their reasoning, their understanding of the maths that they're showing answers for. So they need a deeper meaning than just a deeper understanding than just being able to give you the answer. So from the perspective of you, the teacher, the school leader, we need to start speaking positively about maths. We've kind of, as a society, we've normalised it for it to be okay to say, it's okay if you're not good at maths because I wasn't good at maths. Right? Maths is a hard subject. We've normalised that, both from a teaching perspective and also from parents. Like every year when we have new parents coming in, I'll actually present to them and say, you need to start speaking positively about maths because we want that to be okay for our students to understand. Yeah, look, maths can be hard, but it's okay. I'm just going to work hard at it. Yeah. So speak positively about it. Change your mindset. If you're not good at it, fake it till you make it. Because one of the things that they've found, right, is when they've done surveys asking students what their favourite subject is, so often it is the same subject that their teacher has as well. So if the teacher loves teaching reading, then the students love reading as well. We also want to let the maths be the fun part. Okay, so rather than coming back to that idea of how, we've normalised it for just to say that maths is hard, and so we feel like we've got to go looking for these extravagant lessons. Rather than doing that all the time, let's actually just focus on allowing the maths to be the fun part. I like to tell the story of how, I'll have these kids coming up because, the kids at school, they know that I love my maths. And so they'll come up to me in the playground and they'll be like, "Oh, Mr. Lee, you wouldn't believe it. I just learned how to do 3-digit algorithms." And they'll want to show me right there. They'll be like, "Oh, do you have a piece of paper?" And I'll be getting out the paper and showing me how they can now do this algorithm. All right. And so sometimes it's okay to just let the maths be the fun part. All right. And to use your enthusiasm to highlight those things that we need to highlight in the classroom. Okay. And then that might be, appreciating student success, the effort that they're putting in, and allowing that to be the fun stuff, and not always thinking that we've got to go, making pizzas when we're looking at fractions, because often that ends up becoming a distraction. Looking at, like, what do the students remember? They just remember who got more toppings than me. I only got one piece, so-and-so got 2 pieces. That's what they remember. They don't learn anything about fractions. So those sorts of lessons, save them for the end of the unit, more as like a celebration of this is how much we've learned over the last 2 weeks. Also decrease the stakes. Okay, so rather than students feeling like there's always this right or wrong answer, the thing that I like to say to them is that it's okay for you to get things wrong. If you're getting things wrong, that's actually telling me a lot as a teacher. That's telling me I need to be doing things differently. I need to present it to you in a different manner so that you understand. So that's not on you. When you make mistakes, that's not on you, that's on me. So decrease the stakes so that they feel comfortable in your maths lessons. And then success breeds success. So if our students are able to experience early experiences of success in our maths classrooms, they're actually going to be more likely to persist in the future because they feel like they can be good in our maths lessons. So we need to be giving them those experiences by setting them up for success, by teaching them the things that they need to know. All right, I've been speaking for a while, so I am going to give you 2 minutes here to have a bit of a chat to the person next to you about what your key takeaways have been so far for how learning happens in maths. Because of the complexities around when we do this today, I'm just going to give you some time updates. Try to just stick to speaking to one person. Otherwise, you won't have enough time to speak. So speak to that one person. You're going to have 2 minutes. I'll give you a 1 minute update, 30-second update, and then I'll go 5 more seconds, 3, 2, 1. And I'd appreciate it if everyone can then give me their full attention, because it's going to be tricky when we've got people who are joining us remotely as well. So you've got 2 minutes and your time starts now. Off you go. You've got 1 more minute. Got another 30 seconds. Five more seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right, great. So yeah, usually I would kind of get a bit of feedback from you around what sorts of things you've taken away from this part of the session. But just due to the complexities of having people all over the state, I'm going to keep moving on. I'm hoping that you're able to unpack some of those key ideas from that first part. I'm now going to move into the instructional hierarchy. And so, some of you might be thinking after that first part of the session, you're like, oh, that all sounds great, Brendan, but what does this mean for me in the classroom? So this next part, I'm going to look into some actual key ideas that you can take away from today and implement them into your classroom. So the instructional hierarchy of stages of learning. The reason why I love this is because it actually gives us the connection between assessment and instruction. It tells us that when you see these things, right, this is what you should be doing as a teacher. So this is the instructional hierarchy and the stages of learning. So we've got these kind of 4 main stages of acquisition, fluency, generalization, and adaptation. Okay, and so the acquisition phase, that is like when our students are at that novice stage of the continuum. All right, and then as they move into that generalization and adaptation phase, that is when they are closer to that expert part of the continuum. So for the acquisition stage, the goal is to learn how to complete the skill accurately and repeatedly without assistance. So when students are in the acquisition phase of learning, I am teaching them so that they can get to the point where they can perform that skill repeatedly without teacher assistance. After that, we then need to be providing our students with opportunities to maintain the accuracy but increase the speed. And then thirdly, generalization is where we want to be providing our students with opportunities to now apply what they have been learning, to actually see if they can transfer those skills that they are learning without confusing it with similar skills. And then adaptation is a continuous phase that has no exit criteria, meaning that this is where students are now really able to use the knowledge that they've gained in different areas. And then the overarching thing is the maintenance phase, where essentially whether you're at the acquisition stage, the fluency stage, generalization, we want to be maintaining that over time. Right, so we don't want our students to be forgetting the things that they are learning. We want them to maintain that over time. So as you can see from the instructional hierarchy, it's not a matter of either or, but rather when and how. So when we're talking about instruction, explicit instruction and inquiry-based learning or discovery learning, it's not that we're saying, we don't want our students to be doing the rich learning tasks, okay? But it's that it needs to be dependent on where our students are at on that instructional hierarchy. Are they at that acquisition stage? If so, we're going to be using explicit instruction. Are they at that generalization stage? If so, we can start to use more of those problem solving, those word problem things. All right, so acquisition, what does it look like? Students, they're going to be struggling to start tasks. They might find it difficult to discriminate relevant elements. So this is why we need to be showing them examples, multiple examples and non-examples. They may be unable to complete the task independently, consistently and accurately. So they might be able to kind of, replicate what the teacher's doing, but they might not be able to do that repeatedly over time yet. They might be hesitant and may not know why something is correct. So if you start asking them, how did you get that correct answer too early, they're probably not going to be able to answer that. And they might be accurate but slow. So they're not in the fluency phase yet. They're still grappling with this idea. And they're probably going to feel frustrated. Okay, coming back to those students they will outwardly show that in their behavior, where they will display disengaged learning behaviors. That might be talking to the person next to them, getting out of their seat. It might be sitting there silently, looking like they're working, but they're not actually doing anything. Okay, they are students in the acquisition stage. They need us to help them. So why students fail? They do not want to do it. Could be a motivational thing. They have not spent enough time doing it. So sometimes we move on too quickly. They have not had enough help doing it. So we might be suffering from the curse of knowledge where we know so much. And so we forget what it's like to be that novice at the acquisition stage. And so we think, oh, this is a really easy concept. I don't need to help them too much. I don't need to provide too much support, too much scaffolding. I'm just going to move on. They may not have had to do it this way before. So again, maybe we have presented them with an activity or a question which we actually haven't shown them how to do it yet. We're asking them to generalize and apply before they've actually shown mastery at that acquisition stage. And then finally, it might be too hard. So when we're not pitching it right, they haven't got that prerequisite knowledge that I spoke about before, they're going to fail. And so, yeah, this quote comes from Professor Ian Stewart, and I'll let you read that one there. You know, so part of the main message here is just how, like, firstly, as teachers, like we're strapped for time, but secondly, we should be valuing our students' time as well. Okay, and so when we know that there are more effective and efficient ways of teaching and learning, that's really what we should be leaning on. So what do students at the acquisition stage need to know? They need to know what the skill or knowledge is, the steps involved, how the skill or knowledge is useful, when to use the skill, and how to perform the skill accurately. They need to know what a good one looks like, yeah? And this is where the gradual release of responsibility is going to fall into it. You know, so those steps, which are generally linked to explicit instruction, this is what we need to be doing during the acquisition stage of learning. Now, in maths, there are kind of two categories or two types of modelling that we can present. So we can present a completed model, and you can see that completed worked example on your left there, or we could be doing a live model where the teacher might be using some manipulatives. They might be on the whiteboard and going through the steps for the question, but that would be classified as a live model. Okay, and there's no kind of one way that you have to do things. There are positives and negatives to both. You know, where the live modelling, the benefit of that is that you can actually show students exactly what they need to be doing in a moment. However, it does require the teacher to know what they're doing as well, okay, which requires them to firstly have that level of understanding, but secondly, their working memory is going to be taken up with that as well. Whereas if you have a completed model, a worked example, which you can just show that completed answer, you're actually then able to put your focus on being responsive to the students. You know, so you can look at what they're actually understanding from that worked example and give them the feedback and the direction that they need from there. So no right or wrong, but they're tools in the teacher toolkit, and you need to pull out the right one at the right time for the right reasons. Coming back to that decision making, you know, so you're going to use different ones at different points. You know, so you might have started with that worked example, that completed model, and then worked out, that might still be missing some steps. I'm going to actually now pull out a mini whiteboard and I'm going to go through those steps now with my students. It does also work, you know, completed models, you can still use them for the early years, you know, where we can present them with word problems. That is still fine. We might have to read it out to them, but yeah, we can still use worked examples presented visually like this. Examples and non-examples are also extremely powerful. You know, so I could simply show them these graphics, and then without really even unpacking it, straight away I'm able to address some really common misconceptions. You know, so you can see the learning intentions here is that we're learning about right angles, but a really common misconception is to just look at what looks like a right angle. So you can see that second one on the bottom from the right, it looks like a right angle, all right, but it hasn't got that symbol that indicates whether or not it is a right angle. So yeah, examples and non-examples, extremely powerful, because at that acquisition stage, our students are actually trying to work out what are the boundaries of this concept, what makes it a right angle and doesn't make it a right angle. Another key technique that we can use here are think alouds, okay, and I'll let you read that one there from Anita Archer and Charles Hughes. So thinking aloud gives students access to the self-questions, self-instructions, and decisions that occur. You are giving them an inside look into the decision-making process of an expert. Okay, that's what a think aloud should do. And again, these are things that are really hard to do on the spot. You know, I would suggest that you actually script your think alouds before you go into the classroom, because what you'll find is, and again, I've had to learn this the hard way, is when you try to do it on the spot, it's really hard to get the language right. All right, the vocab, knowing what words to use and when. You know, is there another way that you could describe it so that they're actually going to understand what you're saying? So yeah, they need to know what a good one looks like. And I've got this this video of a girl playing soccer here, because My daughter, she's a budding soccer superstar. She's actually playing at the halftime of the Matildas game on Friday, and so she loves the soccer right now. Everything's all about soccer, and she recently learnt this trick, the step over trick, and really fancy trick. Right? And of course, kids, they love it when they learn this fun stuff, but she never got taught when to use it. And so she was in a game, right, and she was in a defensive position, and she's tried this trick surrounded by 3 attackers, and you can guess what happened next. They've taken the ball off her, and I don't think they scored, but they almost scored. And so we need to make sure that when we are modelling things to our students, they know not just what it looks like and how to do it, but when to do it, okay? And they need to know all of those things. Otherwise, they might use it at the wrong time. And as we move through the gradual release of responsibility, we're going to slowly be passing on more of the responsibility onto them and what they have to be doing. So guided practice. So firstly, what is it? So Rosenstein and Stevens, they describe these key aspects. I'll let you read these. And I've got this up here because I find that guided practice is one of those parts of teaching that is often really misunderstood. And I know Ryan's going to touch on this again later. But I think it's extremely important that we just define what it is first. So it's providing opportunities to respond. It's checking for understanding. It's giving them quick, immediate, specific feedback. All of those things need to be happening during guided practice. And these are some specific things that we can be doing as well. So we can provide things like sentence stems. So coming back to that idea of how mathematical language can be quite difficult for our students to learn. We can incorporate uses of language throughout our lessons. We can also use things like graphic organisers to help them actually work out how to plan for problems and also make sure that they're doing all the steps that they need to be doing. Another key technique here is example problem pairs. So essentially this is where we're pairing worked examples with minimally different problems for students to complete. We're then only going to reveal the paired problem after the worked problem has been live modelled. Okay, so for example, I'm presenting the worked example, students having study time, they can see what it is that they need to do, and then I'm giving them a really similar question to complete. And so you can see here, right, there's only like one digit that I've changed in that problem that they've got to complete. And the reason for that is that often we make too many changes, okay, when we are giving them their problem to do, and then we lose them because it might be like, they've got to regroup and we haven't shown them how to regroup yet. It might be that the digits are really quite, we might have a 3-digit number. I've just shown them how to complete a 2-digit number problem. And so all of a sudden here, we are increasing the complexity of a problem before they've even had a go at going through the steps. Because right now, the main thing is actually for them just to learn how to address this type of word problem, okay? And it's not so much whether, we're not trying to catch them out in the mathematics side of it, okay? It's more about, I've actually got to walk them through, give them some practice opportunities at completing these sorts of problems. The other one that you're going to kind of pair up with example problem pairs is guidance fading. And this is something which I'll basically do every single lesson when I'm going through that gradual release of responsibility. And what this is it's when the worked out steps provided by the instructor are progressively replaced with problem-solving steps for learners to complete. So it starts with the teacher doing the majority of the heavy lifting, and then the students might do one step. Okay, and then we do another problem. And then I'll do, again, the majority, but maybe give the students 2 steps to complete this time. And then as we do more and more examples together, I'm slowly giving them more of that responsibility to complete the question, still showing them what it can look like through that worked example. So here's a worked example on the left that they can use to complete the next problem. They've now only got to provide one step. Okay, they've just got to provide that one step. Okay, the next one, they've now got to provide 2 steps. Sorry, the formatting's gone out in the changeover here. But they've got to provide 2 steps in their answer. Okay, and so I'm checking for understanding when they're using their mini whiteboards. Okay, so I'm giving them this problem and I'm saying, look, just show me the answer. Give me those 2 answers. That's what they're doing. And then eventually we get to this point where they're showing us, 3 steps, okay? And then we're slowly giving them all of that responsibility to complete the whole answer before addressing some of those misconceptions as well. So the whole point of guided practice is this. It should prepare them for what they are about to do independently. So think about when we used to go traveling overseas before we had Google Maps everywhere that we went. And we actually had to ask locals, how do you get to a place? And so you would go to this local and you would say, I need to get to this destination. How do I get there? And they would use like landmarks. They might say, go, to the first set of traffic lights and then you're going to turn left and right. And if they worked out that, you've got it, they would check for understanding first. And then they would say, all right, off you go. You're good to go. However, if they got that sense after checking for understanding that you still don't really know where you're going, they would actually then check in and say, oh, no, look, I'll walk you part of that way. So they're going to extend that guided practice phase for longer before they send you off onto independent practice, which would be completing the rest of that journey on your own. And again, if you didn't quite, you might have gone part of the way and then worked out, I can't remember where to go next. What are you going to do? You're going to ask someone else. And then they're going to provide you with some more information. You're going back from independent practice back to guided practice to get to the end goal, the end destination. So that's what it should feel like as a teacher. You should feel confident. You're like the guide. You should feel confident that at the end of the guided practice phase, your students are ready to get to the end goal by themselves. And it's not this. It's not, I've just shown you how to do something, now have a go at doing something that I haven't taught you yet. It's not the time, independent practice is not the time to say to students, all right, now apply what you've learned. It's actually the time for them to actually practice what they've just been shown how to do. So time to practice what they've been taught without the prompting. So we are now fading away those prompts. So there's no more worked examples, there's no more scaffolding, there's no more teachers saying, remember to do this. Sorry, primary teachers, but we are the worst at that. We'll hand out a worksheet and then we'll say, remember to do this when you do it. That's actually prompting. Right? When we get to that independent practice, we want to take away that prompting and we want to pass it on to them and let's see what they can do now. And it's okay if they can't do it all, they can come back to guided practice. All right? And that's what this shows here. All right? Where essentially in one lesson, this is how we can differentiate. We can differentiate through the practice opportunities that we're providing our students. Okay, so we're starting with that whole class teaching, where we've got everyone in front of us. We go through that guided practice, but then we might actually start to release some of our students for independent practice earlier. That's what that stream C is showing. We release some of our students earlier for independent practice. Now, stream B is showing how we might release some of those students and then they come back to us. Okay, and they're like, I've still got some questions. That's okay as well. And then we send them back off to independent practice. And then finally, that stream A group, they are the students that might need a little bit more time with the teacher, with some scaffolded support, but then we still want to be getting them to independent practice. Each of those phases has a purpose, and they're extremely important. And I get the realities of teacher life. There might be times where you don't have enough time in a lesson. Don't skip any of the phases. If you didn't have enough time for independent practice, do it the next day, do it the next lesson. It actually then becomes a part of retrieval practice as well. All right, just quickly. I'm going to give you 1 minute this time just to look at the key points around why is it important to understand that your students are at the acquisition stage and what could you do? So you've got 1 minute this time. Off you go. Yeah. 30 seconds left. 10 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right. Look, I know I haven't given you a lot of time to unpack those ideas, but we are going to have some more time later in the day. We've also got morning tea coming up as well. But I do just want to finish up on looking at the rest of the instructional hierarchy briefly. So firstly, fluency, right? And this is extremely important to understand how our students need time to develop fluency, okay? It's also known as the instructional level. Because this is where students are going to show us that they're accurate now. So they've displayed, they've given us evidence that they can do the things that we have taught our students. They can do what we want them to be able to do. They've got less errors, but now we just want them to get faster. All right, we want them to get faster. Coming back to that working memory, how if we can take a bit of a load off their working memory, it's going to allow them to really engage with the problem-solving stuff that's going to come later on. So what does a teacher need to do? High dosage of opportunities to respond. So if you've got, 5 minutes, give them heaps of practice opportunities in those 5 minutes. We want to fade the modelling and prompting because we already know that they know how to do things, so we shouldn't be providing them with all of the scaffolding and prompting now. We want to set goals for improved performance. We can delay our feedback and give less frequent and give more general feedback because they now know the answers. So we can use things like, Dylan Williams' tactics of telling them how, all right, you've got 3 correct answers here and 1 incorrect. You need to find the incorrect answer because they know it, all right? They've just made a calculation error. We can also start to time performance here because how else are we going to know whether or not they are improving? We're trying to assess fluency here. We want to know if they're improving. It's like if you've got a sprinter and you're asking them to run the 100-metre sprint over and over again. If you're not timing them, how are you going to know whether or not your training is actually working? So that's why timed practice is important to do during this fluency phase. So it's all about getting the reps in. Okay, again, coming back to sport, if you had to build any skill in sport or even music, right, you have to actually do some deliberate practice on that skill and just spend time getting better at that skill. Because then it decreases that load in our working memory and it allows us to think about the main thing. One of the things I did find is that practice must occur daily. Okay, so even if it was as little as 2 minutes a day, we actually see improvements in their fluency. 2 minutes a day. So let's just improve our routines, our structure of the day. We'll get 2 minutes, and now let's pump out that fluency practice. One thing that we do want to do is keep it at their instructional level. So what this is referring to is that if they are at the acquisition stage, we don't want to be timing them. We don't want to be putting them under that timed pressure. So they've got to be in the fluency phase to time. Otherwise, we will get that maths anxiety. If they're already feeling frustrated, and then we say, all right, now you need to do this skill really quickly, they're going to feel frustrated. So it needs to be at their instructional level. I don't have time today to unpack what that actually is, but there are actual CBM, so curriculum-based measurement norms that we can look at where they're actually looking at digits correct per minute, and we can start to unpack where our students fit and whether or not they are showing that they've reached mastery or not. If they're at that frustrational level, we need to go that level before. All right, the generalization stage. So students at the generalization stage, they are described as being at mastery. They are accurate and fluent in responding. They may fail to apply skills to new situations and settings. They may confuse the target skill with similar skills. And so when it comes to word problems, right, the reason why, and like we've just finished up with NAPLAN for 2025, right, that's all word problems. Okay, so the NAPLAN is essentially assessing whether or not students are able to generalize what they are learning in the classroom. But the reason why it is so difficult is because often our students struggle to understand the story problem language. So they haven't got that comprehension of what the question's actually asking them to do. They then don't select the appropriate solving algorithm. They're not able to execute the step-by-step plan. They're going to just probably go straight for the answer, especially when we've got those multiple choice questions. For those of you that are supervised, it drives you crazy when you're walking around and you're seeing these kids just going straight for the answer. And they struggle to self-monitor their problem-solving process and generalize those strategies that they have learned to these novel problem types. So they need practice at it, and they probably need to be taught how to actually make that transfer. So how to address those word problems. Because otherwise, this is what they're presented with. Have a look at that. Think about, put yourself in the shoes of a year 3 student having to look at that question and all of the things that are going on in their mind, especially if they actually haven't got fluency in their reading yet. So many things that are going to be a barrier to them being able to come up with the correct answer for these sorts of questions. So what do we need to do? We do need to present them with novel problem types. If they confuse that target skill with similar skills, we want to give them practice at that. So this is where we're going to use things like interleaved practice, where we're seeing whether or not they can use the right strategy at the right time. We want to teach them how to apply the skill in different contexts, help them make those connections, and we can even use checklists to help them go through the steps that they need to go through, and this is also going to help their self-regulation skills. And we can use reinforcers when the skill is used in new settings. So the solution to word problems is this. We want to have fluency in the prerequisite knowledge. We want to give them an attack strategy. So that's where you're going through those different steps. Usually it's going to be something like understand the problem, plan their answer, put the answer in place, answer the question, and then check their response. So usually it's going to be those 4 steps, but there are a whole bunch of different mnemonics out there, but they are the 4 main things that you need to address. And then there's schema-based instruction, where we can actually start to show our students that there are different types of word problems that they can be exposed to, and if they start to become used to those different types, they can spot them a lot quicker. All right, I'm almost done. If you can on Slido, just share one thing that you'd like to improve in your maths teaching. Just one thing. So coming back to that idea of if you can take one thing away from today, and that's going to make you that slightly better, improved teacher in the classroom. That's what we're aiming for. So we've got pace, explicit instruction, yet the real world context, student confidence, help students help themselves, student success rate increased and maintained, feedback, retrieval practice, motivating students, checking for understanding, slowing down and giving students enough time, opportunities to respond, checking for understanding, fluency practice every day, getting the reps in, managing time to make students, I think that was more independent, less prompting in the independent stage, refining your gradual release, scripts for reaching certain concepts, problem-solving attack strategy, making time to teach at point of need and then moving on, feedback, awesome. So great things there. And I'm glad that you're able to take away at least one thing from today, and hopefully you have found it useful. Just from me, as I do start to wrap up, these are my final thoughts and what I just want to leave you with, all right, is that whenever you're starting to just think about, all right, well, what should I be doing right now? Okay, what instructional tactics should I be using? Think about how we teach someone to ride a bike. Okay, so for those of you that have little kids, maybe you've got grown-up kids now, maybe you're an uncle or an auntie, but think back to, when we've had to teach someone to ride a bike, okay? And often it'll start in the early years, when they're 1 or 2 even, and they're on like one of those little trikes. They might move on to like a balance bike, and you'll see these crazy little kids just zipping around on this balance bike. And it might be where you've got that bike where the parent stands behind and they're kind of pushing them along. And so they are all versions of scaffolds, okay? And we're offering our young people an opportunity to deliberately practice one aspect of riding a bike. It might be the steering, the balancing, the pedaling, and they have lots and lots of practice opportunities at that. All right, we get to this point where eventually we know if they're ever going to be able to ride the bike on their own, we've got to get here, where mum or dad is holding on for dear life and you don't want to let go, but you know you have to. You know that they're going to fall. There might be some tears. You might have to pull out some Band-Aids. But you know that if you don't get to that point, they're never going to be able to ride independently. They're never going to experience that joy of the wind going through their hair, just having the most fun time, like just riding laps and laps around. They're not going to be able to go exploring dirt tracks. They're not going to be able to generalize that skill where they can go to a skate park and all of a sudden, go up ramps and do all these fun tricks. They can't do that if we don't get to this point and if we don't let them go for the independent practice part. So all of those different stages are just as important as each other. And if we don't go through that, we're not going to be able to get to that end goal where our young people are able to feel that sense of joy in what they're doing. Learning is hard. Yeah? Think about how you felt today and having to focus for a couple of hours. That's what our little people go through every single day. That's what our young people go through every day. It is hard. It doesn't start to feel fun until you are good at it, until you're fluent with what you're doing. Lastly, improvement is not a linear process. As with any developmental process, people do not increase their knowledge in a steady, uniform manner, nor does knowledge manifest itself that way. Be okay with the fact that you're going to go through the ebbs and flows in your teaching career. You're going to go through these moments where you're smashing it out, you're feeling really motivated to make a difference. You're also going to go through these phases where you're just not feeling it. That's okay as well. It's okay to feel like it is the end of the term, because it is the end of the term. And it is okay to not make all of these changes that I've said tomorrow. All right? But what is important is that hopefully you're starting to make these connections to firstly how learning happens, and secondly what that means for you as a teacher in the classroom. And you're able to make these small incremental shifts over time. Because it is time. It's time for me to wrap up today's session. I know you've got some really great contributors to today, and I'd hate for you to miss out on a minute of them speaking. It's also time for us to start focusing on maths and what we're doing in the classroom. It's time for us to prioritise and actually understand what is needed, both from a whole school perspective, from a system perspective, and from a teaching perspective. So it's time to make that difference in the classroom to what we're doing for our students, because they matter. And at the end of the day, that's why we're all here, because we know that our young people matter. Thank you. Do connect with me. It's been a pleasure and a real honour to come and speak with you today. So thank you.
Thank you, Brendan, and it was great for the round of applause. And when I was listening to you, I know you're talking about students and incremental improvement, these sorts of ideas. I was actually thinking about the teachers in the room and the people that are, we're thinking about what could we do differently, and it's the same idea, incremental improvement. So when we think about expertise development, it follows the same continuum of, we often talk about the Dreyfus model of skill acquisition, and so the big thing would be it's a wide-ranging conversation that we just had in the last hour and a half, but really what I'd encourage you to do is to say, where does the leverage lie for you? Not to go off and go, I've got to implement 35 different things tomorrow or next week, or actually next term, but to think about where the leverage lies for you and what are the key things that you could work on and what's just the natural next step for you. So not to feel the pressure of go, I've got to do everything, because then you get really busy and mightn't achieve much, but just to pull it down to go, all right, what are the things that I could implement that would really support my students? So thanks, Brendan, for a wide-ranging conversation on key things that we know that are really important in the instruction of mathematics. A couple of housekeeping things is the slides will be available. So I know within the room where I am, there was people taking photos. That's fine to do, but be safe in the knowledge that you will get the slides shared with you, so you've got them to use. And I suppose also bringing it back down to the Victorian experience is that when we think about the instructional hierarchy, which might be new language to some people, it might be not to others, it's captured in our model. So when we think about the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0, when we think about levels like acquisition and fluency, it's really captured in the explicit teaching element that we talk about within that model. But when we start to think about things like generalizing and adaptation, it's captured in the supported application area where we talk about extend and challenge. So really nice to hear about those ideas and what it looks like in a classroom. So we're going to break now for half an hour. Because we've got lots of geographic areas that are engaging, it's really important to be back in on time. So we'll be back at 11:30 to kick off the next part of the session. Thanks everyone for your time and attention. Put your hands together for Brendan one more time.
Lots of people asking about it. Yeah, well done. Really good job. Apologies again with the power outage. A little bit of a...
Did the whole thing?
The whole building went. The entire building.
It put me off a little bit at the start because I felt like I had to do almost like 2 or 3
thank you.
intros, you know?
I know. That's why I might just jump. I was trying to jump up and turn and talk until we're ready to go.
Because you don't want to say
Hello.
too much.
Just testing that the roaming mics are working since the power outage. Checking that. Did Alex give you this?
Yeah. All right. What time are you?
Yeah, I'll head off in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Really not
No, yeah.
Also checking that this microphone is also working. Thank you.
This is the latest one today.
Yeah. But I'll.
It's at one of the schools.
Yeah, to practice it. That's why I'm not being a bit funny about it.
Yeah. Yes. Because I know I've looked at it. And like, so why have I got anyone going to this?
It's going to be a pretty long process.
Yeah. And then what's on Saturday?
Research Ed in Perth.
In Perth.
Yeah.
Just because I'd like to go to Perth.
Oh, your son's there?
No, my brother. Just my brother.
Oh,
yeah. I haven't actually heard. So you're going from here to Sunshine Coast to Perth?
I've got to actually go back to Sydney Friday night because my daughter's playing at the Matildas game.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got to come back for that. And then, back to Perth. So.
Oh, wow. How old's your daughter?
10. Yeah. Oh, she's she's absolutely over.
Yeah.
Just the last couple of years, it's become her thing, you know. And I've always encouraged, my kids to try to pick something that you really want to focus on. Because I think it's just such a good learning experience. Like whether you make it or you don't, but just learning what it takes to actually, to actually get good at something, and persist with it.
Such a great. I went and spoke to the grade 6s one day and she said, my son practiced every day.
Hello, just testing that the lapel mic also works.
It was,
Testing that this is able to be heard.
Good, Phil, well done.
Do anything?
No, it's just all come together.
I'll sit down watching it all.
Do you want to get a cup of coffee or a tea before you leave?
No, yes, we'll go. In a second.
You two cross paths before this?
We met once before we were at dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, the other week it's Steve Mulvey. Half the office.
Yeah.
Steve Mulvey, but. All good?
Yeah, just that. That was really quiet anyway, so it turns out. So it's probably, the lapel was super quiet.
Like externally or here?
Yeah, apparently externally.
Externally.
Yeah. Don't know what's going on.
So that went through.
That went through great. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I checked in with people who were in the other side. No, great.
Even Tyron messaged and said it was much clearer when you went to there.
Yeah. Don't know what's...
No, and I think because we had the interpreter, it would have been a little bit clunky with me kind
I think it probably worked out, especially for the people online too. It was probably a better experience. Yeah.
Who were you? Yesterday, Leah.
Yeah.
She was up and down.
Oh, she did
She's
stop
a real
there.
pacer, and I thought, there's 4 people on screen, that camera was going like that, and tracking her.
We only had one on screen. That would
Oh,
have
did you?
been CC.
Yeah.
She came and helped me with the training facilitators. Really interesting.
This is what I was just talking about with the numeracy.
And she helped
I'm
me
not being
kind of
touched about
scope out the first part of the background knowledge portion, the comprehension section. So we said, you know, rather than feel like feel like hours on 2 days, we could get another voice in. So she came and helped out and helps kind of facilitate and answer questions and that kind of thing. But yeah, when she presents, man, she's just a jackrabbit.
Yeah.
She's just I like to
Yeah.
lots of energy.
Yeah. All right, I might head out there.
I heard, and all those yes, I told Tim.
Thanks again.
But we will come back to address them.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
It's all about understanding when to stop.
Well done.
That was great. Good job. There's a good buzz about upstairs.
Oh, cool.
Chatting about it. So well done. Are you back? Are you staying for the day, or are you back?
No,
down
I'm gonna head to Sunshine Coast.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm at the Science of Learning conference
Mm. Okay. Yeah. I
and
saw.
then the last flight out was not yesterday. We board at 12:20. So
All right. Yeah, that's good.
unfortunately missing us today, but should have access to the recording. So
Yeah, it was good. And actually, the questions, the Q&A is really interesting to look at, like what people are asking questions about, just in terms of their current models and how they kind of, account for that within new advice. So yeah, it was good.
yeah,
Good.
All right.
All right. No worries. Talk to you soon.
good luck and
Thanks.
guys.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you
Now,
in person.
what time is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, welcome back. Just as North Melbourne settle and probably the other locations as well, we'll just go for another 20 seconds and then we'll get started. So just as we're settling down, I'd really encourage you to keep the Slido conversation going. It's been the conversation that we've had at morning tea with the presenters about the things that are starting to come through and the questions that you've got. And it will help us frame the next part of the session. And I know Tim and Melody have looked at some of those things and will address some of the questions that are coming through. So please keep that conversation going. Don't wait for a presenter to sort of pause and say, put some questions in. If you've got wonderings and things that are starting to bubble up to the surface, I'd strongly encourage you to log those in there so we can make sure that everyone is getting an opportunity to engage in the day. So it's my privilege and honour to introduce the next speakers, and they are Dr. Melody McCormack, who is the Strategic Advisor for Mathematics at the Department of Education, and Tim Wilson, who's the Executive Director of Curriculum and Teaching in the Practice Division. And it would be fair to say that it's probably one of the hardest working teams in the public service at the moment, because if you're looking at resources related to whether it's a lesson plan initiative or anything that's coming out in the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0, Tim and Melody have had their hands across it. So released some nice resources last night, which I was looking at, that I saw launched on LinkedIn. So really looking forward to this conversation, which is around some of the resourcing that sits around the shifts that we've got happening within Victoria. So I'll hand over to Melody and Tim. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. It's really great to be here today, and I'll also join in the acknowledgements of the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today and pay respects to elders past, present, and Aboriginal elders and other community members who may be joining us at the meeting today. I'm Tim Wilson. I'm the Executive Director for Curriculum and Teaching Practice. My area looks after things, as Ryan says, to do with lesson plans and professional practice, the VTLM, and other initiatives that are related to the agenda, the excellence in every classroom agenda with the Department for Education. And I'm thrilled to be joined today by Melody. Melody McCormack is a teacher as well by trade, and kind of is usually on is it a Thursday, Melody? You teach your class? Fridays every week at Bright Primary School as a teacher. She's also a former academic, has worked for Aero, and we're very fortunate to have her as our strategic advisor in mathematics. And she joins us today, and we're both going to co-present some of the key ideas around mathematics and the VTLM, and how we bring the VTLM to life in mathematics. So first of all, I think it's important to stress that we start from a position of strength in maths teaching. And actually, there's been lots of positive indicators about trends in maths teaching and maths outcomes over time. The TIMS data provides just that insight, and Victoria booking sometimes an international trend with other jurisdictions and a kind of jurisdictional trend in Australia, and having a steady and progressively increasing profile in outcomes in relation to this major international survey of maths outcomes. And also we join, obviously, today, one of the spirit's key bits of the education state reform is spreading excellent practice. So making good practice common practice in our schools. And to that end, we're joined by some fabulous educators today who I know are in the room, are about to talk to you in a panel discussion, and then they're going to be spotlighted later on about the interesting, innovative and engaging practices that they've got going on in their schools. And really this agenda about improvement is about how we make things even better, not starting from this sense that we've got some sort of deficit or terrible crisis in our schools, which we reject. We've got an enormous amount of good work going on every day across the state in many of our schools and classrooms. So today, we're going to explore some of the ways that we can recognise that numeracy is a fundamental life skill and plays a fundamental role in developing children's capabilities and young people's capabilities about problem solving, about reasoning, but also enables participatory citizenship of students. And Brendan talked so clearly about the importance of maths and numeracy, and we're going to go into detail a little bit about that. We're going to explore some ways that we can build capability and confidence to teach mathematics, thinking about how we implement the VTLM in mathematics, and also using contemporary evidence about how students learn best and how that can inform our practices in mathematics. And look, it's important just to acknowledge today, there's obviously a huge appetite for advice around maths, which is kind of borne out in the amount of people who have joined us online at various venues, academy venues across the state, in person or online in their schools to learn more about our position about mathematics. And I think we've said a lot from Central DE recently about reading and kind of some of the evidence-based approaches that we're trying to encourage in schools about the implementation of the Big Six and systematic synthetic phonics teaching. We've said much less about mathematics, and I think people are thirsty for more guidance and advice about that. And we recognise that we have not put out lots of guidance and advice, and this is one of the first times across the system we've been able to talk to the VTLM and mathematics. So we hope to kind of answer some of your questions today, but I think it's important to signpost that we won't answer all of your questions today, because obviously we've got commitments to give further guidance, to give further advice and support over the course of the year as we implement two big important changes, as we implement the Victorian Curriculum 2.0 and as we implement the VTLM 2.0. So, mathematics and the VTLM, what we're going to talk about then. So we are going to focus today on 4 key elements in mathematics. We're going to think about what implementing the VTLM looks like in maths. We're going to reflect on the importance of mastery and fact fluency, hopefully connecting to and building on some of the things that Brendan talked about earlier. We're going to talk a little about the importance of developing whole school curriculum materials and common curriculum resources. And I think no doubt you will hear from different people later on about how common resources can be hugely impactful in the teaching and practice in mathematics. And we're also going to talk a little about anxiety in maths and building confidence in mathematics, 2 things that we know are pivotal for successful outcomes. We're actually going to start off by also just delving deeply into the VTLM and in a moment into explicit teaching and supported application in more detail. But we'll start off with the top of the model. So I think this is well known now, this poster, and we're pleased to announce, and obviously Ryan's referenced this, that we've actually announced some practice guides now. So we obviously only had this poster for a long period of time. So it's great to have some more granular detail, and there's a QR code coming up where you can download and access those guides if you've not seen them. But the VTLM provides a framework for how we will bring the curriculum to life in mathematics. The top part of the model, the blue, emphasizes insights from cognitive science and neuroscience. It helps us to consider how students learn, and particularly drawing our attention to attention, focus and regulation, knowledge and memory, retention and recall, and mastery and application. The bottom of the model is a response to what we know, or the best of what we know now about learning, and stresses key elements of teaching. So to talk about planning and enabling learning first, one of the key aspects of implementing the VTLM effectively in mathematics is the collaborative development of a whole school teaching and learning program in mathematics. Now, practically, what that means is not having the variance that we might see in some schools where a teacher chooses and develops their own instructional materials that differ in dramatic ways often from the person next door. And that can happen in high school, it can happen in primary school, but the commitment towards actually having a curriculum that is documented and clear and sequenced well and is supportive for teachers to be able to pick up and use in their collaborative planning is a key part of implementing the VTLM at a high level. Also, planning for how we'll meet the needs of those learners who need challenge, extension, and support, and thinking about the multi-tiered systems of support that we might enact within schools to ensure that we help students to catch up that we tackle issues relating to learning difficulties in mathematics, and also that we provide appropriate extension and targeted support where necessary. And Melody's going to talk to you a little more about that later. In enabling learning, we're thinking more about how we foster a positive environment in mathematics, an enabling learning environment in mathematics, an environment in mathematics that utilizes effectively positive classroom management strategies to maximize the time we have for instruction. Because one of the key parts about enabling learning is enabling sufficient quality teaching time where students can be challenged and supported in different measures. So let's focus more then on explicit teaching in mathematics directly, and what our advice is about explicit teaching in mathematics. Implementing the VTLM involves implementing explicit, sequential, systematic approaches to teaching mathematics, which include explicit teaching, involve the breaking down of learning objectives and activation of prior knowledge, and encourage a teaching based around small steps. So we're actually trying to explain and develop understanding about the building blocks that might add up to a content descriptor or key idea in maths. And also that we're representing and explaining mathematics in a way to promote student understanding and the ability to reason, to make connections and think flexibly, deploying the proficiencies in mathematics as we teach in explicit teaching and supported application. So let's just look at those in a tiny bit more detail before we go on to thinking about mastery. Brendan talked to you about this earlier on, so I'm not going to go into massive detail about this, but explicit teaching at its basis talks about explanation before exploration. And I think that is a shift in our messaging in maths. You'll see it in Victorian lesson plans illustrated, where we'll explain first and then potentially provide opportunities for exploration in independent practice or in supported application tasks later on in sequences of learning. So in this slide on the left, we obviously kind of reference some of the work that Brendan's talked to you about earlier about I do, we do, you do, the teacher explicit explanation and modelling, student practice as guided with the teacher, and independent application, with checking for understanding and responsive teaching being kind of pivotal across all of those teaching moves. And I think just to reference the guides in relation to this, I've done a snippet there for the guides so you can see how we talk about responsive teaching in the guides, which is often this shift, this complex shift between I do, we do, you do, which can go through many times and many rotations in the course of one lesson. And that thinking about being responsive is key to answering some of the questions that have been posed in the Slido about the place of things like launch, explore, summarize in mathematics or other models that people might be using. So in terms of learning objectives and prior knowledge, a key part of implementing explicit teaching effectively in mathematics is identifying and making clear learning intentions or learning objectives. And that's important because we need to be able to define what we want students to learn. We don't talk about things in our guidance in relation to teacher-facing learning intentions. It's important that the student has an understanding about what they're being asked to learn and do. And that success criteria breaks down ideas into how competency might be demonstrated in different ways. The VTLM 2.0 guides provide teachers and colleagues with a framing for how they might develop learning intentions in a school, and also provide prompts and ideas about how you might go about activating prior knowledge, stimulating connection to learning or things that a student knows from previous activities or materials. And there's a QR code to link to that at the bottom. Also, explicit teaching involves, and the implementation of a sequential program in mathematics involves breaking down knowledge into small steps, concise steps, and explaining those fully. Lesson plans give an example of this. So I've put on the right of this page the route through an additive thinking sequence in lesson plans. If we think about the curriculum in mathematics, it often provides in its content descriptor form a kind of destination to what you might get to at the end of a sequence of lessons. But clearly, if you consider that content descriptor, its constituent parts need to be broken down and taught. So there's an encouragement when we're thinking about explicit teaching in mathematics to teach in small steps. And we encourage you to use our guidance from lesson plans to help you to define those things. And then briefly, just talking about supported application. There's no program that implements the VTLM fully in mathematics without really thoroughly consider how we enact supported application in maths. And that's the practices of reviewing and retrieving knowledge, of varying and spacing the practice that we do, of kind of continually the act of coming back and revisiting knowledge to help students to organize and connect ideas, content, and knowledge that they might have. So in supported application, we're often talking about the practice and application of learning in varied contexts, revisiting, reviewing learning, spacing learning over time, and consolidation through the use and application of tasks within open-ended problem-solving tasks, generative tasks, or real-world problem-solving. And we know that students should practice and apply their learning in all sorts of different ways as they move towards mastery. So the challenge within supported application is often how, this question about how do we make learning stick? And I think I'm not going to go into great detail about this because your colleagues later into the day will talk to you lots about retrieval practice and how they've enacted that in maths. But the guides for mathematics help you to do that in different ways, help you to identify what to revisit and review, prompt you to think about daily, weekly, monthly retrieval practice. Prompt me to think about retrieval practice and revisiting things that promote students to think hard about the mathematics, that promote high response and thinking rates, that promote desirable difficulties in mathematics. We want that idea. I like when we're thinking about desirable difficulties to think about there's the Goldilocks kind of point. We want it just right, not too hard, but also not too easy. And in the guidance on retrieval, we also kind of consider and help you to think through the intentional use of open-ended tasks, real-world problem solving, and the teaching students how to revise, review, and retrieve effectively for their own independent study, which is so important in senior maths. Now, there isn't a QR code on this one because these guides are not released yet, but you can see a little sneak preview of what they will look like. And from a department perspective, we have some resources to help you to implement retrieval practice and supported application in mathematics. These are our slide deck resources, which are available via the QR code, one of which is involved around a quizzing, which actually you might notice actually has a deliberate use here of sometimes it's one answer correct and sometimes it's two, because it's also helping you to surface misconceptions in mathematics. There's another a resource here that's like a memory booster resource, it's called, which samples the curriculum and samples it thinking about what we might retrieve a week ago, 6 months ago, and a year ago, and prompts questioning to help you to answer that. Also, retrieval might include more open-ended games or practice activities, and we have a concept in here called called Classroom Compass, and this is an example of an activity, a partner activity that could be used about patterns, and this idea of kind of retrieval also involving problem solving and reasoning in mathematics. It not just being about retrieval of number facts. So I'm going to hand over to Melody now, and I'll come back later to talk to you about classroom resources, but Melody's going to talk a little bit more about the importance of mastery and fact fluency.
All right, thanks, Tim. So the VTLM, it highlights the importance of automaticity and fluency. In particular, the fluency with, with facts, procedures, and language. And I know Brendan Lee talked about that as well. We know from the cognitive science that working memory is limited, not only by how much students can process at one time with new information, but how long they process that information. And we also know that they need to actually attend to their learning and really focus on it in order to process that learning and remember. And with this limitation in mind, it really highlights the importance of automaticity and recall. We also, if students, if you have students in the classroom and rather than them having cognitive overload, calculating simple operations, we want to have that working memory freed up so they can think more complex. They can connect and forge connections. They can problem solve and reasoning. So it's really important for remembering and freeing up that space. And it provides a foundation for problem solving and reasoning, as I mentioned. And another thing I want to note that Brendan highlighted is that fact fluency and conceptual understanding and procedural fluency, they're mutually important. They're not in competition or in isolation. They work together. They're interdependent and interconnected. And to do this, they need, as we mentioned, lots of practice, lots of retrieval, varied opportunities to develop this. Now, the VTLM 2.0, it provides a framework for developing the proficiencies and also mastery. Now, explicit teaching we know is not only important for fluency and understanding, but also for problem solving and reasoning. This really talks to the what and the how that Brendan was talking about. They need to know what to do in maths, how to do it, but also why and when. And this is where explicit teaching is really fundamental for those reasoning skills. Focusing on that why is actually going to develop more of that understanding too. And problem solving, explicitly teaching problem solving strategies is really fundamental for this process too. We also want to talk about concrete materials and representations and how they play an important role in student learning. It really helps students to develop that understanding of the underlying structures and that why and how. Now, as Brendan mentioned before, these scaffolders, you won't keep them all the time. You need to make decisions about when to remove them. And another thing is it's really important to actually forge those connections between the representations, between the concrete materials, and also that abstraction. So that's really fundamental. Now, tasks as well. We know tasks are fundamental. They provide opportunities for thinking and for the learning. Now, it depends on the type of task. That depends on your goals for teaching and learning, whether it's focusing on misconceptions, providing examples and non-examples. Maybe it's for focusing on underlying structures or generalizations. Maybe you're focusing on problem solving, but the task is really important for these opportunities to learn. And also the sequencing in your unit as well. Now, I actually wanted to put this comic in here. I'll give you a moment to read it. So we often hear that teachers say that students forget much of what they've been told and they need to reteach it. And we know that there's limitations to working memory and that students need to retrieve and revisit learning regularly over time. And it reminds me of what a colleague told me once. They said it's not that students are either good or bad at maths. It's rather that some students need more time than others to consolidate that learning. And it really highlights how students need that time to develop mastery, to develop that fluency, open up the working memory, to consolidate, to forge connections. And it also highlights how maths really needs that priority in schools as well, equal importance to other subjects. I'll hand you over to Tim now.
So our next point is just talking about whole school curriculum and common classroom resources. We'll very briefly cover this one so we're aware of time. People will know about the Lesson Plans initiative, which has a number of aims, one of which is around supporting out-of-field teachers in mathematics, or teachers who might need support to build their confidence about understanding key aspects of maths. But also it's an open resource that anybody can use and tries to illustrate some of the practices of the VTLM and tries to break down and connect some of the curriculum 2.0 in mathematics to help you to implement that at a school level. The use of common curriculum resources, I'm not going to talk to you lots because Brendan's already mentioned many of these things today, but some of the key kind of enablers that common curriculum resources give are around consistency and the reduction in variance between classes across a school. So for instance, this challenge about mathematical language that Brendan kind of highlighted earlier on, think how that is partially resolved if we have a shared understanding and use of the mathematical vocabulary that we're using with our students. The same might go for our approach to procedures that we're teaching directly at a school level, or the way in which we talk about certain concepts and explain certain concepts in mathematics. So the use of high quality curriculum resources, quality assured curriculum resources have this kind of dual purpose. They support confidence, capability, improve consistency about different aspects of teaching maths, but also ultimately may assist in the reduction in kind of duplicative workload. So stop this kind of craziness from happening where a teacher's designing and creating materials and spending huge amounts of time doing that. Now, the resources were developed in partnership with MAV and in partnership with expert teachers in the department, have been extensively reviewed, and they're gradually being released now over time. So you'll see different ones in F2 and 7 and 8, and the QR code is there for you to download. Now, finally, we're going to talk a little bit about anxiety in mathematics and building confidence, and you're going to have to forgive us if we go over by 2 minutes, but Melody, over to you.
I think that's a challenge. I'll take it. Okay. So something we hear more in maths and reading is that persistent myth that you're either good at maths or you're bad, and that your ability is fixed. And we know that's not true. But we still hear this myth from students, from parents, from carers, and it plays a really important role in how students experience maths in school. So a recent PISA data shows that around 2/3 of 15-year-old students reported anxiety when learning maths, and this correlated with lower maths achievement. And we know from cognitive science that this anxiety, it impairs student thinking and learning and their engagement, and that students who struggle in maths, they're actually more likely to develop maths anxiety. So this anxiety affects not only learning, but also the future choices that students make in life. We know every student can achieve in maths, and it's dependent on that knowledge and skills that they acquire, consolidate, and use. Maths is hierarchical. It is increasingly complex over the years of schooling, and it is also highly connected. You can see from this diagram that new knowledge must be built on prior knowledge, and that these complex ideas and thinking are dependent on this consolidated foundation of knowledge. Now, this foundation, it impacts future performance and anxiety in maths. So you can see here that if you have, without building that prior knowledge and forging those meaningful connections across maths ideas, those gaps develop and students will struggle to understand, remember, and use maths. And it really highlights the need for, a preventative approach to ensure that students can build these strong foundations and that they experience success in their learning, because as Brendan mentioned before, success breeds success. And parents and carers, they play a really impactful role in this too. So a key aspect of the VTLM 2.0 is multi-tiered systems of support. They ensure that every school implements high-quality instruction. It has a tiered support, which means students who need additional support or extension, they're provided with timely and targeted intervention. This also includes numeracy screening to identify any students with learning difficulties or gaps, And we also, Victoria, you may know, have signed the Better Fairer School Agreement with that commitment for every school to have screeners in classrooms. And that's, I'm going to hand you over quickly to Tim.
So finally, and we'll take some questions then. I think the chat's been very lively on the Slido, so we're looking forward to answering some of those ones. But I think, one of the challenges here, Melody mentioned, we have within the VTLM a model of MTSS, but MTSS is hugely complex to implement at a school level. So again, a little bit like Ryan and Brendan's messages earlier on today, you don't have, if you've not got a coherent program of intervention, or if you think there are some challenges with your tier 1 practice and instruction, you don't have to do everything all at once. The VTLM sets a kind of vision for our instruction and our instructional practices across Victorian government schools. But you need to think about what the next most important step is for you in your context. And I'm sure Ryan will talk to you about that later on today. As Melody mentioned, that Victoria is committed to the Better Fairer Schools Agreement. So you will see, and you are seeing across Australia, a commitment towards screening and the use of validated screeners to test for maths learning difficulties, and then to think about the supports that can be enacted at Tier 2 and beyond to kind of help to address those issues that a screener has surfaced. But that's not a thing that we don't have that immediately. It's complex, and it's going to take time for us to develop that over in Victoria and in other jurisdictions in Australia. What we can do now, though, is continue to think about the practices and structures and ways in which we build confidence and capability among our teachers and teams. And we encourage you to use your existing structures to think about mathematics, to prioritise mathematics improvement within AIP processes and school improvement processes, to think about how maths capability building works within your collaborative planning or PLC processes within a school, or even across a network, as I know many of you are involved in cross-network activities involved in building confidence and capabilities. And we encourage as well a use and a building of your knowledge about evidence-informed practices in mathematics. But remember, insights from research are only ever a stepping off point for a discussion in a PLC group or a discussion as part of your professional practice about what that might mean in your context. Evidence is not a recipe or a paint-by-numbers approach that we can kind of use to just implement in a school. We've got such diverse schools across Victoria, but it does give us a guide about the best bets that we should be focusing on. And it does help us to bring to life insights from research studies in the classroom. And sources of those we'd encourage, we have a commitment, as I mentioned earlier on, to kind of iteratively produce better and clearer guidance in mathematics. And obviously you've got various other sources that are listed there that you'll all be familiar with that also help you to do that. And in relation to specific supports, I encourage you to really engage with the Lesson Plans project and the lesson webinars, which are great supports for practice. So again, as I said to you before, for out-of-field teachers, but also for everybody to engage with high-quality curriculum planning in mathematics. The Primary Mathematics and Science Specialist Initiative has been refreshed, and there's lots of different speakers and some of the same speakers, but it's got a rejuvenated program, and I encourage you to have a think about that and engage with that initiative. We've also got some practical guides, the VTLM 2.0 guides, which are coming out, and we've talked a little about the Better Fairer Schools Agreement. You might know as well that we have Maths Ambassadors starting next term. So we've searched Victoria. We had over 40 applications, and I would imagine we've got some people in the rooms, one of the rooms in the Academy locations today, who potentially has applied for that. And we're joined by colleagues from the Academy and from Maths Association of Victoria to kind of go through the final process of appointing those ambassadors over the next month. And obviously also engage you to further engage with professional learning in the Academy. There's some specific programs which Kendra spotlighted earlier on about capability building, about leadership in mathematics and numeracy. Encourage you to engage with those. All right, Ryan.
Now, just before you go, Tim, there's a couple of questions on the Slido just to put you and Melody on the spot. So we're going to, in live, so I'm sort of in real time actually address some of these things. So quite a few questions about the Launch, Explore, Summarise model and where that fits with the new VTLM 2.0. So any sort of insights into that?
I'm gonna say ask Melody. I'm gonna handball that to Melody.
Thanks.
So I know that's a hot topic, and I'll chip in as well if needs be.
I guess to answer that, it's really helpful to differentiate what they are and what they aren't. So the Launch, Explore, Summarise is a lesson structure. You use it for your planning for a specific lesson. The VTLM you could describe as a comprehensive pedagogical model. It's looking at how you enable learning, the routines, planning, sequencing, scope and sequencing, intervention supports. It talks about all these evidence-based practices. They're very different. They have different purposes. There is some little similarities in pedagogy, but if we're looking at alignment, there is similarities with the extending and supported application phase. So teachers who are using the Launch, Explore, Summarise, they're going to be in the best place to support students, to extend them and to challenge them. And to also think about Launch, Explore, Summarise, where does it fit in a sequence of learning as well? It's a micro sort of focus where the VTLM is looking more comprehensively.
I think as well, just to stress, like we're engaging at the minute in looking at our instructional models and routines in mathematics. So it's important to think about whether you've quite defined tightly enough what your instructional routines are in a maths lesson. That doesn't mean throwing out everything that you've worked on to do with your instructional practices in mathematics. We always start from a position of ripening what's already ripe, and trying to think about the gaps, trying to kind of revise things where it's necessary. I think there's a definitional problem about Launch, Explore, Summarise, though, as well, generally. Because if you go back to kind of origin kind of research about it, that's a very different set of practices. And in fact, when you talk to some academics about it, never really designed in its purest form to be an every lesson math structure, but it's been incorporated in school models in a slightly different way. And actually, sometimes it's been incorporated in school models where the launch phase isn't actually really a launch phase. It's actually explicit teaching. And so it's really important, we think, to take a step back, to look at instructional models in a robust way or routines that you might have in mathematics and compare them against what Melody terms so clearly, that comprehensive framework, which is the VTLM, thinking about, well, where does explicit teaching fit within our model? It shouldn't be explicit teaching shouldn't be something that we're seeking to minimize in a mini lesson or kind of hide at the end of a sequence of moves in mathematics. It's fundamental to the way in which we explain mathematics and the way in which we enable students to understand mathematics. So where's the place of explicit teaching in the model? Where's the place of deliberate planning and well-sequenced planning in your instructional model? And also, I think a common thing is where's the place for supported application in your model? Like quite often the issue with instructional models in schools that we will see is that actually we've not really thought about how we're going to review and retrieve the things that we're teaching. Like we've got a gradual release, but we don't actually revisit, we don't actually come back to, we don't actually have a coherent way of building that mastery and fact fluency that's so important, that you think with, that you reason with, that you need to be able to work well across all of the proficiencies in mathematics. So I don't know whether that answers the question fully, but I hope it gives you some food for thought.
No, it does. And it's consistent with the evidence base. So when we think about the research and some randomised control trials that have been done on explicit teaching and problem solving, we've got really solid evidence that explicit teaching should come before problem solving. So not the other way around. And in fact, the Central Highlands group that we've got on board tonight, or today I should say, up in Ballarat, there was a study done about 3 or 4 years ago within that context, and the same thing come out, that explicit approaches should come before problem solving. One more question before I let you go. Have you got a timeline for the Victorian Lesson Plan Initiative? So I think people were looking at term 4, that some of the things were going to come out, and I know a few lessons have come out, but just an update on the timeline was also another question on Slido.
Yeah, so there were some resources that were released yesterday with the VLP initiative, and they'll continue to be released over the course of the whole year. They're also going to be released in other subject areas as well. But I think, as you've heard in the way I would normally talk about improvement, things are useful to do incrementally and thinking about how you build them into your existing structures. There's not going to be many schools that are kind of just copying and pasting this into their own, curriculums. You're going to be thinking about how they fit, where you can ripen things that you've already got going well, where you might have gaps. So I encourage you to engage with those. I think another thing just to flag that was off topic, but very common in the feedback on the Slido, and we will download the Slido. Please keep on asking questions in that. It's going to be an invaluable resource for our team back in Curriculum and Teaching Practice Division, just to think about some of the advice that we give, was around reporting arrangements and the difference in reporting arrangements in Victorian Curriculum 2.0. And I'm just going to signpost that we are doing work to add further guidance about that. We do have a webinar coming about that, and we'll release information and guidance to regions, but also webinar information that we encourage you to engage with about that shortly.
Thanks, Melody, and thanks, Tim. And look, it's one of the things when we talk about lesson plans and curriculum that when I started teaching in 2002, a lot of the conversation that we had in Western Metropolitan region was around that there's more in-school variation than between-school variation. So it feels like, over 20 years later that we're still having this conversation, and curriculum is a pivotal part of that. And so making sure that we've got these shared learning resources because of workload issues, but also to decrease the variation between classrooms is a really important thing. So put your hands together and thank Melanie McCormack and Tim Wilson. So the next phase in the day is that we're going to have a panel discussion looking at some of the leadership challenges and wins that people have had within this space. And so just as we transition from being here over to a panel conversation, I'd really like you just to turn and talk with the person next to you about some of the key takeaways that you've taken from not just Tim and Melody's session, but also from Brendan's session. So 1 minute just to chat with the people next to you about some of the key takeaways so far today. Thank you. All right. I'll hold one. First. Take the camera and we'll start up here.
You guys okay to share a mic?
Okay, just taking a guide from the audience in North Melbourne that things are starting to settle a little bit after that turn and talk. So great to have an opportunity to engage. And as we move through the day, there'll be increasing opportunities to engage in the ideas that are discussed. So we wanted to start with Brendan's, wide-ranging discussion about core things that we should be focused on in mathematics teaching and learning. But as we move through the day, really to deepen around some core ideas. And so like Tim was talking about, if I look at Mary Kennedy's work out of the US, she talks about persistent problems in education. And so that's not disrespective to people that work in education, but it's like we work in a complex environment that has constant challenges. And so what we want to do in this part of the session is start to think about, well, how have some people started to work through some of these challenges that they experience? And when I looked at the title of this session, it was actually Leading Change. But I'd actually like to reframe that based on some of the work that Viviane Robinson has talked about, and to say what we should be doing is thinking about how do we lead improvement. So Viviane talks about that not all change leads to improvement. And I think with so many options about what we could be exploring in mathematics and leadership, it's really important that we have that frame about it's not just changing things. It's actually saying, well, how can we improve things? So I've had some conversations at morning tea about schools that have had more inquiry-based models, and to say, we actually started to realise that it worked really well for certain students, but not so well for others. And so being open to saying, all right, well, what could we do differently here? How could we improve things for some of our students is really the frame that I want you to think about. So I'm lucky to be joined by three wonderful educators and leaders. So I've got Cameron Peverett, who's the principal at Lake Colac Specialist School. Cameron's got over 20 years experience working in specialist education settings. So please welcome Cameron to the panel. Got Mary Zervos, who's the head of teaching and learning at Vermont Secondary College, but was also the head of mathematics at Vermont Secondary College for over 13 years. So please give her a warm welcome. And Sarah, who I think has already been mentioned today, I think you were referenced by name in Brendan's presentation. So Sarah Som, who's the principal at Bentley West Primary School. And Sarah's been working in the explicit teaching space for over a decade. So it's got some really valuable insights into some of the things that maybe people are more at the initial stages of. And so I might start with you, Cameron, and just sort of talk. Even when Brendan was talking, it was interesting that his journey into evidence-based teaching in mathematics actually started in literacy. So I'd just like to get some insights into your journey into more science of learning principles and evidence-informed or evidence-based teaching.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Well, I suppose we started by, we're looking at the data from the very start. We were one of those schools that were, particularly all of my kids have got intellectual disabilities and they've all got an IQ of 70 and under. So we have what you traditionally know as special kids who are at special education or also special developmental schools as well. So what we were finding was that the students may have been able to progress through some of their reading levels, but the comprehension wasn't following. And they also really were struggling at particular decoding spaces. So what we did was we just went back to the research for a start. So what do we know about how students actually learn? So the broader picture around learning, but then also how do we actually develop their reading in particular? So we kind of went to the approach of throwing the baby out with the bathwater a little bit because we knew that what we were doing was not meeting the needs of our students. So we spent our time really unpacking. I often say that COVID was the best thing that happened to us because we could actually spend the time doing the research and basically having a bit of sandbox time and playing with a few things. So really heavy research-based approach that we were able to then draw down into something that was a little bit more digestible for the teachers, trying to source quality resources that were actually going to match the models that we were looking at, and developing an instructional model that was actually very similar to the VTLM 2.0 in the end. That actually helped us to really have a really explicit teaching model around, particularly in phonics at the time, which we then also did mentor text as well to help develop the comprehension, once again based on research, making sure we're hitting both ends of both sides of the Scarborough's reading rope. And providing our staff with a lot of professional learning, I suppose, in that space as well. So as far as the leading implementation and change, we set a very clear direction of where we wanted our students to be. We took away any ceilings that potentially could have been attached to our kids and their bias. If there are any staff who weren't on the train that we were going as we were heading, I was more than happy to write them a reference. Which was really good because, well, it wasn't good that I was losing some staff during COVID, but it did mean that I had a really captive teaching team who were really ready to sort of jump on the journey with us. We have now started doing exactly the same thing in maths, but we can sort of talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And Templestowe Heights would say the same thing, that COVID was a really good precursor to actually talking about how students learn. So it was when we went into remote learning was when they realised that there was, one, a lot of variance, and some of the practices that we're actually doing weren't well aligned to how students learn best. So it's an interesting area. And the other thing that I think is worthwhile to focus on is that when we've had discussions around how students might learn best in a different learning domain, so thinking about primary schools, that when we looked at the Willingham model that was up before about building schema and long-term memory, that it's really important for teachers to see that, hey, there's some really good principles about how we learn in literacy that can be applied to mathematics as well. So for teachers, just as well as students, it's about also building their schema and saying, we actually know things about how students learn. Let's have a look at what this looks like now in a mathematics classroom.
Cognitive load theory became a big part of our conversation. and also making sure that we were generating appropriate structures and routines so that there was a high level of predictability and high levels of success for our students.
Yeah, and so when we're talking about, people often reference things like Rosenshine's principles of instruction.
Absolutely.
To say really applicable to look at that in a mathematics classroom. So Mary, a little sort of earlier in the journey, I think it's fair to say, so Vermont Secondary College, but I think that's really important for people to hear as well, that what has been the precursor for a shift across to more evidence-based approaches within your mathematics team?
Well, we've actually started way before that, not in maths, but overall. We're a school of over 1,600 students, over 100 staff, and to actually make change, it takes a long time. All right, so we are doing things very slowly, and we have started to look at our instructional model and the VTLM 2.0 and see how they fit together. So we've got an AP that's actually been leading the changes here. So he leads our SIT meetings, our school improvement meetings, which are comprised of leading teachers and learning specialists. And one of the first tasks we did was actually go on learning walks. And that was to see how our instructional model was actually being delivered in the classrooms and to get that big overall picture. And then from there, we've had meetings where we then have looked at it and see what are the improvements we can make to it. So we've got some homework from our SIT meetings. We get some readings on explicit teaching, on cognitive load, small things that we can read about, come back, and then refine our model. The idea is that we will come up with a model by the end of the year through this process with many iterations as we learn more about VTLM 2.0, and then we've got something that we can then deliver to staff. So the learning specialists and leading teachers who are heads of domains, they're the ones that are going to be delivering it to our faculties, our learning areas. And we will do that in a range of different opportunities that we have, such as learning area meetings, where all of us get together in maths to discuss, learning area team time where it's year level meetings, and then PLC, which is smaller groups again, to delve more deeper into how this is going to be impacting on our maths classes and what changes we need to make.
Yeah, excellent. It's great to know. And so, I come back to, I mentioned Viviane Robinson at the start, but one of the things that Viviane Robinson talks about is don't design for the future until you deeply understand the present. And so going on things like learning walks to get a sense of what are the current instructional practices that we're seeing that are embedded within classrooms, and then to make some decisions about where we could go next. I mean, Kendra spoke at the start of today about the Academy Leadership Excellence Framework. And one of the core capabilities in there is complex problem solving. And what does that start with? Problem identification. And not to see problem as, oh no, it's a negative connotation, but to say, look, where's our starting point? What are the problems that we actually want to solve as we move through this? So really nice articulation of where you've started on your journey at Vermont Secondary College. And Sarah, I'll bring you into the conversation now. And I think this is I hope this is interesting, that I think from an outsider, when I was looking at Bentley West Journey, and I've been fortunate enough to be in the school last year, but before I was there, being seen as someone that's really at the forefront of explicit direct instruction, being seen as someone that really supports other schools within that journey. But what I didn't realise when I first started being connected to Bentley West Primary was that's not where you started. And actually 10 years ago that you had an inquiry stance at the school. So I'd be really interested in if you could talk us through that journey of that's where you started and now where you're at.
Absolutely. So when I've been at the school for much longer than that, but 10 years ago was when we looked at de-implementation and moving away from PYP, moving to explicit direct instruction. So we had lots of learning houses with no walls. We had learning houses that were very noisy without their own teacher, lots of moving around. So they moved around classes. They didn't necessarily have their own homeroom teacher. We had composite classes of 6 grade 1, 2 classes. So there was just 2 problems of practice at that time. There was the curriculum that we didn't have mapped out, and there was also the instructional model. So we had to focus in 2 spaces. And again, like Cameron, we started in the literacy space, but quickly realised It wasn't just a literacy problem, and we needed to look wider than that. So the first thing we did is we did actually start putting walls and things in the classrooms and making them a much better, quieter learning space. And since that, in the last 10 years, we've moved on much further with, less distractions and other things in that space. We soundproofed the classrooms. We fundraised for soundproofing. So we looked at that. And alongside that, we looked at the curriculum. So we looked at mapping out the curriculum across the school. And again, that started in the literacy space because we were a coasting school and we wanted to be a high-performing school in our demographic. That wasn't okay. And we mapped out the phonics, the morphology, the spelling, the grammar, the text units. We mapped out the novel studies. We mapped out all the English, but then quickly realised we needed to do the same for maths. And we did get some resistance at the start from teachers saying, oh, but they can't do that in maths. And we said, well, you said that about English. You said they couldn't do that in prep in English as well. So we had to really kind of upskill the teachers at the same time, but also take that load away from the teachers in terms of mapping curriculum for them, which you'll hear from Rachel, my AP, a bit later on today, and how they've mapped that out. So there is what we call our low variance. It's the floors, no ceilings. So we don't have that big tail anymore of students who need the support. And we can extend them because the results have risen. But that mapping took a long time, and you're lucky now to have the resources coming out from the department to do that. That wasn't around 10 years ago when we started this journey. So we had to map it out. So we knew exactly what a bar graph would look like in prep and how that would look different in grade 3 or grade 6. So we had to really spend time mapping that curriculum and then, I guess, really focus on that teacher knowledge with it and give maths a big focus. We've heard a lot about that today, but we do have an hour and a half of maths a day, and on a Monday, it's maths morning, so maths is first up on a Monday because more often than not, maths was dropped. If there was swimming that week or there was something else happening, maths was the thing that got dropped. So we gave it a big focus and, again, upskilling teacher knowledge because there was a lot of teachers that were not as confident in maths as they were in the English space. So we had to continue to work on that teacher confidence. We're by no means, a high SES school with no children with additional needs. So we do have 27 to 30% of students with additional needs, ranging from students with really complex needs to a lot of students with dyscalculia and learning difficulties as well. But we still only end up with 1% in that bottom band of NAPLAN.
It's pretty amazing. That's an amazing thing to talk about. So the positive classroom management strategies. So when we look at the placemats and the resources from the department, there's some really great things in there that when I look at that, it's like you're the embodiment of that when you're walking through your school. So I might stick with you, Sarah, and just think about this idea of planning, which was sort of mentioned in the previous session. But when I look at planning in the Victorian Teaching and Learning Model 2.0, just the last sentence, there's this little sentence that says the school-wide enactment of a multi-tiered system of support. So it's not a lot of words, but there's a fair bit of work that's involved there. And when I looked at the Slido, there was lots of comments on screening assessments and what this looks like. So I know that your school won an award for this. I think it was not last year, the year before, on your multi-tiered systems of support. So I'd be interested from the whole panel, but might start with you, Sarah, on how you undertake an MTSS model within your school.
Yeah, one of my first roles at the school was, before I was assistant principal and before principal, was leading learning enhancement. And so I was working in the support space, but also extension. So my role was originally prep, extension and support, and then that grew to school-wide support and extension. And what we quickly realised was that we could have the best support in Tier 2 and Tier 3, but our Tier 1 was not hitting the mark. So the instruction that everyone was getting was just not there. The expectations were not high enough. It was not matching the intensity and the frequency of what the students at Tier 2 and 3 were getting. It needed the same, but they needed more intensity and frequency. We were not getting that revision and retrieval practice, so they weren't getting enough exposures for those students, plus obviously the screening alongside that. But also things like the vocabulary. So we spent a lot of time mapping out the morphology of maths. That peri means, metre means to measure, peri means around. So the students actually understood the maths language as well. We pulled on a lot of the curriculum knowledge at that Tier 1 to make that consistency between classes. So now I can walk into a grade 1 class and I can walk to the classroom next door and the exact same thing should be happening, and it is. And we can see, and that's not to say that it takes away teachers' autonomy and their variance in the way they teach, because that still shines through in the explicit direct instruction model, but there's much fairer outcomes for the students involved in the classroom. We moved away from, I guess, that pre and post testing because we weren't going to test them when we haven't taught them anything yet. So that was and we quickly realised once we mapped that curriculum out to make sure that teachers had that curriculum in front of them, so they were given the learning intentions. It was all mapped out for them, which again you're getting from the lesson plans now, which is fabulous. We took that away so they could then spend their planning time, okay, how are we going to deliver this? Let's practice how we're going to deliver this Singapore bar model lesson or this algebra lesson. Because again, we're working with novice learners, particularly in the primary school space, but even when we get to grade 5, 6, if we're doing algebra, they're novice learners. It's a new concept, it's a new skill. So across the primary school, we needed to map that out for our teachers and take that load from them, which took the curriculum team an awfully long time. And it's certainly nowhere near finished as yet. We're continually working on, where can we go next?
Yeah, excellent. And so one of the things that I find really fascinating about that conversation is you can't tear yourself out of a tier 1 problem. And so when there was a little bit, anxiety is probably a little bit strong, but when we looked at the Slido, there was lots of comments around, universal screeners and these sorts of ideas, thinking about that multi-tiered system of support model. And with the schools that I work with, we're saying, get your tier 1 right. So don't feel like if you're working on the tier 1 teaching that you're not already starting to work on a multi-tiered system of support. And with the schools that are doing it really well, that was the start of the work, is to say we need to actually cater for all students within that tier 1 teaching. So you're moving into that space when you're starting to have that conversation. Cameron, do you want to talk about your school's model of MTSS as well? And was it a similar experience where it was turned back into a tier 1 sort of issue?
Well, MTSS has been in special schools for a long time, same with the explicit direct instruction. So it was probably just a bit of a reframing rather than a new implementation of things. If I talk a little bit about the phonics, which we're going to do something very similar in the maths, is we end up going to, as our tier 1, is we went to a whole school phonics program where the students were actually put into groups across the school. So I've got 3-year-olds to 18-year-olds, but neither of those ends actually engage in it. But my 5 to 15-year-olds are all a part of a phonics group at their level. So they're kind of plonked into it. We sort of see if it works, but we're always sort of doing a lot of assessments. The groups shift sort of constantly. For those kids that need a little bit more, where the phonics in its own right isn't quite working, that's where we overlay the tutor learning initiative program, and the tutor knows which group that student is already a part of. So they're basically, I call it just phonics on steroids. They're just adding the same thing but in a higher dosage and higher intensity, and usually it's one-on-one or it might be small group. Because once again, being a specialist school, I do have kids where phonics really isn't for them at all. It's not going to be a part of their learning journey, or it's a very challenging part of it. They sort of branch more into the communication, more functional type skills. My 16, 17, 18-year-olds, where they are still showing growth in their ability to read, will also get tutoring or some additional, may tap in and out of some phonics, but that we don't compromise their programs, which are all around careers and all of that sort of stuff as well. We're exploring very much a similar thing in maths, particularly in number. So we're about to, next term, dive into number groups with a very similar concept. So maths will occur for some classes at exactly the same time. So we'll be able to branch off. They'll get that explicit teaching at their level in number. And what we've done is, because the Maths 2.0 and the A to D has only just been released this term, we've had to really unpack that. But we've been spending a lot of work on that. We've mapped it back to the learning trajectories, the maths learning trajectories. So it's a very developmental approach. So then we'll be able to pick up exactly where the students are at. We know we're going to be pumping in number, because if you don't have number, you don't have anything else, really. By then making sure that we are still, as part of our instructional model, capturing all the other elements of mathematics as well.
Can I ask how you've resourced some of that? So like a lot of it, like I'm listening to it saying, you've got some things that you're going to be working with either in one-to-one or small groups. How have those resources been developed?
Not twinkle. So we've gone through, we've had a really good look at what are the instructional materials that are going to directly correlate to the learning. So we've managed to hopefully pull together high quality resources. Every class has exactly the same stuff. Once again, no low cognitive load. Everything basically looks the same. We also draw from the OCA slides as well to help us with our daily reviews, and also to build some of that guided instruction and the worked examples. So it's basically trying to get that absolute consistency. There's no one program that we subscribe to in actually either phonics or in maths.
Yeah, which I think is across the board, which is also something that people don't realise, is it's not relying on commercial programs. So we're not saying, you buy this program and everything will be okay. It's about capability building. And I think when I listened to Melody and Tim speaking, also acknowledging that what we're moving to with shared learning resources is a shift from designing lessons to refining lessons. That we still want to have those collaborative structures where we're coming together to talk about teaching and learning, but we alleviate workload by having a starting point and looking at some of those great resources that you've acknowledged. So if we sort of jump down a little stage, I'm picturing the orange section of the Victorian Teaching Learning Model 2.0. We've talked about planning. I'd like to move into explicit teaching. So both of you have acknowledged with your MTSS that it's really reliant on a core solid tier 1 teaching. So what's the core work that you're doing in your whole classroom, tier 1 teaching? Like when we're thinking about moving into explicit teaching in mathematics, what are some of the fundamental things that you've really worked on within your schools? And I might start with you, Mary, to say what are you guys doing at Vermont Secondary College?
All right, I'll talk through an example of, say, a topic that we teach. I am in the Year 10 maths team, and for instance, our last topic was on indices, logs and surds. But weeks prior to that, having looked at that topic, we know that the key challenge for students is to be able to take a base and raise it to a power, a numerical base and raise it to a power, and be fluent in it. So you've heard some of these ideas before. So we have what are called power quizzes. For instance, we make the kids practice 2 to the power 0 all the way to 2 to the power 10, 3 to the power of 0 all the way to 3 to the power 5, etc., etc. As a 3-minute quiz at the beginning of the lesson. It's to get them factual fluency. And this is being done before we even hit the topic. So we would do this for quite a number of topics. We would look at what the requirements are and get them ready for it beforehand. And so by the time we get to fractional indices where we need these concepts, our students aren't using their energy in calculating those answers. They're then thinking about, okay, so now what does 81 to the power of negative 1/4 actually mean? So that's one of our first approaches in actually trying to get them to access prior knowledge to be able to do the work that we're actually providing for them. And so our explicit teaching in that section will then be the guided examples that we give them, but they're not having to use energy anywhere else. When we actually then assess the students, we actually put it into a spreadsheet where we have question by question marking, so we can see where the students actually have gaps still in their knowledge, so that when we then come to retrieval reviews, which we're going to be starting next term, we're looking at those spreadsheets and saying, okay, we really need to focus on these particular aspects because they haven't quite got it yet. And each of the Year 10 classes may have a different aspect. And so those questions that have got the greatest gaps will appear more often in our review questions. And those tasks will be done, say, twice a week near the end of the lesson for about 15 minutes. They won't be under test conditions. You can get assistance from your partner, the person next to you. You can take it home, do it any way you want, but it's just to get you back thinking about it and trying to retain that information.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. No, and I was just thinking about the work that Tim just shared with us in supported application and revisit and review, and thinking about how well aligned what you're doing is to that. So Sarah, what about you when you're thinking about the tier 1 teaching and saying, like, you really don't have that variation or that long tail, I think was the language that you used. What are some of the core things that you put in place to ensure that?
Yeah, so that hour and a half numeracy block is quite jam-packed. So they do have that 3 to 5 minutes of number fluency. And in the younger grades, that's number facts. Then it goes quickly to times tables. So by grade 3, most of the students know their times tables to be able to act higher order questions. We didn't have an issue during COVID to transition to online because the New Wave Mental Maths books transitioned beautifully to an online environment. So we saw no drop in results over COVID, even though we were at home for nearly 2 years. The New Wave, again, we model that on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it's more independent on a Thursday, Friday. And during plus we have our reviews, which Rachel will go into a little bit more this afternoon. So we have our daily reviews, but then on a Friday we have what's called our content reviews. It's like a low stakes quiz. We collect that data and that will decide what we need to review, when we need to review it and how often as well. So I guess our bigger problem has been, as we've mapped the curriculum out and as the students have got higher, we have now had the opposite problem in that our tier 3 students are the extension students who we're having to stretch. So when we've got 91% in the top 2 bands of exceeding or strong in grade 5 and there was 84 in grade 3, so we have the opposite problem with it getting larger, is that we've got a lot of students working in those top 2 bands. So we then had to pitch the curriculum 12 months ahead. So we teach our students in the prep and grade 1 curriculum, and then we pitch it 12 months ahead and have to keep extending because that's where the students are sitting. So they're quite capable in our demographic and can do that. Not all demographics, but we've really got to have those high expectations within that literacy block. So that independent practice time when you're working with that 20% of students that haven't maybe got, it's often extension as well to, okay, how can we take them further?
So you're reframing some of your MTSS model around the at-risk students might be actually the top end.
Who haven't made the growth. Yeah.
It's interesting. When I spent some time, I worked in the US for 3 years, and it was actually response to intervention. That was one of the ways that they conceptualised it. And I've spoken to some schools about that, and they're like, no, that's not what the model is. But that's the way that it's been implemented in lots of different places. I just want to come back to one thing. So when we talk about review and retrieval, you don't talk about it just as being something that you do at the start of a lesson, that it's also a part of your curriculum. Would you like to just touch on?
Absolutely. And I noticed one of the questions I think on the slide was, how does that cater for high ability students, or how does it? They're not sitting there rote learning things on the review. There's a lot of retrieval practice questions in there, and there's lots of things that they've been taught in the last 2 weeks, and then it will come back something that they've been taught a month ago, and that curriculum will keep spiralling, which Rachel will go into a little bit more this afternoon. But they're getting that multiple exposures, and it's very responsive teaching. They're very much engaged. There's very much differentiation on the slides that they're accessing. They're not sitting there passively and quoting rote learning facts back to the teacher.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, is that when we think about review and retrieval, it's not just something that's done in the first 15 minutes of a lesson, that what we're really also thinking about is that spiraled curriculum. And we've moved to block practice. So, let's teach a discrete unit of study and it goes for 2 weeks. And that can be fine. But if you don't come back to those ideas again for 3 months, the kids are human. They'll forget it.
Yeah, and that's something we certainly moved away from, that blocked practice. So it's Monday, Tuesdays is number, shape and space and measures on another day, problem solving on another. So every week they're covering all of the concepts. So there isn't that forgetting curve doesn't occur because they're getting those exposures.
So then you're starting to move into not just space practice, but also interlead practice. So Cameron, what are some of the tier 1 strategies that you've really sort of looked at implementing? Like, what are those core things that are really important in tier 1 teaching?
Yeah, there's probably not a lot more to add to that, what's been said already. But I think the main thing that we do try to make sure that we have that interleaved practice as well. We'll teach a particular skill or some knowledge, and we make sure that we do frequently come back, particularly with our kids. It tends to take them a little bit longer to get it into their long-term memory, and then also to be able to retrieve it back again. So we try to build in those structures. Our instructional model itself looks different from maths to English, not hugely so, but enough. We do bring in, as part of that model, there's always the daily review, explicit teaching. Then there's usually something that's a little bit more, targeted teaching at a particular content level. And then we usually will bring in some type of game or activity that helps to reinforce those concepts in more of a broader sense. A lot of the teachers find they actually don't get time for the game, but that's fine. The kids don't seem to miss it because they feel comfortable in those structures. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. I appreciate your candour on some of these big issues that we're grappling with. So the other thing that I was thinking about when we've been working through some of the content today is that the gravity of, it might be a little overwhelming. Like when you look at Brendan's presentation on so many different things that we could focus on, where do you start? And so I'd like to just bring the conversation back to, as leaders, what are some things that you do to make some decisions about where you actually begin? So it's not like I'm overwhelmed with 30 different things I've got to work on, but I've actually got some processes that we've got in place to make good decisions about where we go to next. So Mary, do you want to kick us off?
Yep. We're actually having a maths learning area meeting early next term where we're actually going to present some strategies to staff. And so this is the maths staff, so as year level teams, we're going to select one strategy that we actually want to implement, whether it's mini whiteboards, whether it's retrieval at some stage in the lesson. And then in future learning area meetings, we're going to get together and actually discuss what the impact was on our children, on our students. And then through that, we're learning from each other best practice, as in, yes, use this, but this part didn't work, so you'll need to change it. So that way we can work together and build our practices so that by the end of the year, we might have a few different strategies that we've actually implemented. So choice, what you feel comfortable with, is probably a priority here, because if you're not ready to implement something, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah, and getting agency and ownership over your team. So going through a process together. So whether it's based on data from learning walks, which you talked about at the start, to say, well, let's get agreement on what's actually occurring within our context. And then from that, starting to think about, well, what would the next steps be? Sarah, how do you make some decisions?
We probably highlighted our early adopters, was probably the place we started. So we had some early adopters that we then placed strategically in certain year levels to help lead that charge. It did take time. So we rolled everything out in front of the prep cohort. So that cohort were hitting that plan the year that plan was cancelled with COVID in grade 5. So we still didn't have our growth data, but it took time to get there. The reviews was a place we started with everybody, because that was, I guess, more of a low-hanging fruit. We'd already done that in English, so that was easier to map. But it's about, as a leader, taking time and money to put the budget into giving the leaders time and space. So now we're giving them time to map those curriculum against 2.0 and making sure that we align with PCMS and the 2.0 and the maths and the VTLM, and making sure our teachers, it does, because EDI beautifully aligns, but making sure our teachers realise where it fits in. So just this week alone, Rachel and the curriculum leaders have been out with someone from every year level for the whole day, for 2 days in fact, to try and make sure that where that maps and adapt our low variance and our key under the scope and sequences to ensure that they're up to date and continually looking at changes.
Yep, thank you. Cameron, how do you make some decisions about where to focus on?
Yeah, we go back to the data is where we start. So we look at the research, doesn't make sense to us. Then we I suppose we do end up investing, like a lot of our programs, that we take the plunge and we just throw some money at it, give the teachers some opportunity to have a bit of sandbox time, explore the instructional models or explore the resources and all, and say, look, but also just slowly drip into it. It's coming. You're about to start changing practice. So enjoy the play while you've got it. Then we say, right, we're ready to go. Here's how I expect it to look in every classroom, but we provide the professional learning support around that. Then we usually let the data speak for itself after that. So we have a look at the data and go, hey, is this working? Is it not working? What needs to tweak? Is some of this a bit too uncomfortable to pursue, or is it the right amount of uncomfortable? And then I think from that's where I suppose we start to see the attitudes and beliefs of the staff start to change. And I think once we've started having a few of those wins, or those little small, might just be around your daily reviews, or it might be whatever it is, once you do it in one of those spaces, you tend to get a little bit of credibility, I think, with the staff that maybe we're on the right track.
Yep.
And then it becomes easier to then put the next thing on. But at the same time, we're always taking things out. So we're always de-implementing at the same time that we're implementing. And what we've found that, particularly for our teachers, that because we are developing the planning documents to sit alongside what they're doing, the cognitive load of the teachers is dramatically decreasing. So my teachers will often say to me now that we love being at the school because our planning time has gone to about a quarter, if that, of what it used to be, because our structures, routines, supports, expectations are all pretty much the same.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, over the last 6 to 8 months working with schools, another thing that I've seen a lot of schools do is just stay in the blue of the VTLM 2.0. It talks about how students learn. So if we want to think about what are some of the learning challenges that we might be experiencing, we can start to look at, well, is it around attention? And it might be the attention at the start of a lesson. So how do I grab their attention and be really clear about the thing that I'm actually going to be teaching today? Or it might be around, how do I maintain attention, which maps really nicely with the positive classroom management strategies and making sure that we've got lots of opportunities to respond. And that might be monitoring progress through checking for understanding techniques, using mini whiteboards or hinge questions or various other techniques. And so it can be a really good place to start is go, let's actually just talk about the blue and see where some of the learning challenges might be, and then think about, well, what are some simple techniques that we could get from the orange part of the model that could give us some solutions to that? So is it around attention? Is it around working memory? Is it around getting students to think hard and getting things into their long-term memory? Is it about how we apply or build new knowledge on the broader schema of understanding that they've got? Or is it, as we've spoken about today, about we've done all those things, but then we don't come back to it and so they forget it? So it might be around also making sure that we've got those retrieval practices in place.
But just with that, Ryan, but I think that one thing that's been really useful that we've done in my school is we've created a series of one pages, we call them, but they're basically school norms. So this is exactly how I want your classroom to be set up. This is exactly how I want the teaching and learning sequence to look like. These are the teacher expectations in delivery. These are your education support expectations of their involvement in the classroom. So I think by having those, it actually gives the teachers a really great framework to kind of go back to. And I've noticed that in the school, even though I haven't asked them to, a lot of them seem to be printed up and then just stuck around the teachers' desks as that reminder, okay, this is how it's supposed to look, this is what the structures look like.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the slide that I've used most in my presenting work is a David Hopkins quote, which is, you need to be able to define the practice to make it common practice. So don't underestimate actually coming together and saying, what do these practices actually look like? What are the teaching techniques? So last July when the VTLM 2.0 was released, there was lots of conversations around explicit teaching, which were around chalk and talk. It's like it's actually not the model. Like, let's come together and define this practice so we can make it common practice, and don't underestimate the power of actually getting agreement on what these practices are and what they actually look like in a classroom. It's critically important. So what I'm going to do now is just pause for 30 seconds, and the panel have very kindly sort of agreed to this. It's a bit of a risk, but they've agreed to do it. Is that what we want to do is see if there's any questions that you would like to pose for the panel. So if you could open your Slido, feel free to turn and talk to the person next to you about some things that you want to know more about. But while we've got this great knowledge base on stage, it'd be fantastic if you could put some questions forward that then we could pose to the panel while we've got them. So we'll pause for a minute just to get those questions, and then we'll finish off with seeing what you want to know more about. Thank you.
We've got playbooks as well, which we built on the book, which gives us that really clear, heavy instruction. This is exactly what it looks like. But then we also have these one pages that's almost like this is what best practice looks like in our school. So that they're
whole school priority is the way to go about planning as possible to set the context. How do you guys do planning at Fairmont? So they're saying that, like, with the primary, we talk about whole school planning. So what does that look like when you're talking about amongst faculty? Do you guys come together to plan?
As in,
So you do collaborative planning?
I have to run off.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. So I'll come to you for that.
I have to run to North Melbourne for the afternoon, but I just wanted to say thank you so much.
She wants to see Zara present.
Yeah.
So yeah. So little, because you mentioned money, so how can we do that with
Going back into play, secondary students.
I'll start, and then I'll start with that. Have you tracked myself? Okay, 20 seconds, and we'll come back together. And time. Really good questions coming through. Lots of questions and things that people want to know more about. But I'll start with you, Sarah. There's a good one here. Have you tracked students into secondary? If they're leaving primary 12 months ahead, how is this being catered for at the secondary school that you feed to? Good question.
Very good question. We no longer lose children in year 5 to scholarships, which we used to, and not that long ago at the school. Certainly coming into year 7, a lot of our students end up in getting into SEAL programs. If they don't, they will come back and tell us that the maths is very easy. But it's also not about just stretching them up into year 7 and 8 curriculum. It's about enriching them this way as well in terms of our extension programs, because we do run the extension from prep to year 6. So they've had opportunities, the students who require it, to be within those. But we're also working with a number of the secondary schools as well. And we do see that those students, they recognise the Bentley West students are coming in much higher and need extension. And if they haven't started in a SEAL program, they often end up in it pretty quickly through the year.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. And Mary, just to you. So we've got a question that says, I'm hearing, or I keep hearing that this is a whole school priority, is the way to go about planning. But how's this actually possible in a secondary school where you might have a small maths faculty and there's quite a big burden to a few people? So how do you go about planning in a collaborative environment at Vermont Secondary?
Okay, well, we're a large school and we've got large teams. Hopefully you can take some ideas away from here. So we will get together in our maths learning area meeting and work out what the priorities are. But in our learning team meetings, we have a team leader, and if we are planning the topics for the year, we tend to actually make different people as leaders of a particular topic. And we've been together for many, many years, so we've got a lot of resources and a lot of notes. In Year 10, for instance, we have class notes, a booklet of notes that the kids work through, and we will go through that booklet weeks before we deliver it to actually check that that is exactly what we want to do. So the leader of that particular topic will call a team meeting, and we will get feedback and update the notes. Is it appropriate for our current cohort of students? It may not be. We may need to put in more scaffolding, but that is one way that we are going about it. And each year level will do it in a similar fashion.
Yeah, excellent. And look, the other thing that I'd say is that if you're working in a smaller setting than what you are, and it might be a small team, that another program that are involved with the academy is the WISE program, when we work with the network chairs and SEALs across the state to draw on your network. And in fact, where Tim and I first met was when he was a SEAL in the Kingston network, and we ran a secondary maths community of practice with the SAGE network to say, well, there's not that many schools in each individual network, but why don't we connect those secondaries together? And within a year of a little bit of external support from myself and Michael Rosenbrock, become a self-sustaining network where it's just a group of maths educators now coming together to develop those resources. And so when we think about networks and communities of practice, I'd influence up and say that if you've got a small team, just ask for, are there opportunities where we can engage with other people within our geographic area around some of the planning workload that we might have? And even, a few weeks ago, I've come back from the Southern Mallee, same thing up there, lots of small schools coming together to work through their planning. So there are different ways that we can start to sort of engage in this work with other people. Now, Cameron, there is one for you, which is where it's gone. Which was, the first one was around how do you manage staff pushback around programs and instructional models? And the other question was, can you give an example of something that you've de-implemented? Start with what's ever easier.
Right. Well, I suppose we de-implemented anything that was around an inquiry type approach. We do have a little bit that still filters in through the humanities and all that. We sort of leave that a little bit looser. We certainly got rid of that. What we got, I suppose we removed any of the pre-existing instructional models that we had that really was more teacher-led. We went right back to basically the gradual release of responsibility model. We adapted it slightly. So it's I do, we do together, you do, because some of our kids will never get to full independence in some tasks. So yeah, so we de-implemented that. We certainly de-implemented a lot of teacher autonomy around resourcing. So that's where I did talk about a particular company that produces worksheets. We basically vet as many of those resources that come in as possible. In fact, everything basically goes through my learning specialist and go, yep, gets the tick, or no, find something else. That was probably the first one. The other one was around pushback.
Yep.
Yeah, so staff pushback, probably once again, we've kind of gone from the approach as the early adopters, I guess, for a start, grab the low-hanging fruit, those who are actually really interested. Eventually what we've found that a lot of those ones who provide pushback basically get drowned out, and it almost becomes a non-issue, especially when you get that common practice across the majority of your classrooms, and then if you have that documentation that supports that. So when we're going around, we don't call them learning walks, but effectively when we're walking around going, okay, is the instructional model appearing in this classroom? Are all the tables facing the front so all the kids can see the screen, or whatever it is? But we also talk about where teacher flair can come in. So this is where the non-negotiables are. It must look like this. However, here are some choices that you can make as a teacher depending on the individual students, or here are the subjects where you can be a little bit more creative.
Yeah, jump in, Sarah. I was going to say that I was lucky enough to work with Richard Elmore a while ago, and he used to talk about the difference between your teaching style and your teaching practice. And what we want to do is make sure that we've got solid principles that underpin our practice and they're agreed on. But the way that it's enacted in the classroom will have a little bit of a different style. So it doesn't need to be robotic. That's not what we're talking about. That style does come into it. So, yeah, Sarah, do you want to jump in?
I was just going to jump in and say that our students will call it out now as well if they have a relief teacher or a teacher that's new, that the paces might not be there or certain lessons might not get the whole content. And the students will come and knock on our door as leadership and say, oh, this teacher's, going too slowly because there's too many children with additional needs in this class. They'll call it out and say they're not getting to the main part of the lesson. They're not getting to the independent practice, or they're not. We've had several students or parents that will call that out and come and flag because they know what good instruction looks like.
There you go. So it's when you use the language drown out, it's interesting. Sentola, who outside of education did some research and looked at social norms and sort of peer influence almost. And he talked about that it's as low as 30% is a critical mass within a school. So when we're aiming to get a faculty or a whole school on board with things, quite often we aim for that 80, 90%. We get deflated by that one or two teacher. But the reality is that if we can get 30% of your team on board or your school on board with this, that's a critical mass for other people to come into it. So to go, oh, there's something in this. If we look at implementation science, they talk about social proof. That what will happen is people might be a little bit more resistant to change. You go, I'm not actually so sure this will work. And that can come from a lot of different reasons. Like it might be, I'm not sure I've got the capability to do this, so I'm a little bit resistant to this. But what happens is when they see that it's working within classrooms, and it might be with students that they've worked with, that's enough for them to say, actually, there's something in this. I've got the social proof that this practice actually does benefit the students I'm working with. And so when we talk about drown out, it's more about bringing people in, that we're actually saying that when we get these practices and they start to happen with a critical mass of people, it actually starts to blossom across a team or across a school. We've gone to time, so I just want to pause and can you put your hands together and thank Sarah, Mary and Cameron. So that takes us through to lunchtime. We're going to reconvene at 1:50. In the next part of the session, it'll be the local facilitators that look after the session, so it won't be live streamed. We'll be back at 2:20 in the live stream. So we'll now call things to a close. If you can, get some fresh air. It's beautiful outside, and we'll see you back here at 1:50. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you are rested, that you've had an opportunity to reflect on what has been a pretty intense day of learning, and that you're rested and recharged for the remainder of the day. We're in a really fortunate position, being able to hear directly from schools and practitioners, and who are about to give insight into the process that they've been on and the types of practices that are taking place at their school that are consistent with the VTLM 2.0. This particular presentation is actually also being beamed out to our Bairnsdale and Mildura centres. So when we get to the portion of Q&A, I'll just ask you to be mindful. There'll be an opportunity for you to kind of pop your hand up and ask a question, but we'll also be kind of looking to the Slido in the background as well. For our colleagues in Bairnsdale and Mildura, up on the slide is a brand new QR code, which is specific to this section. So what I'll ask you to do is just take your phones out, and I'll give you a moment to snap that, and you'll be able to ask questions from the Slido. If you're in the room, don't stress. You'll be able to kind of pop your hand up if you'd like to ask a question from here. This is specific to our Bairnsdale and Mildura centres. So I'll give them a moment to do that. Okay, so it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Rachel Ambergen, who's an assistant principal at Bentley West Primary School. She's going to take you through her school's journey and what that looks like in the maths and numeracy space, specific to practices that are consistent with the VTLM 2.0. Please welcome Rachel to the stage.
Hello, thank you so much. I just want to start by saying that throughout the day we've heard a lot about maths anxiety, and it hits home to me because as a student I certainly had maths anxiety in primary school and high school, and so I guess that's really informed the way I've wanted to be a maths teacher and a maths leader. So I'm really excited to be here and to share a small portion of our journey, and obviously I can answer any questions at the end as well. I do want to start by saying my own acknowledgement to country. So I would like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land on which we are meeting and learning on today, the Wurundjeri people. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal Torres Strait Islanders who are here with us, and I recognise their deep connection to country, culture and community. Okay, so today I'm just focusing on a small section of what we've been working on, which is daily reviews and retrieval practice, which you've heard a little bit about today as well. Like I said, this is a small snapshot. Bentley West has been, our journey has been about embedding evidence-based practices for the last 10 years. And this was really, like Sarah mentioned in her panel discussion, this was one of the first areas that we tackled. We are really excited about the VTLM 2.0. When it came out, we realised that what we've been doing for the last 10 or so years is really being captured in this model. Today, I'm just going to be focusing on the mastery and application section, which is really about that consistent practice and retrieval, and then retaining knowledge, and then looking as well at the supported application. So thinking about revisiting and reviewing knowledge, varying and spacing practice, and organising that knowledge as well. With everything, you have to start with a problem when you want to make change. So our problem of practice really started at the start of that journey of changing our instructional practices. Like Sarah mentioned, we were a coasting school. Our data was not good enough, and we really needed to look at what we were doing incorrectly or what we needed to improve on to make some changes. As the new maths leader, I conducted an audit of where or what was being taught across the year levels. So learning walks, conversations with teachers, and what I was finding was that content and skills were being repeatedly taught year after year. So an example, perimeter was taught in grade 1, taught in grade 3, and it was still being taught in grade 6. And when I spoke to those grade 6 teachers, I said, why are we still teaching perimeter? Surely 12-year-olds have got that sort of really, I would say, basic understanding in that area. And they said, well, they just haven't got it. They still don't know what it is. Some of the conversations that we were having across the school, and what you might have heard in your school as well, is the teachers didn't do a good job last year. That cohort's really low. It's the kids' problem. They just didn't get it. So that that wasn't good enough for us. It's not the kids' problem that they didn't learn it, and it's certainly not the teacher's problem the year before necessarily, because they would advocate really strongly that they definitely knew it. My post-test said that they knew it. So we were having these debates that teachers were saying they'd taught it really well. They had the evidence to say that they knew it, and then the years following, they'd forgotten it. So we needed to really look at how we wanted to get students to retain that information and look at how we needed to make those changes. We obviously went straight to the research. I'm not going to go too much in depth in this because it's been touched on across the day, but we looked at Rosenshine's principles, the forgetting curve, and spaced and interleaved practice. When we were looking at Rosenshine's principles, we're really looking at principle number 1 and number 10, and really a blend of that. So obviously, in the explicit direct instruction model, there is an activating prior knowledge. So that's where we got in that daily review, that review before teaching something new, and linking it with content that would help them for that new learning. But we also wanted to make sure that we were doing those weekly and monthly reviews. And in order to do that, we needed to implement daily reviews that were separate to the lesson. When we think about multiple exposures, we need to think about that. We need to give students as many opportunities and ample opportunities to experience a particular concept or skill. And lessons aren't enough, unfortunately. We need to be providing them with repeated exposures. I'm going to show you how we structure that a little bit differently later on to help you track when and what you're going to be reviewing. The forgetting curve, we've all seen it. It was in the documents that Tim shared today. The black line is the rate at which information is forgotten if we make no attempt to retrieve it. And obviously the coloured lines are when we try to retrieve it. Someone mentioned earlier today that learning versus performance, and often teachers, like my previous example, would say they definitely learnt it. And that's really that performance aspect. What I want to know as a leader and as a maths teacher as well is, have my students remembered it a month later when I've given them no other scaffolds in between that? Have they really learnt it and retained it into that long-term memory? An example that I often say is that I learnt Japanese for 9 years, and I got to a point where I was having conversations in Japanese, and then when I stopped, I didn't do any review or retain it, and the only things I can do now is say what my name is and sing head, shoulders, knees and toes in Japanese. Not very useful. So if I had tried to retain it, I might have been a little bit more successful. The next thing that we looked at was that spaced and interleaved practice, which again has been mentioned, so I'm not going to harbour on about it, but it's about moving away from that blocked practice and spreading out the information so that children are hitting different concepts and skills every day, every week, etc. The really interesting part about this, and what I think Sarah and some of the panel members touched on as well, is that reviews aren't just rote learning. It needs to be nuanced and it needs to be complex as well. So as you're building up your capacity to implement daily reviews, you need to be thinking about how you're making it really viable for the students to be able to make those connections. The other thing is that, and we'll talk a little bit about the curriculum at Bentley West in a little bit, but we didn't just need to do spaced and interleaved practice in reviews. We needed to transform that into the curriculum as well. The question I'm about to pose, which is something that you can talk to with someone who you're next to, might be tricky for some secondary schools as well. And I just want to acknowledge that, because when we're thinking about implementing daily reviews, what are the limitations if we don't have that interleaved and spaced practice? I know the way high schools are structured and the maths books that you generally use, they are built in a blocked practice, but how can we get around that with our daily reviews, I guess? So have a chat. What could be the limitations of implementing daily reviews if spaced and interleaved practice is not implemented? And I'll give you just 1 minute to chat next to someone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, happy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm so far.
Yeah, so do responses.
Yeah. Do responses. Is anyone brave enough to share their thoughts? I didn't preempt that, but if anyone's brave to share what they're thinking, we can certainly talk it through. I'll lead it.
Talk about cold call as an instructional strategy.
Do you know what? I really don't want to cold call strangers. I don't want to do it to you. But what I will start, and I can cold call in a minute, but what I would want to think about is if you're doing blocked practice and you're doing a 3-week unit on fractions, for example, and then you're implementing daily reviews, think about how much space you're leaving in between practicing prior content taught, so the previous unit. There might be too much space in between, and how are you going to build up those daily reviews so they're current? If there's no thoughts, I can cold call, but I really don't want to. Ryan, do you want to just... I'm handballing it to Ryan.
I suppose, what are some of the challenges with this? Like, it's easy to say, oh, we're going to spiral the curriculum to support it, but like, are there any tensions that people want to acknowledge as well? Yep, thanks.
If you don't go back to it in a blocked...
It's not to project, it's just for the live stream.
I probably should have organised what I was going to say. If you're doing blocked practice, there is no opportunity to come back to what is on the retrieval process to address it again.
Yeah, correct.
Perfect. Well done. Courage comes in many forms. That's one of them.
Well done. This is very courageous for me to be up here as well. So we're in it together. Correct. So if you have that blocked practice, you're in your daily reviews. You want to be reviewing things that have been taught the day prior, the week prior, 2 weeks prior, a month prior, maybe a term prior to bring something back in. So if you're only doing blocked practice in your curriculum, that's going to make planning the reviews really difficult for your teachers as well. And I'll talk a little bit about how we plan that out later on in the presentation. Okay, so I've called it solution, but it's certainly not a solution, and we are definitely in the space of continuing to improve. We're reflecting constantly, but this is, I guess, where we started. Sarah did mention that the first thing that we did was daily reviews, and when we started that, in maths in particular, we were still teaching in that blocked practice way. But we realised that if we wanted our daily reviews to be spaced and interleaved, we needed to create the best opportunity for retrieval practice to happen. And that's why we first looked at, or actually in tandem, we looked at making sure our curriculum was spaced and interleaved. So in order to do everything that we wanted to do, we were really looking at 3 things at the same time. It was a really busy time at our school, and we always thought that we'd get to a point where the work is done and it just never stops. So we looked at explicit direct instruction as our instructional model and our vehicle to look at learning intentions. So we overhauled all of our learning intentions at the school. We focused on every learning intention being one concept and one skill. So really looking at the elaborations and the curriculum and taking out what we needed. So we might have an elaboration and we needed to break that down into potentially 5 learning intentions, and then thinking about when and where we were going to teach it. And then we were also doing those daily reviews. Like I said, we started them. We're still doing block practice, but we made it work. But once we were focusing on those learning intentions, we were able to look at the broader curriculum work as well. Before I go into how or what we did, I just wanted to take a moment to talk about, as we're all leaders in this room, how we supported that implementation. So initially the documents were created by the SIT members. Those early adopters, like Sarah mentioned earlier on the panel, we were the ones that were doing the groundwork. The reason why we didn't bring people in at that stage is that it was too overwhelming for all of us to try and bring in every team member at that stage. The principal team, being Sarah and Steve at the time, were heavily involved in the implementation. So there was no step that we were taking that the principal team weren't taking with us. When we were doing professional learning, they were doing the same professional learning alongside us. So I think for leaders of a school, it's important to know that you really need to be walking with your team members and the staff to make sure that this enormous piece of work, which is really changing instructional practices, is done together. We didn't at the time use commercial programs. If we had the VTLM and all of the resources 10 years ago, we would have been so happy. It was really affirming listening to everything that was discussed today, because a lot of the work that they've been doing is, to a smaller degree, the work that we have done 10 years ago. So to hear the work that they were doing that has matched what we did was really great. We were happy. And what we did, instead of not having commercial programs, we looked at that expertise in the school, those early adopters or the really strong mathematicians. We utilised them and we brought them into meetings, and we made sure that they had the opportunity to show their capacity as well. Like I said, I was someone who had maths anxiety, so although I'm not a skilled mathematician, I'm passionate. But I needed other people to help me with the finer details as well. We also, I wasn't a principal, but we also at the time heavily invested in the time that we needed to develop these resources. So I, as a maths leader, had one day out of the classroom, and there was no way that I could do that one day a week. So it probably took about 2 years in total to get our first iteration of our documentation. But there was time in between that 2 years where I was out for 2 weeks at a time with other people as well. So not every school has that opportunity and the capacity with their budget to do that. So we were really lucky. So it might be that you need to be really creative about how you give people time to try and create these documents. Or now that we've got the documents with the VTLM 2.0, then you can spend that time figuring out how to implement it in your schools. Okay, so our focus was really on creating a spiral curriculum where content is taught in a spaced and interleaved way. Students are receiving that repeated exposure to core concepts through not only repeated lessons, but repeated daily reviews as well. Because we mapped out our curriculum very explicitly, we were able to increase that depth and complexity as they move from prep foundation to grade 6. And they certainly weren't teaching the same concepts and skills year after year. The great thing about having a curriculum like this is that if we find that students have forgotten content, either through our independent content reviews like Sarah mentioned, like our low stakes quizzes, or if we're finding that through our daily reviews that there are skills that we need to reteach, we have the flexibility and the capacity to put that in place as well. I guess students are learning through that strategic, and strategic is that operative word there, strategic repetition. And we really are just pushing to make sure that students are getting that long-term comprehension and mastery as well. I'm going to be sharing with you some documentation that we created. It's obviously a snapshot. These documents are about, the one that I was working on yesterday was 70 pages long, but we've broken it up. And I'm going to show you this slide, which is the most colourful and the easiest one to read. So this is our data representation across our school. So like Perimeter, if you went to a grade 5 class maybe and a grade 2 class and they needed to do data representation, they were generally doing bar graphs and column graphs. They might change the data that was within them, but they were certainly continuing to do that same graph. So we wanted to map out everything that would be taught across the year, across the year levels, I mean. This is literally one page of about a 120-page document for maths. So we have mapped out every strand and every substrand within that in this particular way. To do that, we looked, like I said before, we looked at the curriculum, we looked at the elaborations, and we mapped out where things needed to sit in each year level. There were gaps. The Maths 2.0 is, the curriculum is better. So there was some gaps in our original curriculum that we needed to backfill. For example, I don't think originally there's any addition or subtraction in grade 3, but of course you would not do the whole of year 3 without touching on addition and subtraction. So we've mapped that out. That, like I said, these documents took about 2 years to do. These are called our key understandings. It's like our Bentley West curriculum. Teachers can look to these documents to double check that what they're doing in their year levels is correct. What tends to happen over time is that people add a few things in, they take a few things out. So these documents are PDF'd, no one can touch them, so they can make sure that they're teaching what we want them to teach. I guess when we're thinking about the what and the when and the how of teaching, this is the what. This is what we want them to teach, and then we'll move on to the when and the how. Once we developed the key understandings, we moved on to our low variance documents, and we called it the low variance document for a very specific reason, which was mentioned earlier. We wanted every class in a particular year level to be teaching the same content at the same time, to try and alleviate the variance between classes. Probably 10 years ago, we still had parents come in and say, I want my kid to be with that teacher because the reputation of that teacher was really good, and they might have had a graduate that year. I know that happens a lot when graduate teachers are employed. We don't get that anymore because we have told our parents and educated our parents that every classroom every student, I guess, is being taught the same in that year level classrooms. So, for example, if you went into grade 4 and you wanted to know what you would be teaching in term 3, week 3, you could look that up and it would be explicitly told what you are going to be teaching. The benefit of that is that when teachers are in the planning room or wherever they're planning, they're not focusing on the what and the when, they're focusing on the how. So often when you would go into planning sessions, or when I was still in the classroom and not doing it this way, we would have debates. One teacher would say, I really want to do fractions. My kids really need fractions. They were really low on it in that pre-post test that we did 4 weeks ago. We really need to bring that back. And then another teacher would say, no, we need to do addition and subtraction. Most of your planning time was debating what you were actually going to teach. And there would always be that teacher as well. It's like, I've got this great unit. I just want to do this one. And I've done it for 20 years and I still want to do it. So we don't have those discussions anymore. We spend our time talking about how we're going to do it. We've got lessons that have been previously developed, but we continue to revise them every year. We don't just bring it back up. We want to make sure that it's getting better each year. I will say there is flexibility. This is not PDF'd. So if a team needs to come to us and say, we need an extra week here, or we want to add this in earlier, they have that flexibility to talk to leadership and we can make those changes as well. Both of those documents, the key understandings and low variance documents, we created as a SIT team. That leadership team did a lot of that heavy lifting. But with the Maths 2.0 and the VTLM 2.0, we have been bringing middle leaders on that journey now too. We acknowledge that they are the experts in those year levels and they know what needs to be taught when. And because they've been part of our school for so long, they know the process. We can trust that they are on that same journey with us too, whereas initially there was some pushback and we had to be really strict about enforcing the documents. Okay, so that was the curriculum. So once we had our curriculum in place, that made our daily reviews even better. So the expectations for daily reviews is that it's done daily. Sarah sort of mapped out what we did in our hour and a half session. So about 20 minutes is allocated to a daily review. Within those reviews, there's differing scaffolds depending on the capacity of students, and that's linking to that fading idea as well. We move through a variety of concepts and skills, and like I mentioned just before, might have some elements of what has been taught the day prior, the week prior, the month prior, the term prior. We also take things out and bring them back in. So just because we've reviewed it once, obviously we put that aside. We give them enough space in between trying to retrieve it again, because what we want retrieval to be is effortful. If it's not effortful, then we're not going to be making those strong connections with the kids. The extensions and support is embedded within the daily review. So it's not rote learning. It's got lots of different elements to it as well. But within that, we can have questions that every student can access, and then questions that are challenging and extending them as well. So you might have a math slide, and then we might have a line. We generally have it below the line or in a different colour, where students who feel really confident in that skill can go straight to those challenge questions as well. In order to do this, we needed to create, or to implement reviews really well, we needed to create spreadsheets that track what and when we are reviewing things. So I'm just going to show you a little bit, a snapshot of what it looks like. This is a prep review spreadsheet, and this is from this year as well. So hard to read, but in week 7, they've taught counting forwards and backwards from 0 to 10 with language around getting bigger. Later on that week, they review it. In week 8, they review it again. In week 9, they review it. Term 2, week 4, they review it. And then term 3, week 2, they review it. So the way that we do that is we fill in the teaching column, and then that populates the rest of the spreadsheet. So we don't need to really think about when we need to bring things back. We've already got that information. One of the things about the way that we plan is that we plan collaboratively, and usually there's one person in the team that will be focusing on developing the reviews. And initially, people thought that that was going to be the easy job, but it certainly isn't, and that's why we needed to create this spreadsheet. The person who is teaching or developing the review slides needs to think of all those nuances I was talking about, making sure that the scaffolds are faded in and out, making sure that there's challenge and support, making sure that there are opportunities to apply those skills and make sure that it's meaningful and purposeful. So this is a really great resource. I don't know how it was created. I don't even know who created it at this stage. But we will never let it go, because it's really difficult to do reviews without it. I was planning reviews early on in this journey, and I didn't have this document, and the things that were in my brain and notes everywhere and trying to sort of piece together what everyone needed was difficult. It does make it easier when you have a really clear curriculum that is like a scope and sequenced curriculum. Okay. Last thing, just a bit of a brag. No. We are really proud of our data. Like I said, this has not been an overnight situation. We have been working on this for 10 years. Not everyone loves NAPLAN, but this was our data that we could hold on to prove that what we were doing was working. We started implementing EDI, implementing daily reviews and evidence-based practices when the department, no one's in the department here anymore, are they? The department weren't on board. So we were rogue, and we needed the NAPLAN data to prove that what we were doing was correct. So we hold on to NAPLAN data. We love it. We use it to inform our practice, not our daily practice, but what we do as teachers. So this was our 2024 data, and you can see our 2023 data as well. And even though they're really good results, when the 2024 data came out, I went to Sarah and I said, we need to do better. We've gone down in that exceeding. What do we need to change? She reminded me that we're still doing very well and I needed to calm down, but it's still, we use that data to inform what we do. In grade 5, very good results as well, well above the state and our similar and network schools as well. And I guess I'm not saying this because to say that we have all the answers. We certainly don't. We are overhauling how we teach problem solving, looking at introducing schema. So we're not by any means perfect, and we have so much work to do. But when we can use our data to highlight and celebrate the things that we've done well, we like to do that too. I spoke quicker than I thought I would, so I'm done. But if you have any questions, you can call out. I'm very honest, so you can ask me anything and I'll tell you the truth. And then, Phil, if there's anyone from the regional, they can ask as well. Yes?
I was just wondering, the daily review, how is it actually implemented? Is it like on devices?
Yeah, so all of our daily reviews are through PowerPoints. So we have TV screens and whiteboards in all of our rooms that can, support PowerPoints. However, sometimes, particularly in the junior grades, you might play a game to review a specific topic as well, or a concept or skill. So there is flexibility in how we review, but it's generally done through PowerPoint. And the good thing about that is you don't need to recreate it every year. You can bank those slides and just hide them and bring them back in. Yeah. Yes?
I've got a question about the beginning of the year and the ability to repeat what's happened the year before.
Yes.
Are you able to make that happen?
Yeah, because of our curriculum's really set out, so let's say grade 1, look at what prep did the term prior, and they'll bring in some key elements in those first few weeks. We also talk to the team before, so there might be situations, particularly around COVID, where there were some concepts and skills we didn't get to. So we bring that straight in the teaching and also in the reviewing process as well. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Can we please thank Rachel for that insightful presentation? It would have been great to stay longer and sort of have a chat, but we have got other places now coming back online. So I'm just going to wait to pause and make sure that the live stream is back up. I am waiting on your cue, Phil. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So thank you for the school-based presentations. We had a really great time listening to Rachel from Bentley West Primary talking about retrieval practice and really talking about it beyond just something that you do in the first 10 or 15 minutes of a lesson, and the importance of seeing it as a curriculum initiative and really talking about this idea of spiralling, that we need to come back to things. So, students forgetting things not because it wasn't well taught, but just because we're not coming back to it. So because they're human. So what I'm going to do now is frame up where we're going to for the rest of the day. So I've got half an hour to finally talk about some content. I've been sort of talking about other things and introducing people, but really excited to dig into some content around mathematics teaching and learning, with the idea that after the next 30 minutes, you're going to go off and engage with this work a little deeper. So to maybe think about what it might look like within your context. And then also with the local facilitators to come back and talk about some other things that you've explored today, to go, I actually just want to come back to that 4R model that we talked about and go, there's some things that we could refine, or, there's a few things that I think we really need to revamp and have a discussion about. And so be safe in the knowledge that you're going to have some extended time to do that. And so what I want to do is just double click on explicit teaching, which I know we've done quite a bit of today, and we've talked a little bit about supported application and a few other aspects of it. And in fact, in the panel discussion, we got into MTSS and planning. But for this final 30 minutes, I want to talk specifically about explicit teaching and just some of the misunderstandings I think were starting to emerge last year around this idea of some people talking about, it looks like it's going to be a bit more chalk and talk, which is absolutely not the case. And to be really clear about what are some things that we might be able to do within that space. And so when we think about explicit teaching, it's often manifests in a model that's been referred to quite a few times today around this I do, we do, you do model. So there's this gradual release of responsibility. And we've alluded to it a few times, but what I want to do is double click on it and just start to say, there's actually some things that bubble up to the surface when we look at this model. So this has come from Chelsea Heights Primary. So Steve was mentioned as a part of the work at Bentley West. This is the school that he's now situated at, so I just grabbed it from online and talking about that we've got this I do, this we do, where it's more guided practice and shared practice, and then moving into that independent practice. So number one, and the first point I'd make on this slide is you want to have plentiful opportunities for independent practice. So I don't think that an explicit teaching model should ever move away from, if people are walking around the school and going, kids are working independently, we mustn't be doing explicit teaching. That's absolutely not the case. What we're saying is, how do we get students to a point where they can undertake that independent practice? And so it's okay to walk into a lesson and to say, okay, guys, based on what we did yesterday, maybe engage in some prior knowledge and say, today we're working in a group of one. Particularly for secondary schools, that when you think about an explicit teaching model, that it's okay to give them that extended practice that might go for quite a long period of time. Might look a little different in primaries, but we want to have opportunities for that independent practice and plentiful opportunities for it. So when we start to think about the model and what it looks like, a few ways that we can describe it is that we want to model what we want students to understand. So it starts with this I do phase of being really clear about what's the thing that you're actually teaching. And so when we look at some of the guidance from Aero, and they've got an explicit teaching rubric, that's one of the first things that they talk about, is breaking things down into smaller, manageable pieces, which for the group that were with us listening to Rachel speak, that's where she went, was we actually broke things down into smaller, manageable pieces. We were really clear about what each grade level is responsible for teaching. So it wasn't, I'm really comfortable working in this space, so it doesn't matter whether I teach grade 2 or grade 4, that's what I teach, or whether I'm in year 7 or year 9, this is what I teach. It's that, no, we've got responsibilities along a developmental progression to make sure that we're really clear about what that looks like. And so once we've decided on the thing, what we need to do is to model it, we need to guide it and interact constantly. And so when we think about this idea of explicit teaching and sort of the first, sort of response for a lot of people was, it's more chalk and talk. It sounds like we're going to be talking at students for long periods of time, and sort of these misconceptions around it. It really missed the heart of what explicit teaching is. And so to steal a phrase from Reed Smith, who's the CEO of OCA, who's been referenced, or the organisation has been referenced a couple of times today, when Reed talks about explicit teaching, he talks about it being a dynamic process where the teacher uses feedback from students to make decisions about when and how to reduce scaffolding and support. So when people might refer to explicit teaching as a teacher-centred model, I think it's actually the opposite. It's very student-centred in that what you're doing is you're making decisions about how the students are engaging in the learning to make decisions about whether you're upping the scaffolds or reducing the scaffolds. And so it's a very student-centred approach to go that sometimes you might work through this model and go, oh, wow, through checking for understanding, the students have actually got this. So I might move towards independent practice more rapidly than what I'd anticipated. Or likewise, it might be the flip side of that, where we've all taught a lesson that we've come and we thought would run smoothly and we go, oh, wow, this is going a little pear-shaped. And I might have to do something a little differently here. For the early years educators, it could be that it's a full moon and it's windy outside, and we need to make a few changes based on that. But the reality is that classrooms are complex. And so while it's important to have the plans and lesson plans coming out from the Victorian Lesson Plan Initiative, that the plan is a guide. The teacher agency and the teacher autonomy comes through the responsive teaching that happens within the classroom, which is based on how the students are experiencing it. So when we think about what this actually looks like in practice, this is a graphic that the New South Wales Department of Education have used. That when we think about this I do, we do, you do model, it's not necessarily this linear process that happens inside one instructional cycle. So it might be the perfect lesson that we walk in and we do an I do where we modelled it. We do some guided practice, and through that guided practice that then leads to some independent practice, and that might happen in a 50-minute lesson or an hour lesson, depending on how long that schedule is within your classroom. But it seems quite crazy. It doesn't pass the logic test to say that if I've done an I do and then I'm moving into some guided practice with a we do, and I'm realising that the students haven't got it, to then go, oh, well, I've got to finish the lesson with 20 minutes of independent practice. So off you go, guys. Just go and work on that thing that I know you haven't got. And I know that most of you out there would realise that what would happen if we did that is the lesson would probably become derailed. Like, why would you send students off to independent practice if they're not ready for it? But likewise, it might be that we move into the we do phase. and we realise students have got it, then we think, okay, we could more rapidly move into this independent practice. And so when we think about it, it's not a linear model. It could be that we do, we do. Oh, actually through that checking of understanding, there's a few things that I've noticed they haven't got. So it might be, all right, back to me. I'm just going to model this aspect for you because I'm noticing a few people are a little bit unsure about it, which might then move back into a we do, and then it might move into a you do where they finish with independent practice. But key idea number one is explicit teaching is not necessarily a linear model. That it's good to have times and to think, okay, by about the 5-minute mark of this lesson, I want to move into guided practice. But to understand that we need to respond to the students. And so I know through working with Bentley West and talking to other schools like Templestowe Heights, and Reece just messaged me before, the principal there, that they might have guidance around, hey, let's make the I do fairly short. So it's actually, that's one thing that we can talk about, but it's not necessarily, you have to say it's only 2 minutes or it's 3 minutes, or we have to do independent practice for 20 minutes. So I just want you to think about this idea to start with and have a turn and talk, which is, if I'm up here advocating for explicit teaching being an interactive and dynamic process, that's still based on plans, but it needs to be interactive and dynamic based on student understanding. What would need to be in place to ensure explicit teaching is actually a dynamic and interactive process? Like, how do we make decisions about when we might need to up the support or actually lower some of the scaffolds for students? Quick turn and talk with the people around you. Not yet, anyway. "30 seconds and we'll come back together." Okay, so what I want to do for the remainder of the session is to talk about this idea of some things and some teaching techniques and practices that would need to be in place for explicit teaching to be a dynamic and interactive process. So let's get really at the heart of what we're talking about. So for me, there's lots of practices that we could talk about that fit within guided practice. But what I want to do is talk about a couple of practices that I think are really the engine room of explicit teaching, and really starting to think about what it looks like in this we do phase, this guided practice phase. And so when we think about guided practice, what we're doing is talking about this connection between how we move from the teacher-led, the modelling. So right at the very start when we're working with novices, so when things are new to students, we're saying that more explicit approaches are really important. And then how do we move it all the way across to independent practice, where students are actually starting to do this more independently. And for me, the engine room of explicit teaching is really this guided practice. And so how do we gradually move people through this continuum? To be not, well, I'll show you what to do, then off you go and solve 15 problems by yourself. That we go from an I do to a you do. That we want to really think about this we do phase, or this guided practice. And for me, the way that I've been describing it to people over the last 7 or 8 months since the Victorian Teaching Learning Model come out is that it's really the engine room of an explicit teaching model. And there's some core practices that we can start to double click on. And so we're starting to really dive into this idea of how do we model and guide work, but then not only model and guide it, how do we interact constantly with the students to make good decision and informed decisions about what we should be doing differently with them in the moment. Not, oh, I'm going to take home work samples and mark it in front of Survivor or Married at First Sight or whatever you're watching at home or streaming. That what we're doing is making decisions in the moment about how the classroom's actually unfolding to be responsive within that environment. And so while we've got 2 core practices that I want to unpack, we'll do it one at a time. And the first one is really looking at this modelling practice and then guiding practice. And so when we think about modelling and guiding practice, we've already had quite a bit of support within this for a while within the system. So I look back, I think it's probably 7 or 8 years ago that the high impact teaching strategies were released and they talked about worked examples. And so when we're modelling practice with students, the worked example effect is a really useful evidence base to look upon. But it's not just within the high impact teaching strategies. Evidence for learning were referenced earlier in Melody and Tim's session. The UK version of that is the Education Endowment Foundation. They've got a really nice report that talks about improving mathematics in upper primary and lower secondary. And one of the strategies that they talk about that's based on their systematic review is teaching strategies for solving problems. One of the sub-dot points of that guidance is that you use worked examples to enable students to analyse the use of different strategies. And if I want to be self-indulgent, some work that I did for the Department of Education, Skills and Employment, so the Federal Department of Education, when we were coming out of pandemic, they wanted to know more about what effective teaching of mathematics looks like in the online space. And so they commissioned us at Melbourne University to undertake a systematic review. And lo and behold, even in the online space, we found that expert teachers use worked examples to scaffold student learning. So my point here is that there's a really solid evidence base behind using worked examples to guide practice. When we talk about it as a general pedagogic approach, so in primary schools in particular, we need to be clear that most of the research on worked examples has come out of maths and science. So it's really useful as a general pedagogic approach, but we want to be clear about, well, what does that actually look like, particularly also in secondaries? What does a worked example look like when we're working with our humanities team? But the literature is quite clear that it's a worthwhile thing to pursue. But when we talk about worked examples, it's about also positioning it within a broader framework of learning. And so if we look at the researchers that advocate for worked examples and have researched worked examples, so Sweller and colleagues in particular, they talk about that when we consider cognitive load theory research and the worked example effect, that it suggests that in the early stages of learning to complete a task, worked examples is more efficient than solving a problem as an instructional approach. So I mentioned this earlier when Tim was up here saying that the research is quite clear that it should be explicit teaching before problem solving, not problem solving before explicit teaching. When we're thinking about using worked examples, the research is also really clear that it's on that continuum of novice to competent to expert, that it fits really nicely when we're trying to move people from being novice or students or young people from novice to competent, that's where we pitch it at. So if we're thinking about Brendan's work on the instructional hierarchy, it's at those early stages is where worked examples really give you bang for your buck. But the thing is, when we think about worked examples, there's been a little bit of a lethal mutation in the way that we consider how worked examples actually are undertaken effectively in a classroom. So if we look at the work of Ollie Lovell, described this really well in his book based on Sweller and colleagues' research, but he talked about the randomised control trials that were undertaken with the worked example effect. It wasn't that what they did is they went in and they said, oh, well, we've got this control group, so, the group that's business as usual, and we're going to compare it to an intervention group. So what we're doing is we're going to compare one classroom that's using worked examples, and then we're going to compare it to someone that's undertaking more problem-based approaches. And I think that's what sometimes people think is what happened in those randomised control trials. It's actually not the case. When we think about those randomised control trials, the classrooms, the business as usual group and the intervention group both started the same. It was a teacher up the front of the room modelling what the students needed to know. So they both started with modelling a worked example at the start. But the intervention group, so when we look at what actually had a larger impact, it was the next phase. It was in the intervention groups, what they did is they used worked examples through that guided practice. And the two main techniques that they used were alternating and fading. Alternating just being worked example, similar problem, worked example, similar problem, worked example, similar problem. So it wasn't, if you look at the behaviour, the sort of control group, the business as usual group, I will model something to you. Now you will go off and solve multiple problems related to what I showed to you. It's I will show you something, and fairly quickly in a lot of times, and then what we'll do is we'll work through that together through some guided practice, and through fading, I'll slowly move you over towards independent practice. So I think there's been some lethal mutation when we talk about it. And for the secondaries in the room, I'd be really interested for you to go back to your school and talk about worked examples and get a sense of how teachers within your faculty actually conceptualise the use of them. Do they position it as something that's in the I do phase, which is correct in many ways? Like, yeah, we use it there, but is it absent in the we do phase, that we're actually not undertaking that guided practice, which is where the research led us to. So really think about that. Is there some lethal mutation in the way that we undertake worked examples? And so when we start to move into really thinking about what this would look like in a classroom, the literature talks about the alternation strategy. Like I said, it's worked example, similar problem, constantly going, I'll show you what to do, have a go at it, I'll show you what to do, have a go at it. And it might be fading that worked example or that similar problem over time. But the language I hear schools using that's related to that research on worked examples and alternation is problem pairs. So starting to look at, here's a fully worked example and here's a similar problem. So let's look at that. Dave Morkunis actually used to teach at Bentley West. So I grabbed these off Twitter a couple of years ago. It was just as we were coming out of the pandemic, and I thought they were nice examples. So picture not this being in the I do phase, but in the we do phase, where it might be that the students got that fully worked example next to them to support them through that similar problem. And have a think about if students had that scaffold through that guided practice, whether the success rates would be higher. And so I was working with the school the other week, Mount Evelyn Primary. I'm not sure if they're on today. And we looked at the next example, and the prep team were like, oh, don't get us to do it. And I said, let's just think about this for a second. If I gave you that right-hand side problem, like called no queuing, just sort of put it up there and said, have a go at it, there would be a lot of people within that primary school that would have been anxious for looking at, secondary mathematics. I haven't done it for a long time. I'm freaking out. But I said, I think you could, they're like, don't get us to do it. But then I said, if you actually work through, because you've got the scaffold of the worked example there, I think you could probably work through it. And they sort of acknowledged that, yeah, we could probably work our way through that. So we've got that scaffold through that guided practice. The other thing to note is quite simple, that when we talk about cognitive load theory, that a lot of the schools that are doing this really well are paring back their slides to be as simple as possible. It doesn't have to have all the animations and the bells and whistles that come in. It just needs to be as simple as possible so students can engage in the work. Really highlighting, attuning them to the things that are important to focus on. So what I want to do now is just to pause and to say, that's worked examples. My hunch is there might be some people within your school or within your faculty that might have had a bit of a lethal mutation on worked examples where it's seen as something that's in the I do phase. I want you to just have a conversation with the people around you around how could we systematically use worked examples through guided practice, this we do phase, which might be problem pairs and that alternation strategy. How can we have that interactive nature of students having a go at something or seeing something and then having a go at a similar problem? 2 minutes with the people around you, quick think. How could we systematically use worked examples during guided practice? It's gone quieter. Might have hit the money off. 20 seconds and we'll come back together. Okay, and if I can get your attention. Phil's just got a question that's come through the Slido, so he's going to pose it to me. Hopefully I've got an answer.
So just from the Slido, what are your thoughts about using non-examples for novice students or students with specific learning difficulties?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. So we're just going to move on. No, I did. It's a hard one. I actually took some slides out. It's not... So I deliberately, when we've got the model up from Evidence for Learning, the FAME approach, I've talked about fading and alternating. And I think that's a really important starting point. So there was a meta-analysis undertaken by Barbieri and colleagues in 2023, so January 2023, so just over 2 years old. So really contemporary research. And what they found is when you looked at worked examples using self-explanation prompts, that the effect size dropped from just a worked example that like what I had up on the screen before. So a worked example like that would have an effect size of 0.74. So John had his hinge point of 0.4. He's sort of over that being something worth exploring. You can see it's almost double that. So you go, this has really got a good evidence base behind it. But what Barbieri and colleagues found is that when you had a worked example with a self-explanation prompt, that the effect size dropped to 0.24. So this is an interesting one to think about. And this is where we're coming back to making sure that we're thinking about the students who are in front of us. Why would that happen? Well, my hunch would be that if you're working with novices, that you're teaching them a new concept. And if you've got a worked example like that, and it's got almost the think aloud that the teacher would be going through to solve the problem. So there's text in there. My hunch would be that that would overload their working memory. And so when we're thinking about mistakes, when we're thinking about self-explanation prompts, we need to be considerate about, is that actually going to improve things, or is it just a different way of doing something? So I think there's absolutely some issues around self-explanation prompts, but I absolutely think that if you've got students that are moving from novice to being more competent, that it could be a really worthwhile thing to do. And so, I've got two, I mentioned sort of Maddie and my daughter that was in grade 3 earlier today, but my 2 teenagers, that are moving through VCE, as they're moving in and becoming more competent with things, worked examples with self-explanation prompts could be really useful. Like it's a really nice scaffold for them to have as they get deeper into it. But yeah, I wouldn't go to mistakes too quickly. I'd be really considerate about how we're looking at it. One way to do it, and Brendan sort of touched on this in the vocab area, was talking about using graphic organisers. I'm a big fan of Freya models, which looks at examples and non-examples. So it can really consolidate understanding when you look at mistakes. But we absolutely need to be considerate of it. So I don't know whether I want to thank the person for that question, because that's a bit of a tricky one, but it was a good question to put forward. And I suppose also highlights the nuanced understanding that we want to have to be able to do this work well. That it's not just, well, let's advocate that everyone's doing worked examples and the perfect classroom or school is that we see them happening all the time. That would also give you evidence that if a worked example is happening all the time, that students aren't necessarily moving to competent because they're not doing the independent practice. So we want to think about how we fade this over time. The other point that I'll make, which sort of touches on some of the ideas that we just discussed, is that it's worth noting that, and I'm not jumping outside of cognitive load theory researchers and now sort of cherry picking and grabbing something from an inquiry researcher or someone that does more work in problem-based learning. The same researchers that look at worked example effect also note that once students have the knowledge required to solve a particular problem type, they will benefit more from problem-solving practice than further worked examples. So as an instructional strategy, when we know students have started to understand what we're putting forward to them, that the next step in the process is really to give them that independent practice where they can automate and consolidate their understanding. So it's fit for purpose. It's fit for purpose to move students from being novice, something that they're not sure about. How can we explicitly teach the concept to them? And when we fade that guidance over time, we want to give them some problem-solving practice. So it's understanding where it fits into a broader model of teaching and learning. And so with that in mind, I think it connects really nicely to the other practice that I think is critically important in guided practice in the we do phase, which is interacting constantly. So how do we sort of start to fade that guidance over time? So I've said it's problem pairs or alternation and fading. But how do we actually fade that practice over time? And when we talk about fading practice, we can look at research that says there's a few different ways that we can do it. It could be backward fading, which might be that it's a 3-step process, and what I'm going to do is model step 1 and 2 and get the students to do step 3 more independently. And then it might be, I'll model step 1 and then they can do step 2 and 3 more independently. So I'm backward fading. Or it could be in the reverse order where I'm forward fading, and it might be through the use of mini whiteboards. I'm saying, all right, you've seen how I've modeled it. Here's the next problem. I want everyone to do step 1. Just do step 1, do it on a mini whiteboard, pin it so I can see it. So we're starting to fade that guidance to get a sense of how well students are undertaking it to make decisions about where to go next. Or it could be contour fading, which there's not as much research support for, but I think it's a really nice idea. And that is, let's assume we were doing a 3-step process in some sort of problem solving, and we might acknowledge that step 2 is the most cognitively demanding part of that process. Contour fading would be, let's remove that scaffold, because if we can hone the students into and attune them into the more difficult, cognitively demanding part of it, and they can do that independently, then the other steps could be easy. So once again, I don't think there's any right or wrong here. I think it's just a matter of playing around with it. One thing I would caution you against is if you do one all the time, students will pick up on it. They'll realise that when you might be modelling 3 steps, they'll only focus on step 1 because they say, I know the teacher's going to get us to do that step next. So I'm just going to concentrate on that. So play around with it, see what works. You know, whether it's backward, whether it's forward, whether it's contour fading. But it's not just a matter of having a plan and saying, I'm going to walk in and do backward fading today. So I'm going to fully model something, and then I'm just going to model step 1 and 2 and not step 3. And then I'm going to model step 1 and not 2 and 3. So we might have that plan, but it can't be just a preordained plan that we follow. We need to think about what that looks like. And so the interact constantly aspect is critically important, that what we want to do is have responsive pedagogies. So I'm at the academy. When I think about the Teaching Excellence program, it's one of the things that they talk about is responsive pedagogies. So we know that the research is really clear that the best kind of formative assessment is short cycle formative assessment. And if Dylan William had his time again, he wouldn't call it short cycle formative assessment. It's a bit clinical. He said he would refer to it as responsive teaching. That what we're doing is making those in the moment decisions about what to do next. And to be honest, when I first started teaching, I felt like I must have been doing the wrong thing. It's like I'm moving a little bit off the plan here. I've noticed the students aren't getting it, but I'm going to do something a little differently, and I felt quite anxious about it. But what we're really doing is if we're making informed decisions about where our students are at and where to go to next, we're undertaking responsive teaching. It's critically important, and it's an essential part of an explicit teaching model. And so when we move into checking for understanding and responsive teaching, it's really essential to have a repertoire of different strategies where we can check for students' understanding and not check for the perception of student understanding. Like, give me a thumbs up on how you're going, and then everyone's putting their thumb up, or, you know, the high achievement student in the room puts his thumb up, and it's like, oh, if Andrew's putting his thumb up, I'm going to put my thumb up as well. Because we've got to be careful that we don't get the Dunning-Kruger effect where we have novices that overestimate their ability. And so we want to have genuine checks for how students are understanding what's being presented to them. And so not an exhaustive list, but just a few things to play around with when we're thinking about checking for understanding techniques could be that you do cold call. We joked about it before in Rachel's presentation, but cold call is where the perception to the students is that you're randomly choosing someone. When Dylan William talks about cold call, he says that it shouldn't be random. It's the perception that it's random. So that students, the ratio of thinking increases because students feel like they might be called upon. When we look at Tom Sherrington's work, he actually links cold call into probing questions. And he talks about it's a cold call into a probing exchange. So it could be a simple dialogic exchange that you use deliberately and intentionally to check for understanding. So it might be a cold call onto one student, but rather than saying, yes, you're correct, or no, I don't think so, it might be that then you start to bounce it to another student and say, do you agree? Do you disagree? Is there another way that we could do this? Could you reword that in your own words? And so what I'm doing is engaging students in that dialogue to see how they've understood what we're actually focused on. And so many teachers will do that, but it's about how we're deliberately doing that to check for understanding. And then if I went into another dialogic exchange, that then I'd choose another 4 or 5 students to see, well, could I check some other students' understanding, or maybe I need to go back to one of those to see how they've consolidated that. I briefly mentioned show me boards. I think many schools use this. It is not just a primary school practice. I've seen it used wonderfully well in lots of secondary schools. I was at Bayswater Secondary College at the start of the year, and they started to move into this and using them really well in lots of different learning domains. but making sure that when we're doing our teaching that we're also getting students to represent their thinking so we can make some decisions about how they're going, and having a simple process where it might be chin it, where we can quickly get a sense of the room. When we moved into remote learning, as a part of my work as a university educator, I used to use hinge questions and show me boards a lot. So you can get like 100 people to put up an A, B, C or D, and you can quickly scan how well they're understanding the content that you're putting forward. Or you could be looking at exit slips. So I sort of touched on this and I thought it'd be a worthwhile one to look at because I was working with Prahran Secondary College. It's talking about Prahran with Jen over lunch. And this is shared by Vicky and the wonderful work that her team has been doing at Prahran Secondary College. And they use hinge questions where they ask a multiple choice question at a pivotal part of a lesson to get sense of how well students have understood what's been taught to make a good decision about where they would go next. So when they were designing hinge questions, they obviously would say, well, we need to have one right answer, but they also acknowledge that it's a really good opportunity to have one answer that might tease out a common misconception. So if you're working in decimals and fractions, it might be that students have a common misconception that longer is larger. So a solution might be, it might be 0.1 is 0.001234 larger than 0.1. If students answer that, you've got a sense that it might be a longer than larger strategy that they're thinking about or misconception that they've got. So Vicky and her team at Prahran use this as a responsive approach. They'll ask it within a lesson to make a decision about what they could do next. The other thing they do is they all agree to ask this at a similar time in a working week, and then the faculty come together and analyse the data as a part of their PLCs to say, where are the students at? What are some of the things that we might need to do next? And so they might design lesson 5A to say, well, we've taught lesson 5, but we've actually realised there's an extra thing that we might need here for the students. So let's actually come together and design that lesson 5A that really targets that misconception that we can clearly see. So they're sort of killing two birds with the one stone, responsive teaching, but also a nice data collection technique. So when we're thinking about it, Melody and Tim spoke passionately about the Victorian teaching and learning model guides that were released yesterday. Monitor Progress is one of the guides, and I'd really encourage you to download those and have a look. Another place to go is the positive classroom management strategies. And so when we look at the positive classroom management strategies, they talk about opportunities to respond. And when I've been pointing people towards this resource, I think it's a wonderful resource, started to look at it heavily last year. One of the interesting things that people find is when we look at opportunities to respond within the classroom, it says that studies have suggested the optimal rates of 3 to 3.5 opportunities to respond per minute. So when we're in a classroom, it's very hard in an explicit teaching classroom to check out because you're constantly being asked to engage in the learning. Show us your understanding, show us how you're going so we can make those adjustments. And I know there's 600 people online, so I don't want to overshare, but in my role at the university, I can walk into meetings where I know the person chairing the meeting is just going to talk for an hour without asking me a question. And what do? I tend to open up my computer and engage in emails. Yet I'll go into other meetings where I know that person can throw to me at any time. So even if it's not within 5 or 10 minutes, I'm still in the conversation because I know at any time I could be asked to be a part of it. So OTRs are really important because it maintains attention. That if we know as a student that we're in the game and it could come to us at any point, it's a really great way to increase those attention ratios within the classroom. So 2 resources, opportunity to respond in the positive classroom management strategies, but also the monitor progress strategy within the new guides that have just been released. So last pause for me is just to turn and talk around what practices do you currently use to check for understanding, that short cycle formative assessment within the classroom, and is checking for understanding an area you could focus on? Over to you, 1 minute. I'll stop. This is it. Yep. And 30 seconds. So the local facilitators are now going to take you through a process. But the final point for me is it's the combination of these practices that are really important. So when we talk about the worked example effect and the alternation strategy, and when we're talking about fading, you can't do fading without solid checking for understanding techniques. That it's not just something that's preordained that you walk in and say, I'm going to fade it in this way. It is this interactive dynamic process where we're fading based on what we're seeing. So it's the combination of the two strategies that are critically important. And so as you move off into the final session with the local facilitators, these are some of the resources that we want you to engage with and to start to think about what this would look like. To really say, could we double click on guided practice and really hone in on this engine room of explicit teaching and really pin down some core teaching techniques that are associated with it. So I'm going to pause there and I'll let the local facilitators get their groups together and start to frame up where the next session goes. For the group in North Melbourne, just sit quietly for 30 seconds and I'll be back with you.